Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became the King of Pirates? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Today's the day, huh? A tall, curvaceous girl with raven hair tied in a spiky ponytail spoke as she stared out into the sea. She was dressed in a red blouse that left a considerable amount of cleavage on display, her legs were clad in tight jeans, a crimson bandana was tied to her right bicep, and two swords rested on the grass beside her. Are you excited? Momo asked, her onyx eyes turning to the girl sitting next to her. The girl was considerably shorter than Momo, but no less beautiful. She had black hair that reached just above her shoulders and cerulean eyes that revealed none of their owner's emotion. Neither did her expression, which remained stony and unmoving. On top of the girl's head rested a red and white cap with a silver fin on top. She was dressed in a tight white shirt and torn jean shorts. The girl hummed. Was she excited? Well, she wasn't indifferent, that was for sure. She has been looking forward to this for the last 10 years at least. The day that the three of them would set out to sea and start their adventure. Try to contain yourself. Momo giggled at her sister. The two girls were sitting on a cliff, waiting for someone else to arrive. Yui snorted. He should be here any minute now. Momo answered. You know it isn't like him to miss these things. Indeed I'm not. A voice spoke from above them. Eep! Momo jumped and grabbed one of the swords at her side, unsheathing it quickly and slashing the air above her. Her sword hit nothing but air as something landed behind the two girls. They both turned around to see a boy about their age, a straw hat on his head that hid his eyes. A bit of forest green hair was visible under the hat, as well as the diamond-patterned freckles on the boy's cheeks. His mouth was set in a playful smirk as his shoulders rose and fell. Naihiha! The boy laughed a monkey-like laugh. You know you need to be faster than that to hit me, Momo. The raised his hat a bit, revealing his emerald green eyes. And you know better than to scare me like that, Izuku. Momo pouted. Naihiha. The boy laughed sheepishly, a small blush on his cheeks. Sorry, I guess I was a bit too excited. Midoriya D, Izuku. Momo smiled. Only her Izuku could go from a playful little monkey to a nervous, adorable mess like that. So, Momo spoke, looking at Yui and Izuku. Are we ready to depart? Yup. Izuku answered, adjusting his straw hat. But we should leave, like right now. Why? Momo raised an eyebrow. Well, Izuku chuckled. The townsfolk may have learned who was stealing all of their stuff and they may or may not be marching to this very spot with pitchforks and torches. How did they find out about us? Momo asked in disbelief. I may have. Izuku mumbled something. What was that? Momo narrowed her eyes. I got hungry and tried to steal something a bit ago. Izuku admitted shamefully. And I got caught. Izuku. Momo couldn't really be angry with him. Wasn't like it would be the first time they would have been chased out of an island for being caught stealing anything, really. She looked at her swords, specifically the pure white sword that she stole from one of the islands they had been to. So the fact that Izuku was caught stealing just food? Not really the end of the world. The straw hat on his head was stolen as well, now that she thought about it. You shrugged. She was caught plenty of times as well. Besides, they were never coming back to that island anyway. They were heading out. She's right. Momo nodded. Let's go. The three shared nods before. There they are. The three jumped and looked back to see the citizens of the island marching towards them. We're going to throw you little thieves to the Marines. Well, time to go. Izuku decided. Yes. Momo nodded and grabbed her two swords, fastening them to her left hip. Yui hummed in agreement. The three looked at each other and smiled before holding hands and running towards the cliff together. The islanders behind them screamed at them to stop, but the three only sped up. The three looked at each other, smiling brightly before jumping off of the cliff and down into the sea. Stop. You crazy kids. One of the islanders shouted in horror, forgetting that the kids were thieves for a moment. The islanders stared in shock as the kids chose to seemingly kill themselves instead of being caught and getting turned into the Marines. The islanders stood silent for a moment, some lowered their heads in mourning at the loss of young life. Naihiha! The laugh made them all freeze. All of the islanders stared in horror as the three, previously believed to be dead, kids rose into sight. They were standing on a golden cloud and the green-haired one with the straw hat was laughing madly. Gotcha! The boy cackled. Before the islanders could process what happened, the cloud shot off, taking the kids with it. The islanders stared in shock. What the hell did they just see? Naihihiha! Izuku laughed loudly, holding his stomach and kicking his legs around. Effenfenfenfen. Yui giggled as well. Momo looked at the two unamused, or she tried to, but the quirk of her lips showed that she was just as amused as them. So, Momo looked at Izuku. What's our first move, Captain? Izuku calmed down, shaking his head and calming down. We need a ship, one that can withstand the Grand Line. So we steal one? Yui asked, her voice completely monotone. Not like we can afford to buy it. Momo shook her head. What about that ship? Yui pointed at a luxury ship that was directly beneath them. Izuku hummed. I don't think, oh look, a pirate ship. Both girls did a double take as the luxury ship was now being boarded by pirates. The three shared a look, Izuku grinned, Momo smirked, and Yui's lips curled upwards almost imperceptibly. They were in agreeance. Too easy. A girl with brown hair and pink cheeks smirked as she carried large bags of treasure over her shoulders. Whoever those three wackos are, I'm thankful. She had boarded the luxury ship in order to steal whatever valuables she could. Then the pirates showed up. Now, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Pirates usually meant more treasure to steal, but it was risky. She was prepared to cut her losses and bail when those three weirdos showed up and started wrecking the pirates' sheet. Their leader seemed to be the kid with the green hair and straw hat. He was pretty cute all things considered. Him and those two girls with him were making quick work of the pirates, leaving a very clear and easy path for the girl to steal all of the treasure she could get her hands on. She loaded up all of the treasure onto a small dinghy from the pirate's ship and lowered herself to the waters. If I ever run into you guys again, I'll return the favor. The girl promised to herself as she began rowing her boat. She was shocked to see a golden cloud above her, and was even more surprised to see those three weirdos riding on it. The cloud rose high above the pirate ship. The girl was wondering how that was possible when the green-haired boy peered over the cloud and made eye contact with her. Wow, his eyes are pretty. The girl thought to herself. The boy made a gesture with his hand. Go. The girl was confused. Was he telling her to get going? She started rowing her boat, noticing the boy kept making that gesture. When she was a certain distance away, pretty far, she noticed the boy giving her a thumbs up. She had pretty good eyes, so she saw him pretty clear. The girl saw the green-haired boy raise his hand and she felt static in the air. A storm? The girl wondered. There's no way I didn't feel it coming sooner. And then she heard the boy's voice. Strike down. Kintoan. A bolt of lightning rained down from the cloud the three teens were standing on and blew the pirate ship to splinters. The girl was surprised to find she was entirely unharmed by the attack and its effects. That's why he kept telling me to get away. She realized. What a nice guy. She noticed the boy and the two girls with him give her a salute before they flew off. The girl smiled. What I wouldn't give to be so carefree? Back with the three teens, they were cheering, well, Izuku and Momo were. That was awesome. Izuku laughed. Your devil fruit really is amazing, Izuku. Momo smiled. Me? Izuku asked. You totally took down those pirates like a pro. Well, none of them were particularly strong swordsmen. Momo said while tapping her swords. Definitely not as strong as the one I aim to beat. Yui hummed, slamming her fist into her open palm. Yes, we saw. Izuku and Momo answered. The three friends continued to enjoy themselves while rising on the golden cloud, letting the wind guide them where it may on their journey. Izuku looked out into the distance, holding his straw hat to his head so it wouldn't fly off. You know what I realized? What? I didn't get to introduce myself properly back then. Izuku said, "You know my dream and stuff?" "To those weaklings?" Momo asked. "They hardly seem worth it." "Do it now." Yui said. "Scream into the ocean, you weirdo." Izuku grinned at her and nodded, turning his sights out into the vast sea before him. "My name is Midoriya D. Izuku," he shouted, the sea shaking at his words. "And I'm the man who's gonna be king of the pirates." "So," Momo asked while Izuku and Yui lounged on the cloud. "Where are we headed?" "Wherever the wind leads us." Izuku sighed contently, his straw hat covering his face. "The wind is leading us to a marine island," Momo said bluntly. Izuku and Yui's lethargic mood dissipated in an instant and the two shot up to see that they were, in fact, approaching a marine island. "Think they have a ship we can steal?" Yui asked. "Stealing a marine vessel?" Momo wondered. "It would certainly be a sturdy vessel, but not nearly as fun." Izuku denied. "I want us to have our own ship." "Yeah, with all of the money we don't have," Yui pointed out. Izuku pouted at her. "Your adorable pout holds no power before my logic, monkey boy," Yui said bluntly. Izuku's pout deepened. Yui started sweating. "No power." Izuku's pout grew even deeper. "Momo, we're not stealing a marine ship," Yui decided. "Weak," Momo told her. Yui looked at Momo unimpressed. "Still though," Izuku hummed. "If the winds led us here, I think there's bound to be something interesting in this place." "So you want us, pirates, to land on a marine island?" Momo asked. Izuku nodded. "I'm down." Momo shrugged and tapped the swords on her hip. "Maybe there'll be someone worth fighting down there." "Battle fetishist," Yui sniped. "I know you are, but what am I?" Momo asked. "Oh, that's real mature," Yui scoffed. "All right kids, calm it down," Izuku told them before directing the cloud to the island. "I am pretty hungry, so maybe we'll find something worth stealing down there." Both girls found their stomachs growling as well. "Food sounds good," Momo said while Yui nodded along. Neither of them were particularly ashamed with showing they were hungry. They long since grew past the need for that feeling. The cloud brought the three teens down to the port. They jumped onto the wooden platform, leaving the cloud to dissipate. The three walked around the island, specifically the marketplace, pilfering anything that caught their eyes with their quick fingers. After gathering up enough, the three made their way to a place they hoped was secluded, the roof of a building. They all sat down in a circle and poured what they gathered in the middle: fruit, veggies, dried meats and fish. You even managed to snag a bottle of booze. It was cheap booze, but it was booze. "Looks like we're eating well." Izuku smiled, drooling a bit. "Seems like it." Momo nodded. Yui hummed in agreement. The three enjoyed their well-earned food while watching the island from the top of the. From what they could hear, the people of Shell's Town, that was the place's name, apparently, were all scared of the captain in charge of the marine outpost, one Captain Axehand Morgan. "I want my own epithet," Yui muttered. "Something like, 'Epithets come with achievements, Yui,'" Momo reminded her. "So how about we rack some up?" Izuku asked with a smirk. "I say we investigate what has these people so spooked from one of the good guys." "And if we don't like what we find?" Yui asked. Momo unsheathed a fraction of her white sword in response. "Well put." Izuku nodded towards his friend. "Let's see what we're working with here." So apparently, the captain in charge of the Shell's Town outpost was a ruthless tyrant and raging narcissist. That was one thing that the three friends were able to glean. Another was the bee had a rotten brat of a son, real piece of work who liked to flaunt his daddy's power wherever he went. It was a few hours later and the three friends were sitting in a restaurant. They ordered a few drinks using some money they stole. The restaurant owner's daughter, a little girl named Rika, excitedly asked them questions since they weren't from Shell's Town. Izuku and Momo had no problem indulging the girl's curiosity, considering their own naturally curious personalities. "Where did you get your swords?" Rika asked Momo. Momo lifted her white sword. "I stole it." Rika's mother choked and sent a glare at Momo from behind the bar counter. "My mom says stealing is bad." Rika said. Sometimes you don't have a choice. Izuku said seriously before looking between Rika and her mother. Do you love your mother? Rika smiled and nodded. The glare on Rika's mother's face softened and she looked at her daughter with the warmth only a mother could manage. Izuku smiled sadly at the sight. You're a lucky girl, Rika. Izuku told her and put a hand on her head. But not everyone is as lucky as you are. Rika's mother looked at the three teenagers with a pained expression. Do you not love your parents? Rika asked innocently. We don't have parents. Momo answered. All we have is each other. Rika tilted her head. Do you love each other? Izuku, Momo, and Yui looked between each other and smiled. More than anything. The nice moment was interrupted by a smarmy-sounding voice. The three friends saw everyone at the restaurant tense, their faces turned horrified. Before Izuku, Momo, and Yui could wonder about why they were acting like this, an ugly, blonde young man, wearing an even uglier purple suit, barged into the restaurant. The young man was followed by two Marines who looked the picture of miserable. Poor guy. Izuku's eyes went to the younger-looking Marine. He appeared about their age. The bespectacled, blue-haired Marine looked like he wanted to die. Momo picked up her glass and started drinking again. The ugly man noticed Momo and Yui as soon as he stepped inside. A slimy grin came to his face as he strolled up to their table. Well, what do we have here? The ugly man asked in what he probably thought was a smooth, alluring tone. Momo put down her glass. The man's smirk widened as he assumed the beautiful girl was about to speak to him. Burp. Momo let out a belch point blank at the man's face. Ugh. The man recoiled in disgust. Izuku and Yui snickered at Momo's action while the rest of the restaurant and the Marines behind the man stared at them in horror. Rika looked horrified, but Izuku patted her head to calm her down. You little beach. The man shouted, his face green with nausea. Do you have any idea who I am? An a-hole. Yui answered, earning gasps from everyone around her. The man glared at Yui, but the girl kept her blank expression. Beach. Yui said with no fear of the man. My daddy is Captain Morgan. The man shouted. He is. Izuku asked, letting go of Rika before placing his elbow on the table and propping his chin on his hand. Actual daddy or, harder, daddy? The man's face went red with rage. I'll have you three executed. Momo smirked. Will you? The man growled. Ye dash. The loud clang of metal cut him off. The sword-wielding beauty had jumped out of her seat and drew her white sword with the intent to cut down the purple-suited eyesore, but was blocked by something. Momo stared curiously at the person who stopped her sword, the younger Marine with the blue hair and glasses. He blocked Momo's sword with the sole of his shoe that was apparently steel-plated. He's strong. Momo thought as she pushed against the Marine. Please desist. The Marine spoke while struggling against Momo's white sword. Why don't you make me? Momo taunted him. I would rather we not fight inside of this establishment. The Marine said seriously. You are disturbing the other patrons. Momo looked at the smug but behind the Marine and glanced back to see Izuku was leaning back on his seat without a care while Yui just kept drinking. Sure. Momo grinned. Let's take this outside then. The Marine tilted his head in confusion before he felt something wrap around his waist. Before he knew what happened, the Marine was yanked back and thrown out of the restaurant. The purple-suited brat and his other Marines stared in shock. The one who threw the Marine out of the restaurant was the green-haired kid with the straw hat, a green tail lazily moving behind him. Why was that surprising to them? The straw hat kid was still in his chair, looking up at the ceiling with disinterest. Thank you, Izuku. Momo smiled sweetly. You're welcome. Both Izukus answered before the one who threw the Marine vanished in a puff of smoke. Classic. Yui muttered as finished her glass. What are you? The purple-suited brat demanded. Izuku looked at the man, trying to stifle his laugh when he noticed his chin looked like a butt. I'm a pirate. Pirate? The ugly brat stuttered. All three of us are. Momo said with a smirk. Before the purple-suited man could order his second Marine to do anything, The three pirates sprang into action, Izuku and Yui hopping out of their seats while Momo struck the marine with the back of her blade. Izuku jumped over the table and straight at the purple-suited brat, stomping on his face and slamming him down to the floor before running out of the establishment with his friends. The owner would have yelled about how they didn't pay, but she noticed that they left money on the table for their drinks. Nai hee. Izuku cackled as he and his friends ran through the city. I must implore you to stop. The blue-haired marine from earlier was chasing after them. Izuku, Momo, and Yui ran and hopped and vaulted over anything in their way, but the bespectacled marine just kept up with them no matter what. I must implore you to kiss my monkey butt. Izuku fired back with a cackle, swishing his green tail at his chaser. Apologies. The marine shouted. But I do not have such interests. Izuku and Momo broke out laughing and Yui let out a few quick, short breaths of laughter as well. The chase continued, with the four teens using Shell's town like a massive playground for a game of tag. Look out where you're running, brats. You nearly knocked me down. My cabbages. I grow tired of this chase. The marine shouted at them. You're welcome to stop at any time. Momo taunted. The three of them could have stopped to engage him at any time, but they were honestly having so much fun just running away from him. I'll just stop you, the marine declared. Soru. To the three pirates' surprise, the marine seemingly appeared out of nowhere right in front of them. What the dash? Izuku let out a shocked gasp. He's fast. The three pirates found themselves sliding to a halt at the display of speed. How did you do that? Momo asked. It's a technique my older brother showed me, the marine said with pride. Technique? Izuku asked. So this isn't a devil fruit power? It is not. The marine shook his head. I have never even seen a devil fruit firsthand, much less eaten one. Well, you aren't missing out on much taste-wise. Izuku chuckled. I'll never forget how nasty it tasted. I had assumed by the tail you keep wrapped around your waist that you've eaten a devil fruit. The marine observed, his eyes scanning the green tail that Izuku was using like a belt. What I can't narrow down is your type. You possess what looks like a monkey's tail, which implies that you are a Zoan, but earlier you attacked me using a clone of yourself which would make you a Paramecia. Nihei. Izuku chuckled. I'm a bit of a special case. Yui and Momo chuckled at that. Well, you can tell me all about it while I interrogate you three for violations of Shell's Town's laws as well as piracy. The marine said. Now come peacefully. Can't. You said. Why not? The marine asked. Busy. Yui answered. With what? The marine tilted his head. With running away from you. Izuku smiled. But you aren't. Running from me. The marine said in confusion. Aren't we? Izuku asked while folding his arms behind his head. It was then that the marine noticed that the two female pirates were gone. So you stayed behind to act as a decoy for your comrades? Nope. Izuku said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. I forgot he could do that. The marine muttered before resuming his search for the criminals. The three pirates hid in an alleyway after managing to escape the quick-footed marine. They all looked at each other before laughing. That guy was pretty fun. Izuku said. A bit of a stick in the butt, but yeah. Yui agreed. He is much stronger than what his rank implies. Momo noticed. It's strange that someone as talented as him isn't more than a mere grunt, despite his age. I honestly feel kind of bad. Izuku sighed. We'll probably never see him again after we bust Morgan's skull. Too bad the guy's a riot. Yui nodded. He seems really nice too. Izuku crossed his arms. Makes me wonder how he can look himself in the mirror while working for a scumbag like Morgan. It isn't easy. The blue-haired marine said. The three pirates jumped in fright when they saw the marine casually standing with them in the alley. Wow, you're fast. You said dully. I train every day. The marine patted his legs proudly. Now, will you please quit running, harming property, and being all-around nuisances and come with me before you enough trouble to catch Captain Morgan's attention? What? Yui asked. From what I can tell, you three are barely rookie pirates, correct? The marine asked. No crimes to your names, Major ones at least, no bounties or anything. True. Momo nodded. So that means that you can still receive lenient judgment. The Marine said, I can make sure you three end up with a few months of community service and shape you into upstanding citizens. But if you get Captain Morgan's attention, he'll execute you on the spot. I stomped on his son's face. I think we're past that. Izuku huffed. The Marine visibly deflated at that. Oh no! How can you stand working for that scum? Momo asked. You're clearly a person out to do good, yet you serve what we've heard is a bloodthirsty dictator. I do take umbrage with Captain Morgan's methods. The Marine admitted. But he is my superior and I must follow orders. Sheep. Yui spat. People suffer under your superior, and here you are, the good man doing nothing. The Marine lowered his eyes in shame. As much as it shames me to admit, you are correct. But I have my reasons for doing what I do. I fear that if I simply act against Captain Morgan, I'll be removed from the Navy and then I'll never be able to discover what happened to my brother. That gave the three pause. Your brother? Izuku asked, recalling something the Marine said earlier. You said he taught you that speed technique. He did. The Marine had a sad smile on his face. My brother, Tensei, he was a rear admiral. There have been talks of promoting him to vice admiral. My brother was an exemplary Marine, helping people and catching criminals. The three pirates would have said something cynical about Marines, but the boy's tone and clear reverence of his brother made them hold their tongues. No task was too small or too big for Tensei. The Marine closed his eyes. I looked up to him more than anyone. I wanted to join the Marines not because my family served the Navy for generations, but because I wanted to be like him. I'm guessing something happened to your brother. Momo said with a frown. He's dead. The Marine said bluntly, as if trying to avoid the pain by just stating it quickly. But I don't know how he died. I was never told, no matter how much I ask. No one was ever willing to tell me, my own brother, and I wasn't even allowed to know what claimed his life. Something reeks about this. Izuku's eyes narrowed. My thoughts exactly. The Marine nodded. Apparently, details of my brother's death are Admiral's eyes only, not even my parents were made privy to them. So you want to become an admiral to learn the truth? Momo guessed. Correct. The Marine nodded. I will climb up the ranks and become an admiral, then I can finally find out what happened to Tensei. That's... Izuku looked at the boy. He could see it in his eyes, resolve that made steel seem brittle by comparison. So, I cannot afford to lose my position, I cannot risk my dream. The Marine said seriously. But if your brother was as amazing as you say, Izuku started. Would he be okay with letting Morgan do as he pleases? The Marine closed his eyes. I know he wouldn't. Tensei would have beaten Captain Morgan black and blue for all he's done and continues to do, but Tensei was a rear admiral, I am a mere Marine. I cannot disobey a captain. Well, we're not Marines. Izuku said with a smile. Huh. The Marine looked confused. There are no consequences for you if a pirate came into town and beat up Morgan, right? Izuku asked. After all, a lowly Marine can't be held responsible for his captain's failing. And with that, you'll be able to pursue your dream without having to serve under that tyrant. Momo caught on to what Izuku was saying. What are you saying? The Marine asked. We'll kick Morgan's butt. Yui said with a thumbs up. You focus on achieving your dream. Why'd fight Captain Morgan? For my sake? The Marine asked. Why? Because we have our own dreams. Izuku answered with a grin. And dreams are worth fighting for, worth dying over. The Marine's eyes widened in shock behind his glasses, the image of the straw-hatted boy in front of him overlapping with the image of a blue-haired man with a similar grin. You have a dream, don't you? The man asked. So you should run towards it with all you've got. Tensei. The Marine felt tears prickle in the corners of his eyes. By the way, I don't think we've caught your name. Momo realized. The Marine took off his glasses and wiped away his tears. It's Tenya. Ida Tenya. Ida Tenya. Don't worry, Tenya. Izuku put a hand on the taller boy's shoulder. We'll take care of things. Thank you. Tenya nodded. Tenya made his way back to the base. The three pirates he met earlier, Izuku, Momo, and Yui, following behind him on the rooftops. They were good at staying out of sight, at least. Some part of Tenya should have felt ashamed at having to rely on pirates, to not only turn a blind eye, but willfully conspire with pirates to take down his superior. But he chose to swallow his pride. This was for his dream. He was sure Tensei would understand. Tenya reached the courtyard of the base where he was greeted by the miming whines of Captain Morgan's son, Helmeppo, who was surrounded with exasperated Marines. The brat had, evidently, not stopped screaming since he regained consciousness from Izuku stomping his head into the floor. Helmeppo noticed Ida walk in and instantly began screaming at him. "Where are those pirates, Tenya?" Helmeppo demanded. "I lost them, sir." Tenya lowered his head. "The straw-hatted one used his clones as a decoy and they all got away from me. My apologies." "I don't want your apologies." Helmeppo clenched his fists. "I want their heads. This humiliation won't stand. And neither will your failure. You'll wish you were dead by the time my daddy is done with you." "I understand, sir." Tenya nodded while still keeping his head down. "Good, bring him out." "What is all of that ruckus?" A deep voice bellowed out before its owner. A rather large man with an axe for an arm walked out into the courtyard. Every single Marine there stood at attention and fear. "Captain Morgan?" Ida thought with disdain. "Daddy!" Helmeppo cried. "Some scum pirates insulted and hit me, and Tenya let them get away. I want them all punished. I want them punished now." Morgan looked down at his son with the same disdain that Helmeppo never seemed to notice. The axe-handed Marine turned his gaze on Tenya. "You let pirates escape?" Ida saw what happened to people who made excuses, so he cut to the chase. "Yes, sir. The price for failure is death," Morgan said while brandishing his axe. "You know this." "Death?" Helmeppo thought in a panic. "Anytime, guys." Ida thought before nodding. "I understand that, sir." Wait. Helmeppo looked at how resigned Ida was. Morgan scoffed and raised his axe hand. "Daddy!" Helmeppo cried. "I want the pirates first. Find the pirates and kill them." Morgan gave his disappointment of a son a sideways glance. "What are you doing?" Ida thought. "I want the pirates." Helmeppo stomped on the ground. "Bring me the pirates right now." Morgan listened to his son's whining for a minute before speaking. "Do you know why I always let you do as you please? Why I never struck you?" Helmeppo stopped whining and looked at his father in confusion. "Is it because you think I'm great?" Morgan looked at his son in disgust before punching him in the face, sending Helmeppo sprawling on the ground. "Wrong. It's because you're not even worth the effort. Hitting you would be pointless, so I just gave you what you whined for to make you shut your mouth. Think you're great? There's only one great person here. And that's me." Morgan swung his axe at Helmeppo, inciting a high-pitched scream from him as he closed his eyes and held his hands out to futilely defend himself. But the pain never came. Instead there was a loud metallic clang. Helmeppo opened his eyes to see someone's back. He soon realized that it was the same pirate who belched in his face earlier. Helmeppo stared at the pirate girl in shock as she kept his father's axe at bay with her two swords. Helmeppo let out. Momo didn't pay attention to him. She glared at Morgan. "You truly are scum, Morgan. Attempting to kill your own child? He might be a beach, but he's still your family." "Who the hell are you?" Morgan demanded, pushing down all of his weight on his axe. "I'm a pirate." Momo shouted and pushed her swords forward with all of her might, throwing Morgan back a few meters where he landed flat on his back. Morgan picked himself up and glared at the girl. "Which means you will be executed." "Kill her." "But sir, your son is in the line of fire," one of the Marines shouted. None of them liked Helmeppo. It was accurate to say that they all hated his guts, but none of them ever thought of going as far as killing him. "You dare disobey my orders?" Morgan bellowed. "I don't care if that little waste of space dies. Shoot to kill." "Daddy." Helmeppo looked at his dad with horror. "You disgust me." Momo spat. "The opinions of a dead girl are worthless to me." Morgan stated before glaring at his men. Kill her or I'll kill you all myself. The Marines picked up their rifles, their hands were shaking. Momo wasn't scared, because she knew what would happen next. Strike down, Kintoan. A bolt of lightning struck the gathered Marines, all of them fell to the ground unconscious. What? Morgan's eyes widened. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Momo. Izuku fell down from the sky and landed next to Momo. He didn't hurt you, did he? Him. Momo scoffed. You're insulting me. Izuku grinned sheepishly. Sorry, I just worry sometimes. Momo smiled warmly at her friend. And I love you for it. You. Morgan pointed at Izuku with his axe. Were you the one who caused that lightning strike? Izuku's smile died and his face shifted into a fierce glare that was directed straight at Morgan. It was. So you've eaten a devil fruit, haven't you? Morgan deduced. Not just me. Izuku smirked. Morgan looked confused. Moa no. A quiet voice reached Morgan's ears. It was all the warning he got before he was struck and sent flying by a blur. Rush Impact X9. Tenya watched with wide eyes as Morgan was sent flying back for the second time. That time it was courtesy of Yui. She has a devil fruit too? Tenya. Nice one, Yui. Izuku cheered. Yui dusted herself off and sent a smug look to her friend and sister. Yes. Momo rolled her eyes. You were very impressive. You brats. Morgan once again had to pick himself up from the ground after landing flat on his back. I'll have your heads. Come get them. Momo made a come here gesture with her sword. Tenya. Morgan shouted, catching the blue-haired Marine off guard. Quit standing around and take care of them. Tenya stood frozen for a moment. Fight them? That wasn't part of the plan. He was spared thinking when he was forced to block a very clearly telegraphed slash from Momo. Let's make it convincing. Momo whispered to him. Tenya and Momo began exchanging blows while Izuku and Yui glared at the tyrannical Marine captain. It looks like you don't have anyone else to throw at us, Morgan. Izuku told him while pushing his straw hat upwards. I don't need anyone. Morgan shouted and rushed forward, raising his axe over his head. I am Axehand, Morgan. Morgan reached the two and slammed his axe down, but Izuku and Yui jumped to the sides to avoid it, leaving the axe to bury itself in the ground. At least he's strong enough to swing that thing around. Izuku observed as he landed a short distance to Morgan's left. Think he's compensating for something? Yui asked with a tilt of her head once she landed a similar distance to Morgan's right. Guys like him always carry a big weapon to make up for how small their weapon is. Morgan's face went red with rage. He yanked his axe out of the ground and began charging at Yui. Yui looked at the charging Marine with no fear in her eyes. She just crouched down and picked up some pebbles from off the ground before standing up again. When Morgan was close enough, Yui threw her hand forward, releasing the pebbles she gathered. Moa no spread shot. The pebbles slammed into Morgan's gut with the speed of bullets, piercing his skin and flesh and causing him to cough blood from his metallic jaw. Little. Morgan glared down at Yui, who looked up at him with indifference. Behind you, scum. Yui said before hopping out of the way. Morgan only managed to turn his head to see the straw hat brat running at him with a glare on his face. Izuku ran at Morgan as fast as he could before tensing his legs and jumping straight at the Marine. To an outsider, it would have appeared as if Izuku created two more of himself for less than a second as he flew past Morgan's head. Izuku landed with his back to Morgan before turning around to glare at him. Triple spin kick. As soon as those words left Izuku's mouth, Morgan felt 3 heavy impacts strike his head simultaneously. Morgan fell to his knees, his vision was shaking like a sea in the midst of a storm, and his head pounded like nothing he ever felt before. Izuku walked up to the kneeling Marine and grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. People like you make me sick. Izuku punched Morgan across the face. The Marine's head snapped to the side. You're supposed to protect people? Izuku punched Morgan again. Supposed to keep them safe. Izuku looked over to where Tenya was still fighting Momo. But all you do. Izuku gave Morgan's face another punch. Is step on others. Izuku kept punching Morgan's face repeatedly. Marine captain? Izuku asked with another punch. You're a joke. And not even a funny one. Tenya and Momo stopped fighting. The blue-haired Marine listened to Izuku's words. You Marines harp on and on about justice. Izuku followed that statement with another punch. Morgan's metal jaw was already full of cracks and the man could do nothing but take the abuse since his head was still spinning and pounding. But where is the justice for the people you oppress? Where's the justice for kids who were stolen and branded like toys? Where's the justice for a boy who just wants to know what happened to his brother? Tenya stood silent, recalling all of the atrocities Morgan has committed, how he stood by and did nothing while people were unjustly punished. Every execution he didn't stop was on his hands, and he'd never be able to wash the blood off. You called yourself great? Izuku asked while tightening his grip on Morgan's shirt. The man's metal jaw was completely shattered and his face was unrecognizable at this point. The forest-haired boy raised his blood-stained fist and clenched it tight. There's nothing great about you. Izuku threw his fist at the man's face one last time. Nothing. Morgan crashed into the ground. Izuku stood over him with a disgusted glare. It was then that the soldiers that Izuku electrocuted began to recover. All of them stared in shock at the sight of their captain laying defeated at the hands of a child. Helmeppo stared at Izuku in fear, not just him, Momo and Yui as well. They beat my dad. Yui and Momo walked up to Izuku, each of them placed a hand on his shoulder. Izuku brought his hands up to hold theirs, drawing comfort from their touch. Momo smiled at Izuku before addressing the shocked Marines. Morgan is done for. If any of you wish to fight us, step up. The Marines looked between them and the mangled, but still alive, Morgan. We're free. One Marine shouted before throwing his hat in the air. The rest followed suit. The three pirates looked on in amusement. Tenya took off his cap and stared at it. Free. Phew. Izuku let out a satisfied sigh. Yui patted her stomach contently. That was great. Momo said as she finished her own food. Thanks for treating us, ma'am. The three were sitting in the same restaurant they were in earlier. Once news got out that the three of them took down Morgan, the whole town was ready to party. Rika's mother invited the three of them to eat as much as they wanted, free of charge. You three earned it. Rika's mother said with a smile. To think you kids would be strong enough to beat a Marine captain though. As far as captains go, pretty sure. That guy was bottom of the barrel. Izuku frowned. He was nothing. Is it true that you made lightning happen? Rika asked with stars in her eyes. Izuku grinned at her and held out his hand. A small, golden cloud spun to life on it before electricity crackled in the cloud. Whoa! Rika exclaimed in wonder. How are you doing that? It's a devil fruit, right? Rika's mother asked. I heard about those. Yup. Izuku confirmed. What's a devil fruit? Rika asked. They're fruits that grant powers to whoever eats them. Momo explained to her. Really? Rika asked excitedly. Yui nodded. I want to eat one. Rika decided. It's not so simple, Rika. Izuku told her. Devil fruits come with a price. Price. Rika tilted her head. Once someone eats a devil fruit, they lose the ability to swim forever. Momo revealed. Yui and I can't even be knee-deep in water before we start to lose our strength. Izuku chuckled. You have a fruit too? Rika looked at Yui curiously. Yui smirked and touched her glass. To Rika's surprise, the glass tripled in size. You ate the Moa Moa no Mi. Momo spoke for her sister. She can increase things from simple size to even velocity. Rika was in awe. She turned her eyes to Izuku. What's your fruit? Before Izuku could answer, a few of the Marines from the base entered the restaurant. Their expressions showed clear discomfort. I suppose you're here to arrest us? Momo asked. Well, the leader looked down. Chase you out more like? But they saved us. Rika protested. That's surprisingly tame. Izuku huffed. As thankful as we are for what you've done, the three of you are still pirates. The head Marine said. So we are obligated to tell you to leave. Makes sense. You shrugged. We're leaving? Not really much left to do here. Izuku shrugged. But you saved us. Rika protested. They should be thanking you, not kicking you out. Each of the pirates smiled at the girl before they stood up. It's fine, Rika, Izuku said while patting the girl on the head. We were going to leave soon anyway. We have an adventure to go on. Will you come back? Rika asked hopefully. We don't know. Momo answered, not wanting to get the girl's hopes up. But probably not. Rika looked down sadly. Yui crouched down in front of Rika to be at eye level with the small girl. Izuku took a step back. The quiet girl placed a hand on Rika's head. Be a good girl, okay? Rika nodded, trying to fight back the tears. With that, the three pirates left the restaurant. Izuku, Momo, and Yui walked out into the port. They stood in front of the sea for a moment before Izuku held his hand out and materialized a golden cloud in front of them. The three prepared to step onto the cloud when... Wait. The pirates jumped at the scream and turned around to see Tenya running at them with a serious look on his face. He reached them quickly and slid to a halt, stopping fully just before he collided with them. Tenya, what's up? Izuku asked. Came to say goodbye? Quite the opposite, actually. Tenya smiled at Izuku. You reminded me of what my dream really was. Isn't your dream to become an admiral and learn the details of your brother's death? Momo asked. Finding the truth of Tensei's death is a goal. Tenya said. But my dream is to become a man that Tensei could be proud of. Well, I'm glad I could help. Izuku said with a genuine smile. I hope you achieve that dream. So do I. Tenya nodded before taking off his marine cap, throwing it onto the wooden platform and stepping on it. But I know I won't achieve that dream as a marine. Tenya? Izuku asked. The three pirates looked at the blue-haired boy in surprise. Room for one more, Captain? Tenya asked hopefully. Izuku felt a grin rise to his face. The golden cloud behind him grew in size to accommodate their new crewmate. Welcome aboard, Tenya. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks Brew. Sea wind blows. To where? Who knows? The waves will be our guide. The crew of now 4 teenagers sang together as they flew above the ocean on their golden cloud. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Izuku grinned at Tenya, who seemed to be having the time of his life singing with them. Gather up all of the crew, Izuku continued. It's time to ship out Binks Brew, Tenya kept going. Wave goodbye, but don't you cry, Momo sang. Our memories remain, Yui finished. Our days are but a passing dream, the 4 sang together. Everlasting though they seem beneath the moon, we'll meet again, the wind's our lullaby. The 4 continued singing as they flew, enjoying the breeze of the ocean as they went. I must say. Tenya chuckled as the song came to an end. This is certainly very different to how I was expecting this pirate crew would be run. Not that I am complaining, mind you. What were you expecting, Tenny? Izuku asked. Tenny? Tenya repeated before shaking his head. Well, I heard pirates were more fearsome, I suppose? Not that I have an issue, I chose to come along with you 3 since you're good people. Well, we are unrepentant thieves, there's that. Momo chuckled. We even robbed, like, half of Shell's town market while we were there. Good times. Yui nodded. I see. Tenya hummed before turning to Izuku. Anyway, what's our first order of business, Captain? We still need to get a ship. Izuku tilted his head from side to side. Kintoan is amazing, but it can't carry us all the way through the Grand Line. The Grand Line? Tenya adjusted his glasses. Is that where we're headed? Of course. Momo looked out into the horizon. That's where we can make all of dreams come true. The sea that is known for killing those who sail there? Tenya questioned. Don't be a PP, Tenny. Yui told him, earning a scandalized gasp from the Marine. You think Tensei would be afraid of the Grand Line? Heck to the no. Tenya denied. Tensei would eat the Grand Line for breakfast. So, your first step in becoming a man Tensei could be proud of is to brave the Grand Line with us. Izuku declared while pointing out into the horizon, standing upright on his golden cloud as his eyes shimmered in the morning light. A breeze passed, lifting Izuku's shirt a bit and giving Tenya a hint of his captain's back. Captain Izuku? Tenya raised an eyebrow. What's that on your back? Izuku turned back to Tenya with a hum before taking off his green shirt and showing off his back to his new crewmate. Tenya was surprised to see a red cloud seared into his captain's back. That is an interesting tattoo. Tenya found himself saying. We all have one. Momo said before turning her back to Tenya and lifting her blouse a bit, showing off that she too had the red cloud on her back. You did the same. Will I have to get one as well? Tenya asked. Not if you don't want to. Izuku shook his head before putting his shirt back on. I see. Tenya lowered his eyes before noticing something on the waters below them. Pirate vessel. It's a tiny but one. Momo scoffed. But, Yui jumped off of the cloud and down to the small boat below them. I was under the impression that she can't swim. Tenya said worriedly as he watched Yui plummet. All it would take was one thing going wrong for her to land in the water. Worst case scenario. Momo shrugged. You and I dive in to get her but out of the water, and she already took the assholes down. Tenya's eyes widened in surprise as, just as Momo said, Yui had already taken over the small pirate vessel and was now entertaining herself by dunking the pirates' heads into the water repeatedly. Way to go, Yui. Izuku cheered and lowered the cloud to the boat. Our first boat. Yui smirked as she held two pirates' heads under the waves while she stomped on the third's back to keep him from moving. You psychos don't know who you're messing with. The pirate under Yui's foot screamed. Captain Buggy will not take this insult lying down. Buggy? Izuku wondered. Ah, Buggy the clown. Tenya said, pointing at the Jolly Roger proudly displayed on the flag on top of the boat. He's one of the most fearsome pirates to sail the East Blue. That's right. The pirate under Yui's foot bragged. Captain Buggy will tear you kids to shreds. And he'll do it flashily. Do we have a day to kill? Izuku asked. Are you saying we go take down Buggy the clown? Tenya asked. Sounds fun. Yui decided and pulled the two clowns she was drowning out of the water. You wouldn't mind giving us directions to your boss, would you? The three clown pirates looked at the blank-faced girl with abject horror. Pussies. Yui scoffed as she and the rest of the crew sailed towards the island Buggy was supposedly occupying. The three clowns were tied to each other. The rope holding them was tied to the back of the boat, dragging them along. They're clowns, sister dear. You can't expect much from them. Momo shook her head before looking up at the roof of the boat's small hut where Izuku was sitting and looking out into the distance. See anything, Izuku? Nothing yet. Izuku denied before tapping the roof of the hut. Tenya, did they have anything valuable in there? I have found some doubloons, Captain. Tenya informed from within the hut. Those belong to Captain Buggy. One of the clowns tied behind the boat shouted. Momo sent an unimpressed look at the particularly brave idiot before unsheathing her white sword and placing it over the rope that kept him and his friends from drifting off into the sea. The edge of the pure sword hovered over the rope. A few fibers were cut merely from grazing the wickedly sharp blade. He'll shut up now. The other two shouted. Momo lifted her sword before resheathing it with a quick motion. How many doubloons are we talking? Yui asked. Tenya stepped out with a small chest full to the brim with gold coins. It's a sizable amount of belly, to say the least. Izuku peered down from the roof and gave the cash a quick glance. I'd say about 100,000 at least. Nice. Still not enough for a ship. Momo shook her head in disappointment. We'd need more than a few million for one that can survive the Grand Line. Yui hummed before turning her eyes to the three clowns, all of whom flinched as soon as she made eye contact. Hey, fucknuts. Yes, ma'am. The three cried in unison. How much treasure does you boss have? Yui asked. At least 3 million worth, last we heard. One of them spoke fearfully. 3 million? Momo tapped her chin. I like the sound of that. I could also just enlarge the gold coins. Yui pointed out. No. Tenya and Momo said in unison before continuing. You'd actually be cutting their value in that case. Great, we got another nerd. Yui rolled her eyes. Guess we're the only cool ones on this crew, Izu. Ha! Momo barked out a laugh. Izuku is just as much of a nerd as you claim I am. Izuku can shoot lightning. Yui pointed out. I can in fact shoot lightning. Izuku spoke from his roof. That is pretty awesome. Tenya added in his own opinion. That's 3-1, sis. Yui said smugly. Momo pouted while Izuku and Tenya laughed. After a while of sailing, the crew and their 3 prisoners reached the current stomping grounds of One Buggy the Clown. So, this is the place? Yui asked the 3 bozos that were still tied up in the water. Weiss, ma'am. One of the clowns answered. Just follow the sound of partying and you'll find the rest of our crew in no time. We really like to party. Another one added. That's so. Izuku hummed before looking out into the island. It was full of buildings. I'll scout ahead from the sky. Then we'll scout from the ground. Momo nodded. The captain and first mate nodded to each other before the forest-haired boy created a small golden cloud. He proceeded to hop on and flew up into the sky of the island. Izuku left his crew on the ground, knowing they could handle things on their end while he scouted the sky. He flew over the buildings looking for to catch his eyes, and then he found it. Is that? Izuku thought when he saw a brown-haired girl running away from a few clown-looking pirates. He recognized that girl. That was the girl that was stealing from the civilian and pirate ships on the day Izuku, Momo, and Yui set out on their voyage. All 3 of them could tell the girl was stealing at the time, and all of them respected that. It seems like she stole something from them. Izuku frowned before smirking. Honor among thieves. Demon it. The brown-haired girl groused as the trio of bozos chased her. Get back here, you little thief. One of the clowns shouted. See my butt, ya bozo. The girl called over her shoulder. You little beach. The clown yelled. Come on, Chaco, think. The girl growled to herself before she noticed. The air pressure, it shifted? Strike down, Kintoan. Lightning rained from the clear sky, striking the 3 bozos and dropping them like a bunch of roasted flies. Wait a minute. The girl thought in recognition a second before a boy wearing a straw hat landed in front of her. It is you. You recognize me? Izuku asked with an easy smile. Well, it's hard to forget a guy who controls the weather. The girl pointed out. I suppose. Izuku tilted his head. So, what did you steal this time? What makes you think I'm stealing? The girl asked defensively. Well, it takes a thief to recognize a thief. Izuku pondered. You thief. The girl found herself chuckling a bit. So, you steal sheet too? Oh, absolutely. Izuku nodded. I'm a pirate after all. The smile on the girl's face vanished, replaced by a hateful scowl. That's a shift and a half. Izuku found himself caught off guard by the girl's change in disposition. Did I say something wrong? I hate pirates. The girl said tensely. Thanks for helping me, but if you're looking for a reward, you can PSS right off. I didn't want a reward, I just figured I'd help you out because you looked like you needed help. Izuku answered with a bright smile. My eyes. The girl covered her eyes in pain of the brightness in front of her. Are you okay? Izuku asked in concern. I'm fine. The girl insisted. Just peace off, stupid pirate. Did pirates hurt you? Izuku asked. That's none of your business. The girl scowled. Izuku shrugged. Fine, but can you tell me where I can find Buggy the Clown? Why? The brown-haired girl asked. I'ma beat his butt and rob him blind. Izuku said with a peace sign and a grin. The hell you will. The girl stomped. That clown son of a beach is my mark. Izuku hummed. It appears we are at an impasse. My name's Ochako. The girl supplied. So, Ochako. Izuku tipped his hat. You want Buggy's treasure, I want Buggy's treasure? I don't want it, Ochako said through gritted teeth. In need. IT. Izuku hummed and nodded. Alright, you can have it. Then. Wadash. Ochako froze as if she just heard something unbelievable. Repeat. You can have Buggy's treasure. Izuku said seriously. In fact, I'm willing to help you get it. Why? Ochako asked suspiciously. Because you need it. Izuku said as if it was obvious. I bet the rest of my crew would agree as well. What the hell type pirate crew would give up on treasure like that? Ochako asked gruffly. A different type of crew, I suppose. Izuku shrugged. I don't trust him. Tako thought. But I can use him, wouldn't be the first dumbass pirate I scam. Ochako looked at the earnest smile on Izuku's face. Fine then, Ochako nodded. I have a plan, but you have to listen to me. Sure. Izuku grinned. As long as I don't get roped into something stupid. Izuku found himself completely tied by a rope, courtesy of Ochako. Wow! Izuku exclaimed with a smile. I actually felt myself die a little on the inside. He looked at Ochako with that same smile on his face. We are not married, are we? Izuku asked jokingly. Ochako smirked before smacking the back of Izuku's head. Bark like a dog. Ochako led Izuku by the rope through the town before reaching a large collection of pirates. The brown-haired girl brought the straw-hatted boy to the apparent leader of the large crew, a blue-haired man with a large red nose. Once the two teens were in front of the pirate captain, Ochako pushed Izuku down to the floor in front of said captain. Best honeymoon ever. Ochako grinned. What? The red-nosed captain asked. Ochako coughed. Nothing. I meant to say that I got sick of my boss and the way he treats me, so I brought him to you so you'd accept me into your crew. I even brought the map he told me to steal from you. Oh well, why didn't you just say so? The clown captain laughed out. Buggy the clown. Sorry, got caught up in a bit. Ochako laughed sheepishly. I respect that. Buggy nodded. So, what's your name, girlie? It's Ochako, Captain. Ochako answered. Well, everyone. Buggy declared. Let's have a flashy party in celebration of our new crewmate, Ochako. The rest of the Buggy pirates cheered loudly at that. Izuku just looked at Ochako with a raised eyebrow. The brown-haired girl noticed and blew a raspberry at him before winking. Throw this little loser in a cage. Buggy shouted and pointed at Izuku. A few of Buggy's crew picked up the tied-up Izuku and tossed him in an iron and stone cage. Izuku mostly looked unimpressed. I wonder how Momo, Yui, and Tenya are doing. I feel it. Momo froze. So do I. Yui looked around. What is the matter? Tenya asked. The three of them were exploring the city together, but the two girls suddenly froze. Izuku just got himself into something stupid. Yui said before she broke out running. I'm coming to save you, babe. Same. Momo shouted and ran after her sister. Wait for me. Tenya shouted and ran after the both of them. They'll be fine. Izuku shrugged before a plate of food was placed in front of him by a smiling Ochako. Don't worry, I'm not actually selling you out here. Ochako reassured him. I wasn't worried about that. Izuku shook his head. You're a good person, Ochako, I can tell. You're an effing idiot. Ochako thought before walking away from him. Izuku watched her walk away with a smile before an explosion rattled his cage. The next thing Izuku heard was Buggy laughing like a madman. Oh, he has explosives. Izuku deduced when he noticed the smoking cannon that Buggy was standing on. So, what do you think? Buggy asked the newest member of his crew. Really impressive, boss. Ochako said with a nervous smile. What the hell kind of firepower is that? Isn't it though? Buggy grinned. This is my special buggy ball. It can level an entire town. I can tell. Ochako nodded, looking at the ruins left behind by the buggy ball. And now? Buggy hopped off of the cannon and aimed it at Izuku's cage. You'll use it on your old boss to show your loyalty to me and the crew. Sheet. Ochako's eyes widened and darted over to Izuku. Ah. Izuku thought dully. Should I act afraid? Well, what's the problem? Buggy asked. It's just. Ochako tried to think of an excuse. He never killed anyone before. First times are rough. Buggy nodded sympathetically. Don't worry though, we'll get you plenty of drinks to get you through your first kill jitters. Am I right, boys? Buggy's crew cheered as one for their captain's words. Ochako sent a panicked look at Izuku, who appeared remarkably calm at being about to die. "Why are you so calm, ya idiot pirate? What are you waiting for?" Buggy demanded. "Kill him flashily." Ochako's whole body was shaking at this point. "Alright, this seems like a good time," Izuku decided. "Good time?" Buggy looked at Izuku strangely. "Strike down," Izuku said. Static filled the air. "Kintoan." Lightning struck Izuku's cage, exploding it in a cloud of smoke and burning his ropes. Izuku stood from the wreckage and smoke of the cage and dusted himself off. Most of Buggy's crew yelled in panic, but Buggy didn't. "A devil fruit, huh?" Buggy asked while rubbing his chin. Izuku smirked. Buggy smirked back. "But you're not the only one." Izuku's smirk vanished as a sickening shink sound came from his gut. He looked down to see a disembodied hand stabbing several knives into his stomach. His eyes went to Buggy, who raised his handless arm with a mocking grin. "No!" Ochako shouted in horror. Izuku and Buggy stared at each other before Izuku's shocked expression turned back into a smirk and he vanished in a puff of smoke. "Huh!" Everyone's eyes bugged out in shock at seeing the straw-hatted boy disappear in a puff of smoke. Renewal spin kick. That cry was the only warning Buggy received before he found a foot crashing into his temple, sending him flying into a few of his crewmates. Ochako stared in shock as Izuku landed after kicking Buggy in the head. "Wah dash." Ochako was at a loss for words. Izuku turned to Ochako before picking her up in a princess carry. "Time to go." "Wait, waha?" Ochako screamed as Izuku began jumping away from the Buggy pirates. Buggy, in the meantime, had recovered from the kick and glared at the retreating boy. "Men, spread out and find the little bee. Bring me his head. And do it flashily." "So, out of curiosity," Izuku spoke to the terrified girl in his arms as he jumped from roof to roof. "What exactly was your plan?" "Use you to get close to them, wait until they drink themselves into unconsciousness, rob them, and let you out of the cage." Ochako cried while holding on to Izuku for dear life. "That's not a bad plan," Izuku admitted. "I honestly wouldn't have minded staying there a bit longer. Buggy's devil fruit seems really fascinating and I'd have loved to take notes on it." "Seriously?" Ochako looked at Izuku in disbelief. "Seeing new devil fruits isn't exactly a common thing, you know," Izuku told her. "And I love studying powers, so I get excited when I see devil fruit users." "You're so fucking weird," Ochako shouted. "Naihiha." Izuku laughed. "What did I get myself into?" Ochako wondered. "Izuku!" A shout reached their ears. Izuku grinned when he saw his crew running towards him. "Guys! So, this is your crew?" Ochako asked as Izuku came to a halt. Izuku grinned as his friends reached them. "Hey!" Momo looked at the girl in Izuku's arms. "Isn't that the same girl from before?" "The thief." Yui nodded. "I want Izuku to hold me like that." "A thief?" Tenya asked. "I suppose that we will turn her in to the dash." "We're pirates, Tenny," Izuku reminded the new recruit. "Ah," Tenya blushed. "Apologies, I forgot." "What's with this guy?" Ochako asked as Izuku led her down to her feet. "He used to be a marine." Yui answered. "Marine?" Ochako looked at Tenya with surprise. "A marine that chose to become a pirate." That made Ochako very angry. "But that can wait until I get all of that clown Biesturdy's treasure." Ochako pushed down her anger. "Hey guys." Izuku spoke up. "Change of plans, we're helping Ochako steal Buggy's treasure. We're not taking it for ourselves." Yui and Momo only needed to take one look at Izuku's eyes before they both huffed and nodded with a smile. "If that is your order." Tenya nodded. "But may I ask why?" "She needs the treasure." Izuku clapped Ochako on the back, surprising the girl. "That's all the reason I need." He was serious? Ochako wondered. Or is he playing the long con here? She pushed the thought aside for the time being. She had treasure to steal. The small pirate crew plus their temporary tagalong made their way through the abandoned streets of the town. "This place is a ghost town," Tenya observed. "Considering that Buggy has been in charge here for at least a month?" Ochako scoffed. It makes sense, med pirates. Momo and Yui side-eyed the girl, but stayed quiet. I suppose the residents have all fled or are in hiding. Tenya. Either would be the smart choice in their position. Izuku crossed his arms. Especially with that buggy ball that the clown has. What's that? Momo asked. A special cannonball. Ochako answered. The destructive power on that thing is scary. So that was what that explosion from earlier was. Tenya realized. But this, if a pirate has been occupying this town for a month, and especially if he has access to such powerful weaponry, why hasn't the Navy done anything yet? Ochako sent a sideways glance to Tenya. That's something I'd love to know myself, former Marine. Tenya looked down. Izuku was about to step between the two when he heard barking. The 5 teens' eyes were drawn to the barking. They saw a dirty and bruised dog glaring at them. Poor guy, Izuku said as he stepped slowly towards the dog. Hey there. The dog growled at Izuku, its fur standing on end. That's fine. I won't hurt you, Izuku promised as he crouched down in front of the dog. I promise. The dog's growling lessened. Izuku held out his hand to the dog. Did someone hurt you? The dog looked at Izuku's hand for a moment before pressing its snout against it, letting out a small whine. He's been hurt for a long time now. An old voice spoke. The person speaking was an old man wearing brown armor and carrying a spear on his back. Are you this dog's owner? Momo asked the man. No. The old man shook his head. Chaochu's owner was a dear friend of mine, but he's sadly no longer with us. Did Buggy kill him? Izuku asked. He did not. The man denied. Chaochu's owner was lost to disease before Buggy even set foot here, not that it makes his death any less tragic. The man introduced himself as the mayor of the town they were in. He also told them the story of Chaochu and his owner. Chaochu's owner was also the owner of the pet food shop, the store that Chaochu was standing guard over. The owner had apparently gotten ill and succumbed to his illness when he went searching for treatment. He had promised Chaochu that he'd return and tasked the loyal dog with guarding the store in his absence. So, Ochako looked at the dog sadly. He'll just stay here? Waiting for someone who'll never come back. It's tragic, Tenya said with a pain in his chest. He knew what it was like to lose someone precious to him. I think Chaochu does know his owner won't return. The mayor revealed. But this shop is all he has left of his owner. It's his treasure, Izuku said while crouching down next to Chaochu and rubbing his head. Isn't that right? Chaochu let out a small bark. It's quite impressive that you were able to befriend Chaochu so quickly. The mayor smiled. He's usually very confrontational. Because he has something to protect. Momo spoke seriously. I can understand that. Good dog. Yui agreed. And then the ground started shaking. An earthquake? Tenya asked. No. The mayor's eyes widened. It's Beast Tamer Moji. Man, that epithet is cool. Yui muttered. Can you not? Momo looked at her with disapproval. We have to get out of here now. The mayor said urgently. Why? Izuku asked, not at all bothered with the shaking ground. He'll kill us all. The mayor screamed. He'll feed us to his giant lion. A giant lion? Izuku asked excitedly. And just like that, Momo snapped her fingers. The chance of Izuku running has dropped to 0. You should get to safety, sir, Tenya said politely to the mayor. We'll handle things from here. Your children, the mayor shouted. Ochako. Izuku turned to the brown-haired thief. Mind getting the old man to safety? Don't have to ask me twice. Ochako nodded and grabbed the mayor's hand before dragging him off someplace safe. So, Izuku started. Dibs on punching the lion. Yui said while raising her hand. Nuts. Izuku snapped his fingers. All right, Yui has first dibs. I suppose we are not to step in unless she needs help? Tenya inquired. Pretty much. Momo confirmed. Not long after that, a large beast walked into sight with a man riding on its back. This is what I get sent to deal with? The man on top of the lion scoffed. A bunch of children? Beast tamer Moji. Just one. Yui said as her 3 crewmates stepped back. Me. The beast tamer let out a snort and prepared to direct his animal companion to attack the girl when said lion's attention went elsewhere. Richie, what are you doing? He noticed where his lion was trying to lead him, a pet food shop. You're hungry. Moji sighed. He knew Richie wouldn't listen to him until he got what he wanted. Chaochu stepped up in front of the lion, barking angrily. If your kitty is hungry, he'll have to get his food somewhere else. Yui said seriously as she cracked her knuckles. That shop belongs to Chaochu, and he isn't sharing. Moji smirked and stepped off of Richie to stand in front of the dog. He won't so much as bare his fangs in protest once I show you my incredible dash. Chaochu chomped down on Moji's hand. Izuku, Momo and Tenya snickered from where they stood as the beast tamer flailed and cried from the small dog's vicious assault. Let go! Moji cried and tried to slam Chaochu into the ground, but Yui caught his hand before he could. Some beast tamer you are. Yui said with her usual monotone as Chaochu let go of Moji's hand and went back to sit in front of the shop. Can't tame such a small dog. Moji glared at the girl holding his arm. She's stronger than she looks. Moji thought once he realized that he couldn't escape her grip. A worthless punk like that isn't worth taming. I'll just feed him to Richie after I tear down that shopa. His words were cut off when Yui's fist buried itself deep in his stomach. Bad move. Yui said quietly before letting go of Beast Tamer and jumping out of the way when the lion tried jumping at her. Yui stared blankly at the lion growling at her. The beast stood protectively over its heaving and coughing. Wife, little beach. Moji wheezed, feeling as if his stomach was punched clean through. Richie, kill her. The lion roared and charged at the girl. Yui simply maintained her stoic expression, rolling a few pebbles under her heel. Once Richie was right on her, Yui stepped back while kicking one of the pebbles under her foot at the lion. Moa Moa no rock cannon X50. Yui called out. The pebble she kicked instantly grew in size. From a small rock, it was now about a meter in diameter. The rock impacted Richie in the stomach, earning a whine from the large feline as it was sent flying back. Richie! Moji shouted. I almost feel bad for that lion, having such a pathetic master like you. Yui said coldly while picking up a pebble from the ground and rolling it in her hand. Pathetic? Moji demanded. Yup. Yui nodded. So pathetic that you'd attempt to destroy the only thing a small dog has of his dead owner. I hate people like you, spiteful assholes who think they can take whatever they want with no consequences. You make me sick. Moji glared fearfully at the girl. If you kill me, Captain Buggy will come for you. You have no idea how horrifying his devil fruit can be. And you don't seem to realize how scary mine is. Yui said while rolling the pebble in her hand. She made that rock grow. Moji realized. Then, you have a devil fruit as well? Yui's eyes narrowed as she drew her arm back, clenching her fist around the pebble. Moa Moa no. Moji's eyes widened in fear as he forced himself to his feet and tried to run away. Stay away from me. Rifle X-35. Yui shouted and threw the pebble at Moji's back, the small rock shooting like a bullet. Moji screamed in pain as the pebble hit his lower back and went straight through him, coming out of his stomach covered in blood. The beast tamer fell to the ground, clutching his bleeding wound. Yui stared at the enemy pirate with disgust as he cried his eyes out. She didn't even hit anywhere lethal. So this is what the buggy pirates have to offer? Izuku asked as he stepped up beside Yui, looking at Moji with clear disdain. The two noticed Richie had recovered, but the lion was refusing to move from his spot, his eyes fixed on Yui. The quiet girl huffed and gestured to the downed beast tamer. Both of you get lost. Richie quickly went to his master before picking him up with his jaw and running away. While they watched the lion and its tamer run off, Chaochu went up to Yui and nuzzled her leg with his face. A small smile rose to Yui's normally blank face as she crouched down to pet Chaochu. Don't worry, they won't hurt your treasure, Chaochu. Masterfully done, Yui. Tenya complimented as he and Momo approached Izuku and Yui. As expected of you. Momo nodded appreciatively. Yui shrugged. guy was a serious weakling. You beat him? The four turned to see Ochako and the mayor staring at them in shock. You actually beat one of Buggy's first mates? The mayor shouted, in disbelief. That was a first mate? Momo asked in distaste. That's just insulting. I agree. Izuku nodded. I say we go air out our grievances with Buggy and his crew, personally. As you say. Tenya agreed. Thought you'd never ask. Momo gripped her swords. Let's kick some butt. Yui cracked her knuckles. Don't worry, sir. Izuku addressed the mayor. By the end of the day, your town will be free of Buggy the Clown. The mayor could do nothing but watch silently as the four pirates walked past him and Ochako, their intent clear. I'd call them crazy, Tako thought. But if the other two are as strong as Izuku and the quiet girl, damn it. I still want my treasure. Ochako ran after them, much to the mayor's surprise. Good to have you on board. Izuku grinned at the brown-haired girl as she fell in line with them. I'm doing this for the treasure you promised me. Ochako narrowed her eyes. After that we're done. If you say so. Izuku shrugged. Buggy watched his whining and bleeding first mate with clear annoyance. You got your butt handed to you by a little girl. Buggy repeated for the 12th time. Am I getting that right? She has a devil fruit, Captain. Moji yelled again. And a really strong one too. Buggy sighed irritably. He knew how devil fruits could change the flow of a fight, but that didn't change how pathetic his first mate was being. Shall I go dispose of them? Buggy's other first mate asked. Kabeji the acrobat. Before Buggy could respond, a loud crackling sound rang out from outside of Buggy's tent. What the hell? Buggy wondered before one of his subordinates ran into the tent in a panic. Captain Buggy! The subordinate shouted. It's those kids. They're here. Looks like they saved us the trouble. Buggy smirked. The clown stood up from his chair and strode out of his tent to see the same straw hat-wearing brat standing over the charred remains of his cannon. So you returned? Buggy asked. I can at least respect a man who faces his death with dignity. I can respect a man who can wear so much makeup in public. Izuku offered back. Okamas get such a bad rep. Buggy nodded understandingly. Honestly, I agree, I'm not an Okama. Nihei. Izuku chuckled lowly. You're a cheeky brat, aren't you? Buggy seethed, his eyes glaring specifically at the hat on Izuku's head. And that hat really pisses me off. My hat? Izuku wondered. It looks exactly like the one that BGMI Shanks used to wear. Buggy shouted. Izuku heard that name before. Red-haired Shanks. That's the a-hole. Buggy felt his anger grow at the recollection of his old best friend rival. Shanks was his rival and enemy. He always wore a hat just like that one. And I hate his guts. Izuku hummed and placed a hand on his hat. Normally, I'd want to know more. Izuku admitted. It sounds like you two have some interesting history, and I'd also love to know more about your devil fruit, but let's just say I'm not in the mood. Today. That makes two of us, brat. Buggy agreed. You waltz up to my turf. You humiliate me in front of my crew. You take down one of my first mates. And you even broke my favorite cannon. And how does that compare to all of the people whose lives you've ruined here? Izuku challenged. Houses ruined, people dead, families torn apart. I'm a pirate, boy. Buggy scoffed. This is what I do. I'm a pirate as well. Izuku glared at the clown. But what you do makes me sick. I don't care what you think. Buggy glared back. Corpses don't have opinions. It was then that a disembodied hand stabbed a handful of knives into Izuku's back. You should have watched your back, brat. Buggy sneered. Right back at you. Izuku smirked before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Again? Buggy's eyes widened before he was kicked in the temple for the second time that day. Gah! Did you seriously forget I could do that? Izuku asked as he landed where Buggy stood not a second before. In my defense. Buggy started as he picked himself up from the ground. I have had a lot on my plate today. Hope you're not full yet, because we're just getting started. Izuku cracked his neck and unfurled his green tail from his waist. What the hell kind of devil fruit did you eat? Buggy asked in confusion. Lightning, clones, a tail? What the hell are you? Izuku smirked. Ever heard of a mythical Zoan? Buggy's eyes widened in horror. You're bluffing. Call my bluff then. Izuku challenged. In case you haven't noticed, brat. Buggy raised his arms, calling his whole crew to him. You're outnumbered. Izuku hummed. So it would seem. Your friend might have taken down Moji, but you're totally alone here. Buggy gloated. Mythical Zoan or not, you can't take down my whole crew. Want to stress test that? Izuku offered. I heard you have another first mate, is he as weak as the other one? Bold words for someone not on a unicycle. Kabeji said as he rolled up to his captain's side. And if I were you, I'd prepare my vital organs for this next attack. The unicycle rider rushed at Izuku with his sword at the ready. Izuku stood calmly with his arms crossed. The sword was stopped an inch from Izuku's face by another sword. Not on my watch. Momo said with narrowed eyes, her red bandana wrapped around her head and shadowing her eyes. This is my fight, Izuku. The buggy pirates stared in surprise at the girl that seemingly appeared from nowhere to block Kabeji's strike. Go ahead. Izuku smiled at her. Should give Tenya enough time to deal with the small fry. Before anyone could wonder what that meant, the buggy pirates began to fall one by one. The culprit was a blue blur that hopped from pirate to pirate before stopping at Izuku's side. Threat eliminated, Captain. Tenya adjusted his glasses. Izuku smirked at his newest crew member before nodding to Momo. You got this. I do. Momo smirked back. Izuku looked over to Buggy and gestured with his head. Buggy. Towards Izuku's back before launching at him. Blades emerged from the front of the shoes as they flew towards Izuku. Buggy cackled in his victory before Izuku sighed. His tail lashed out behind him, wrapping around the dismembered feet and preventing them from moving. Buggy's eyes bugged out. That was kind of clever. Izuku smiled. But I expected it. Please be gentle. Buggy asked. No. Izuku's smile widened before he slammed Buggy's disembodied head into the ground. Izuku, Tenya, and Momo looked over the defeated and tied-up pirate crew. We'll leave these idiots here for the Marines to find. Izuku decided. They should have no problem getting here now that the issue is already resolved. I would be offended, but I can't even deny what you're saying. Tenya sighed. Do you think Yui and Ochako are done on their end? We are. The three teens turned to see Yui and Ochako walking towards them, each carrying large sacks of treasure over their shoulders. These scumbags had a nice haul. Ochako smirked and patted the sack on her right shoulder. And it's all yours. Izuku grinned. Ochako's smirk turned into a more genuine smile. Thanks. But now that the pirates here aren't an issue. Momo spoke up. I feel we should leave. Yeah. Izuku nodded. Let's get going. Wait. The mayor shouted as he ran up to them. You're leaving already? You saved our town. We need to have a celebration. Can you even afford one? Izuku asked seriously. With everything that happened, you shouldn't waste resources on us. Besides, all that happened here was just a scrap between pirate crews. Your town being saved was just a byproduct of that. The mayor stared at Izuku in shock. Let's go, guys. Izuku said. The mayor watched the kids walk off. He clenched his fists before shouting after them. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. Izuku smiled before he broke out running, inciting the other four teens with him to match his pace. As they ran, Yui noticed that Ochako was missing one of the sacks that she was carrying earlier. When asked about it, Ochako just smiled bashfully. I guess I must have dropped it. Back with the mayor, he noticed something that was left behind by the five teens, a sack full of treasure that would no doubt help with rebuilding the town. These kids might have been pirates? The mayor thought. But they saved this town. The four teens reached the docks where their boats were. The pirates helped Ochako load up her treasure to her boat, much to the girl's surprise. You were serious about giving me all of the treasure? Ochako asked, still not believing it. You need it, don't you? Izuku placed his hands on his hips. So I don't see a reason why you shouldn't have it. Why you don't know what I need it for? Ochako pointed out. Maybe, but I know I can trust you. Izuku grinned. Trust me? Ochako thought with shock. Is he seriously that dumb? We hope you manage to achieve what you set out to collect treasure. For Momo said politely while bowing to Ochako before going to untie their boat. Thanks. Ochako nodded. I guess this is goodbye, then. Does it have to be? Izuku asked. I wouldn't mind if you join our crew. Not happening. Ochako denied. I told ya, I hate pirates. Then why not just travel with us for a bit? Yui offered. You got a bunch of treasure today thanks to us. If you stick around, you might even find more. The thought had actually crossed Ochako's mind, but she was surprisingly reluctant to go through with it. And hey, Izuku realized, it won't be as dangerous for you, since we'd be able to protect you. She looked at the earnest smile on the green-haired boy's face. You're so weird. So, what do you say? Izuku offered a hand to Ochako. Want to come along? Diamen it. Ochako found her hand holding Izuku's before she realized what happened. For now. Awesome. Izuku cheered. I can use this. Ochako looked at Izuku's happy face. I can use him and his crew to make some quick headway and then cut my losses, but why do I hate the idea of doing that to them? This boat isn't as comfortable as Kintoan. Yui muttered as she stared up at the sky, laying on her back. I'd assume a wooden boat isn't as comfortable as a fluffy gold cloud. Ochako pointed out from her own boat. Comfort is something we will have to account for when we acquire our own ship. Tenya mused while adjusting his glasses. There's a lot to consider when it comes to purchasing a vessel. Momo said while cleaning her white sword. She was sitting on the edge of the boat, dipping her feet in the sea. Durability, speed, handling, price. Not to mention the other things that go into running the ship and the crew. Tenya continued her line of thought. We must also consider what type of crew members we will require. I'd say our highest priority would be acquiring a navigator, a doctor, and a cook. That's probably a good idea. Izuku muttered as he was lazily draped over the cabin's roof on his back, his hat covering his eyes. None of us can really cook or knows an awful lot about medicine beyond the basics. And while I'm not horrible at navigating, I think a dedicated navigator is a definite must-have, also a musician. Well, I won't argue with us getting a musician on the crew. Tenya nodded. But I must stress that a cook, a doctor, and a navigator are more of a priority. You're probably right, Izuku said while lifting his hat from his eyes to stare at the sky. But where will we find all three? I'm just gonna stay quiet. Ochako thought to herself. Let's worry about getting a ship first. Momo decided as she finished cleaning her sword and returned it to its sheath. Do you think Gold Roger had to go through this? Izuku asked no one in particular. It's entirely possible. Momo mused. I suppose even the king of the pirates had to start from somewhere. Gold Roger, the man who attained wealth, fame, power, and everything else the world had to offer. He was the legend known throughout the world as the King of the Pirates, a man whose dying words drove countless to seas. On his execution, Roger spoke to the world. You want my treasure? You can have it. I left all of it in one place, now you just have to find it. It was those words that pushed so many people to raise a Jolly Roger and sail the seas in pursuit of dreams greater than they could ever hope to imagine. Gold Roger's dying words were the start of the Great Pirate Era. Wait a minute. Ochako muttered. Is that why you became a pirate? You want to find the One Piece? That's the goal, yeah. Izuku rolled onto his stomach and looked down at Ochako. We'll brave the Grand Line, go on adventure after adventure, we'll find the One Piece. And I'll become the king of the pirates. That's one hell of a dream. Ochako snorted. There's no guarantee that the One Piece even exists. For all you know, Gold Roger made the whole thing up. Isn't that part of the fun? Izuku asked her. Open a chest, it might turn out great. Until then, it's just a crate. Where did you get that? Ochako asked. I had a dream where a boy with really big stupid-looking pants said that. He had like a whole bunch of sayings called the Salvager's Code. Izuku grinned. Number 5 is my favorite. Always be dash. Yeah, we don't need to hear that. Ochako cut him off with a chuckle. Suit yourself. Izuku shrugged and rolled onto his back. But even if the One Piece doesn't exist, isn't worth it to try to find out? To chase that dream to wherever it may lead you? Don't you have a dream, Ochako? A dream, huh? Ochako muttered, throwing a look at the boatload of treasure these pirates helped her get. You can say that. And isn't that dream worth fighting for? Momo asked. To do everything in your power to pursue it, even if it may not pan out the way you wanted? Ochako couldn't deny that. But my dream is one I have to see through no matter what. It's not some fairy tale to chase. On a certain island, a young boy, no older than 12, was sitting on a tree branch, looking out into the ocean through a paper telescope. The boy had dark skin and messy brown hair. His hazel eyes were hidden behind a pair of rectangular black glasses. The boy's face was set in a serious frown as he scanned the waters for any sign of danger. Hey, Tan. Found anything yet? A mocking voice startled the boy. The boy lowered his telescope and looked down, seeing 3 other kids, each of them around 3 years younger than him, standing at the base of the tree with mocking grins on their faces. The boy frowned at seeing them. Piss off, the glasses-wearing boy said while going back to look out at the ocean. Eyesores. What was that? One of the boys, he had green hair in a shape resembling a bell pepper, demanded. Don't think that just because Miss Kaya likes you that you're worth something. Another one of the boys yelled, his hair resembled a carrot. You stupid orphan. If I was a brat like you 3, I'd be glad that I'm an orphan. The boy muttered. Then I wouldn't have parents to be disappointed in how much of a little snuffer I am. The 3 boys all gasped before running off crying that they were going to tell their parents. Pricks. The boy scoffed and refocused on the ocean. They can say what they want, I'll keep this island safe for Lady Kaya. It was then that he saw it. 2 boats were approaching the island, and one of those boats carried a black flag bearing a Jolly Roger. That Jolly Roger. The boy muttered. The buggy pirates? The boy quickly folded his paper telescope and put it in the bag slung on his shoulder before hopping off of the tree and running to the beach where the boats would dock. He had to get there quickly to prepare the traps. I won't let any bloody pirates hurt Lady Kaya or the village. The boy said seriously as he ran. Land ho! Izuku chuckled as he jumped out of the boat, landing on the sand with a happy sigh. Being on such a small boat for so long is so anxiety-inducing when you have a devil fruit. Yui hummed her agreement as she jumped off the boat as well. Hopefully, we find a bigger one here. Otherwise, I'd rather we just use Kintoan until we find a proper ship. Wouldn't Izuku's cloud be more anxiety-inducing? Ochako asked as she stepped off her boat. I mean, I love the idea of flying high in the sky on a golden cloud as much as the next gal, but if I had a devil fruit like you, it'd be pretty DMN scary. Not at all. Yui shook her head. Tenya and Momo got off of the boat as well in the meantime. I know Izuku would never let anything happen to me. Yui said with absolute certainty. You really trust him, huh? Ochako muttered. Both of us do. Momo answered. We trust Izuku with our lives. Just as I trust them with mine. Izuku smiled at his 2 oldest friends before raising his hand for everyone to stand still. Izuku closed his eyes, focusing on trying to hear what was going on around him. He heard a rustle in the bushes. Izuku opened his eyes and crouched down, grabbing a small stone from the sandy ground before standing up and tossing it lightly at the bush where he heard the rustling. Ow! The rest of the crew froze at the sound of a young voice crying out in pain from the bush. They all stared at the rustling bush as a young dark-skinned boy stood from the bush while glaring at Izuku. Did I hurt you somewhere? Izuku asked. You hit my head. The boy informed while rubbing his head at the spot the rock hit. It's a good thing I didn't throw it hard then. Izuku smiled. So, who are you? The boy kept up his glare. I don't have to give my name to you, buggy pirates. The boy declared. Just know that I won't let you harm my village. Oh, we're not buggy pirates. Tenya told the boy. You have the Jolly Roger on your boat. The boy pointed out. Yes, because we stole it from them. Momo explained. Besides, we took them all down. I doubt they'll ever bother else again. You lot defeated the buggy pirates? The boy asked in slight disbelief. Yup. Yui nodded. They set us off, so we beat their sorry buttes. Well, you don't seem like you're lying. The boy considered. Very well, I apologize for assuming you're pirates. No, you were right about that, we are pirates. Izuku shook his head. We're just not buggy pirate, wow. Izuku jumped to the side to avoid a chunk of rock being launched at him by a ballista that sprang up near the dark-skinned boy. I won't allow you to hurt anyone. The boy declared. We're not here to hurt people. Tenya insisted. We're just looking for a ship, we don't want trouble. Of course you say that. The boy pushed up his glasses. Now that you're helpless in my trap. Trap. Ochako tilted her head. Less than a second later, a net rose up from the sand under the crew's feet and closed around them, leaving them all tied on the sand. All according to plan. The boy stated while adjusting his glasses. Did your plan account for swords? Momo asked. The boy froze. Momo quickly cut the net, freeing the crew who stood up and looked at the boy. A for effort, that trap was really cool. Izuku complimented the boy. The boy looked at the pirates fearfully. Relax, kid. Ochako told him. None of us are here to hurt ya. But you're all pirates. The boy said. I ain't. Ochako shook her head. And these guys, they're harmless. Really just a bunch of rookie pirates looking for a ship. So you're not here to hurt everyone in the village? The boy asked. That's not something we were planning. Tenya hummed. And not something we do either. Izuku continued. We're just looking for a ship, failing that, just a place to stock up on supplies. Oh. The boy relaxed. And you promise you won't hurt the people in the village? Promise. Izuku nodded. Very well. The boy sighed in relief. I'll take you there then, I'll show you where you can get some supplies. You sure are cooperative all of a sudden. Momo crossed her arms. This isn't another trap, is it? And not this time. The boy denied. All right then. Izuku believed the boy. I'm Izuku, by the way. Teian. The boy introduced himself. Teian. Come along, Teian said as he gestured the crew to follow him. I'll show you to the village. I must stress, do try not to cause trouble. Teian told them as he led them inside of Syrup Village. And try not to mention your pirates. Sure, sure. Izuku nodded along. Whatever. Yu shrugged. As they walked through the village, various people greeted Teian and asked about them. Teian just answered that they were all travelers stopping by for supplies, and people left it at that. After a while, the crew plus Teian went to a small restaurant to eat. So, you seem well known here, Teian. Tenya observed. Well, it's only natural. Teian stated while adjusting his glasses. I am the smartest person on the island. Smart enough to know where we can get a ship. Yui asked. There's not really a place like that here. Teian shook his head. What about that mansion on the outskirts of the village? Izuku wondered. Think they might have a spare ship they'd be willing to part with? Absolutely not. Teian slammed his hand on the table. You lot are not to bother Lady Kaya. Kaya? Momo tilted her head. Is that the name of the one who lives there? Teian narrowed his eyes. Do not go near her, Lady Kaya is dash. All right. Izuku shrugged. Pardon? Teian floundered. This Kaya is important to you, right? Izuku asked. So we won't go near her if it means that much to you. Thank you. Teian said quietly. Who is she though? Ochako asked. She's the single most caring, kind, and compassionate person to ever live. Teian said seriously. And she's been caring for me since I was left abandoned here. You're an orphan? Yui asked quietly. Indeed. Teian nodded. I was left here when I was less than 3 years old, but Lady Kaya's parents took me in, and Lady Kaya was like a big sister to me. So why are you hanging out here instead of there with her? Izuku asked. I was kicked out. Teian answered. After Lady Kaya's parents died, the head butler Klahador kicked me out. He kicked you out? All of the crew asked in disgust. Why I ought to? Ochako seethed. Lady Kaya is ill. Klahadore asserted that having me around made her condition worse. Taion explained sadly. That's awful. Momo lowered her eyes. That bastard deserves a sword where the sun doesn't shine. It is what it is. Taion shook his head. I'm more than used to living on my own. Yeah, we know what that's like too. Yui said in her usual monotone. But why would Kaya let you get kicked out? Izuku asked. She doesn't really know. Taion admitted. You see, she wasn't told that I was kicked out, she was told that I simply decided to leave the mansion and live on my own. So she doesn't even know what's really happening? Tenya asked in disbelief. She's in no condition to worry about me. Taion frowned. Truthfully, as long as I know that she is well, that's all I need. You're a good kid, Taion. Momo said earnestly, catching Taion by surprise. Thank you. Taion muttered. After a few minutes, Taion stood up. I'll be leaving now. Taion told them. Please, finish your business on this island and leave without much fuss. You got it. Izuku saluted the younger boy as he left. Izuku waited a minute after Taion walked out of the door. We're going to that mansion. Izuku decided. It took you more time than I expected. Momo observed. That butler needs a kick in the D-. Yui said seriously. Honestly, I agree. Ochako nodded. Just kicking a boy out of his house, what an a-hole. We should also inform Lady Kaya. Tenya added. If she cares for Taion even half as much as he does for her, then she'll be furious at what happened. So we're in agreement. Izuku nodded. Let's go. Through their way to the mansion. Tenya had wanted to go to the front gate and ring the bell. Yui smacked him upside the head for it. The 5 teens instead found a wall farther from the gate and flew over it on Kintoan. As they touched down on the immaculately trimmed grass, Izuku adjusted his hat. Now, if I was a piece of sheet butler who kicks kids out of their homes, where would I be? Izuku muttered dangerously. Excuse me. A sickly voice whispered. Who are you all? The crew looked up to see a blonde girl with pale, sickly skin looking at them curiously from a window. Ochako floundered. Traveling entertainers. Izuku answered quickly. Entertainers? The girl coughed. Yup. Izuku grinned. For example, ever seen a guy put himself in a headlock? Izuku called forth a clone of himself in a puff of smoke before proceeding to choke it out, causing it to disappear in another puff of smoke. The sickly girl let out a few giggles at the comedic sight. How did you do that? Magic. Izuku grinned and waved his hands. Excuse me, miss. Tenya spoke. Are you Kaya? Yes. The girl confirmed. How do you know of me? Taion told us about you. Momo informed her. Taion. The girl's eyes widened. Is he well? He was fine last time we saw him. Yui said blandly. I haven't seen him since he left the mansion 2 years ago. Kaya whispered sadly. You mean kicked out? Izuku scowled. Kicked out? Kaya repeated. Lady Kaya. A shout of concern got their attention. Everyone turned to see a tall man with light back hair and round glasses run towards them. You miscreants. Get out of Lady Kaya's mansion. The tall man demanded. Klahadore. Kaya coughed. At the mention of the name, all 5 teens grew hostile. So you're Klahadore? Izuku asked. Static began to build in the air around him. That is my name. The man said while adjusting his glasses in a way that Tenya found off, using the base of his palm to push them up. Klahadore? Something is off about this man. Tenya thought seriously. That means you're the asshat who kicked Taion out. Ochako accused. What? Kaya coughed in surprise. Klahadore glared at the 5 teens. All of them recognized the urge to kill in his eyes. This guy is no normal butler. Momo thought while gripping her swords. Klahadore, is what they're saying true? Kaya asked. Klahadore forced himself to calm down and turned to Kaya. Simply prepostero dash. You lot. The young-sounding voice caused Klahadore to freeze. Taion ran straight at the crew. I told you to stay away from here. Taian chastised them. Taian? Kaya whispered. Taian's eyes snapped up to see Kaya staring down at him. Lady Kaya? You've grown so much. Kaya smiled. How have you been? I've been well. Taian confirmed. I just came to get these mutters out of your hair. For a moment, Klahadore sighed in relief. They told me that Klahadore kicked you out. Kaya said, causing Klahadore to choke. Is that true? Klahadore glared at the bespectacled boy before whispering. Keep your mouth shut and get lost, boy. Taian glared back at the butler. Taian, did you leave the mansion because Klahadore forced you to? Kaya reiterated. Taian nodded. Ye-dash. Because I caught him stealing. Klahadore exclaimed. What? Taian looked at Klahadore in shock. I never stole a T-dash. This little thief was taking money out of the vault. Klahadore pointed an accusing finger at Taian. I was merely doing my dash. You're lying. Taian shouted. Lady Kaya, I'd never. I caught you taking money out of the vault myself. Klahadore insisted. But what's the problem with that? Kaya asked. Huh. Everyone looked at her blankly. There was no problem if you took money out of the vault, Taian. Kaya said. You're part of the family, it's your money as well. Klahadore choked. You kicked my little brother out on the streets because of that? Kaya glared at Klahadore before devolving into coughs. You see. Klahadore tried to come up with something. I never took money to begin with. Taian muttered. So there was even less reason. Kaya looked genuinely angry. It was such a strange sight for Taian, he'd never seen her angry. It was a strange sight for Izuku and the crew as well. That rage-filled expression did not belong on the girl's kind face. And my lady? Klahadore tried to speak. We will be having words about this, Klahadore. Kaya stated coldly, letting out a small cough. Needless to say, your position as head butler is terminated. Klahadore gritted his teeth in anger. Now leave us until I call for you again. Kaya told him. Klahadore looked ready to attack someone, but he schooled his features and nodded before leaving. Izuku, Yui, and Momo shared a look before nodding. Klahadore was an issue beyond just kicking Taian out behind Kaya's back, and he was an issue that they'd deal with personally. Thank you all for bringing the truth to my attention. Kaya said as the anger dissipated from her face, replaced by a tired smile. Don't mention it. Izuku grinned. Taian helped us out earlier, so we wanted to help him too. Taian looked at Izuku in shock. I'm so glad you made such good friends, Taian. Kaya smiled at her little brother. You're free to come back and live here. I'm sorry for not helping you sooner. Taian felt tears build up in his eyes, but he quickly wiped those away. The crew smiled at each other. It was nice to do good sometimes. I truly owe you. Taian said. I am free to return to my home now. Well, that's what friends do, Taian. Izuku told the younger boy. The two boys were sitting on a cliffside on the edge of the island, looking out into the ocean. The rest of Izuku's crew were hanging around with Kaya to keep her safe, since they figured leaving her unattended would be dangerous. I know I told you lot to get lost fast, but now I'm... Taian sighed. I sort of wish you'd stay for a little while longer. You're bound to have some interesting stories from your travels. Not too many. Izuku chuckled. But I hope to change that, to see lots and lots of cool things on my adventure. Sounds wonderful. Taian admitted. Lady Kaya and I have never really been off this island. I remember nothing from before her parents took me in. But Lady Kaya and we used to read these books about faraway places. For example, did you know that there is an island somewhere that rains lightning? Really? Izuku asked. I mean, I can rain lightning whenever I want, but an island where it happens? That sounds cool. Yes. Taian nodded before reaching into his bag and pulling out a notepad. I used to read about these places, and I try to draw them as best as I could. Lady Kaya really liked them. Taian showed off his drawings to Izuku. Whoa! Izuku exclaimed. That's amazing, Taian. Taian's notepad was full of drawings of jungles and various other landscapes. It probably pales in comparison to the real thing. Taian closed the notepad. I wish to see these places for myself, and to draw them then. Maybe make a book. That sounds like a pretty grand dream. Izuku grinned at Taion. You think so? Taion blushed and looked away. Well, thank you. That little beach. The two boys jumped in surprise at the loud shout. The shout came from below the cliff where they were sitting. The two slowly neared the edge and peered over it while trying to keep hidden. They were greeted by the sight of Klahadore and a man neither of them recognized. The former was screaming bloody murder. 3 years. 3 years I've been planning this. Klahadore shouted at the other man. I was a step away from the peace and luxury I deserve. But now... Calm yourself, Kuro. The other man, dressed in a long blue coat and a wide-brimmed hat, spoke with a very strange accent. One knew Django. What the hell happened to your voice, Django? Klahadore asked. What are you talking about? The man asked with his strange drawl growing louder and more pronounced. I've always spoken. Seriously, did you get more brain damage? Klahadore raised an eyebrow. Like this. Django finished. And worry not, oh Captain, my Captain. Our goal is within reach. The rest of our crew is on their way, and will arrive right before nightfall. If we act quick, we will. Did you hit your head since I was gone? Klahadore insisted. I swear, you've never spoken like this before. Prevail! Django exclaimed. Did he call him Kuro? Taion muttered. There's no way. What? Izuku asked in a whisper. Kuro of 100 plans. Taion whispered in horror. But he's dead. Caught and executed by the Marines 3 years ago. So he faked his death. Izuku realized. And he's been masquerading as Lady Kaya's butler this whole time. Taion glared down at Klahadore and Django. He's been talking about getting a life of luxury. Izuku muttered. If I had to guess, I'd say he was planning on killing Kaya and taking her fortune. Like I'll let him. Taion seethed. The two kept listening, finally hearing the location where the pirates would arrive at. Sit tight, Izuku said as he prepared to jump down. I'll kick their butts. No. Taion grabbed Izuku's shirt. Let's fall back for now. If we jump headfirst with no plan, we'll surely regret it. Izuku looked at Taion's scowl before nodding. The two boys left the cliffside as quietly as they could before running back in the direction of the mansion. Klahadore is a pirate? Kaya exclaimed in shock before devolving into coughs. Kaya's other butler, a goat-looking man named Mary, fretted over the sickly girl. Kuro, Tenya muttered. To think he was alive all this time. You have some history with him? Momo asked, leaning on a table while tapping a finger on her white sword. Not me. Tenya shook his head. But the one who caught him was Captain Morgan. Incompetent a-hole. Yui scoffed. His right hand is 1-2 Django. Taion pointed out. A man known for his hypnotic prowess. He likely hypnotized both Morgan and the fake Kuro for this plan to work. So what's our next move? Tenya asked. Well, I'd say we stop them. Ochako said before thinking. What the hell did I just say? Getting involved with these asshats is the last thing I'd want right now. Well, naturally. Taion said while adjusting his glasses. So for that, I have devised a strategy. Mary, please escort Lady Kaya out of the room. Mary complied and led Kaya away, the sickly girl looking at Taion worriedly. The crew looked at the boy curiously. We know that the ship will arrive from the southern port. Taion started. From there, the pirates will proceed to the village where they intend to slaughter everyone. When all of that happens, Kuro is planning on killing Lady Kaya and everyone in the mansion himself. Defeating Kuro is out of the question, so we will be using various traps to dash. I could take him. Izuku scoffed. Pardon? Taion blinked. I could take him. Izuku repeated. Trust me, he's not a problem. You're severely underestimating him. Taion shook his head. Kuro is a strategic genius and possesses a technique that allows him to move faster than the eye can see. Like your Soru Tenny? Izuku asked his blue-haired crewmate. Taion blinked at Tenya. Soru. Tenya suddenly blurred out of view. Where? Taian started before he felt a tap on his shoulder. He looked behind him to see Tenya standing there. How? It's a technique I learned from my brother. Tenya explained. And I've heard of Kuro's technique, a cheap imitation of mine. From what I heard, Kuro could only achieve a similar speed, but not control it. He has no control of his finer movements when he uses his technique. Brilliant! Taian muttered in awe of Tenya, his glasses sliding down his nose. You match his speed. Well, other than Ochako, every member of our crew could defeat Kuro. Tenya pointed out. No offense. None taken. Ochako assured him. And I ain't part of your crew. If that is the case. Taian muttered. I think I have a few ideas. It was after sundown. The evening shadows covered the mansion. No sound was heard other than soft, barely audible footsteps. Along with the low shrills of the wind, accompanied by the soft rasping of blades rubbing against each other. I have to act fast. The owner of the blades thought. If I kill them all now, my plan will still come to fruition. He walked through the dark mansion. The only sound echoing throughout the halls were his footsteps and blades. He made his way to the only room in the mansion that had the lights on. Standing in front of the door, the man raised his hands. Both of them were clad in gloves that had swords attached to the fingertips. With a quick motion, the man cut the door to ribbons, leaving the room open for him to enter. The sword-fingered man stepped inside of the room, but was surprised at what was waiting for him there. The man uttered, "Hello, Kuro." Taian greeted, sitting on a couch with a book in his hand. The man froze for a moment. So, you figured me out, brat? Kuro seethed. Kuro, of 100 plans. Quite easily, yes. Taian nodded while flipping a page on his book. Kuro snorted in contempt. So what? You knowing changes nothing. As long as I kill all of you, all of Lady Kaya's money will be mine. Who will you kill? Taian asked. There's nobody in this mansion other than whoever currently occupies this room. So you moved Kaya somewhere else, sneaky brat. Kuro scoffed. But that doesn't matter, there's nowhere on this island where she'll be safe. My crew is already here, and they won't stop until every single person on this island is dead. Does that include them? Taian wondered while flipping another page. You always were too clever by half, young Master Taian. Kuro mocked. Not that it does you any good. On the contrary. Taian shook his head. I have you right where I want you. Don't get cocky. Kuro shouted and lunged at Taian. Same here. A new voice called out before Kuro found the side of his face getting very familiar with the bottom of a shoe before he was sent crashing into a wall. Kuro groaned as he picked himself up, glaring at his attacker, the brat with the straw hat who outed him to Kaya. Kuro glared. Me. Izuku nodded. And if you think your crew's gonna come bail you out, don't. My crew is taking care of them as we speak. Your crew of what for people? Kuro sneered. Each of them is more than capable of taking your whole crew on their own. Izuku said seriously. I'd say retreating would be smart, but that's not an option they're going to have. Kuro frowned in confusion. I wouldn't let any of you escape with what you attempted to do. Taian said coldly. So, I decided to take away your means of escape. That's them. Yui hummed when the ship of Kuro's crew docked on the beach. Their ship is awful. Quite tacky indeed. Momo agreed. These idiots probably don't have anything worth stealing. Lamented. So nothing of value is lost by following Taian's plan. Tenya pointed out. The 4 teens stood at the top of the stone ramp that connected the beach to the rest of the island. The Black Cat pirates stepped onto the beach before noticing the 4 glaring teens. Who are you all supposed to be? Django asked. Your worst nightmare. Yui said before throwing a handful of small balloons at the ship. Moa Moa no X-60 balloon cannon. The balloons grew in size and speed as soon as they left Yui's hands, crashing into the ship before exploding and covering it in a liquid. Wait a minute, Django drawled, taking a few whiffs of the air. This smell, undeniable, unmistakable. This is gasoline. One of the pirates shouted in horror before a blur shot past all of them. They all turned around to see Tenya standing near the ship with a lit match. Normally I wouldn't do this, Tenya admitted before throwing the match at the ship and blurring back to stand with his friends. But you all earned this. He's as fast as Captain Kuro. One of the Black Cat pirates yelled in horror. And that chick has a devil fruit. Another screamed. Yui cracked her knuckles. You guys are F-ed. And so here you are. Taian said as closed his book and stood up from the couch. All of your plans crumbled. Like hell they did. Kuro shouted. All I have to do is kill everyone on this island. I don't need anyone other than myself. Well, Izuku said as he cracked his neck. It's a good thing you're not getting out of this room then, conscious at least. Kuro rushed at Izuku with a scream, both of his hands held out with his swords ready to skewer the boy. Izuku ducked under Kuro's arms and stepped into the man's guard with his arm raised. Renewal wolf strike. Izuku slammed his elbow under Kuro's ribs, causing the man to cough painfully. It felt as if a shockwave passed through the larger man's body. Kuro didn't have a chance to dwell on his pain, since Izuku kicked his leg straight up at Kuro's chin. Gah! Kuro cried as he was sent head first into the ceiling, hitting the top of his head before falling back down. Izuku spun on his heel before kicking out, catching Kuro before he hit the ground and sent him crashing into the wall. Damn it! Kuro groaned. Hard to fight here, isn't it? Taian asked. There's not enough room for you to use your special technique. You've thought of that as well? Kuro demanded. Naturally. Taian adjusted his glasses. Forming a plan to defeat you was child's play. Kuro didn't even get a chance to curse Taian before Izuku was on him again. As he was mercilessly pummeled, Kuro cursed his luck. 3 years of careful planning, all gone down the drain because of the interference of literal children. When they execute you again, Taian said frostily as Izuku let the battered man drop to the floor. Make sure to stay dead this time. And that settles everything. Izuku wiped his hand, looking at the tied-up forms of Kuro and his crew, all of them thrown in a pile in the middle of the village. Well, Django escaped. Momo admitted. He won't be an issue. Yui said surely. He's powerless on his own. Still, let's keep an eye out for him on our travels. Tenya crossed his arms. If only to make sure he doesn't attempt to take out his grievances on this village. Whatever, Ochako rolled her eyes. Let's just get out of here before the Marines get here. Not yet. Izuku shook his head. Kaya wanted to talk to us about something first. Better be good. Ochako muttered. Oh, this is good. Ochako nodded. Consider this a token of gratitude for all of your help. Kaya smiled gratefully at the 5 teens. Taian and Mary stood beside her. The small crew looked with awe at the token of gratitude. It was a ship. It's a caravel. Mary explained. I made her myself, and her name, the Going Mary. She's wonderful. Izuku felt a wide smile grow on his face at the sight of the ship. She was clearly well made. A lot of care was clearly put into her. The most eye-catching feature of the ship was the ram-shaped figurehead. It was adorable. And she's all yours. Kaya smiled. Under one condition. Let's hear it. Momo said while not taking her eyes off the ship. Tenya and Yui were also staring at the ship with some awe. Let Taian join your crew. Kaya stated. Whoops. Taian jumped. I don't mind, I was planning on inviting him anyway. Izuku shrugged. But. Taian looked at Kaya who smiled at him. Taian, I'm not kicking you out. Kaya told him. But you don't want to stay cooped up on this island forever, do you? You have so many things to accomplish, so many talents and dreams. So please, pursue them. Taian looked at his older sister with teary eyes. See, can I really? Will you be okay? I'll be fine. Kaya said before gesturing for Mary to give her something. Kaya took what Mary gave her and wrapped it around Taian's neck. It was an orange scarf. So don't worry and have fun. Kaya smiled while adjusting the scarf on Taian's neck. Go and see the world, Taian. I will. Taian nodded, trying to bite back the tears. And I'll record everything. I'll write a book about my adventures, so you'll be able to read all about the places I'll see. I'll look forward to reading it when you come back. Kaya teared up before hugging Taion. I love you. Taion hugged her back, failing to stop his tears from flowing. And who knows? Kaya pulled back and smiled through her tears. When you come back, maybe you'll have a pretty girl with you. Taion choked while everyone around him laughed. After a short bit, Taion stepped away from Kaya and turned to Izuku and the rest of the crew. Ready to go? Izuku asked, holding his hand out to Taion. Taion looked at Izuku's offered hand, swallowing back his nerves and reaching to grasp the path to his dreams. Ready, Captain. How does it feel? Izuku turned his head to see Momo looking at him with a smirk, her arms crossed. The green-haired pirate turned his head back out into the sea, savoring the breeze. He was sitting on the figurehead of the Mary, his special seat as captain. It feels amazing. Izuku sighed contently. We have our own ship now. Momo nodded, her smirk turning into a more genuine smile as she looked at the ship. We do. Just you wait, Mary. Izuku patted the ship's figurehead. We'll see so many amazing things together. Don't you feel like you're going a bit overboard with this, Izuku? Ochako asked, walking up to the captain and first mate. Sure, she's a great ship, but she's still a ship. She's not a living person. Mary is part of this crew, Ochako. Izuku said before adopting a teasing smirk. That means she outranks you, since you're not an official member yet. And I won't be. Ochako insisted. I wouldn't be caught dead as part of some snuffing pirate crew. I used to think that as well. Tenya said as he joined the conversation, climbing up the stairs. But here I am, a former Marine, little brother to a Rear Admiral, now a member of Captain Izuku's crew. Your bro is a Rear Admiral? Ochako exclaimed in shock. He was. Tenya said while averting his eyes. Ah, Ochako slumped. My bad. It's fine. Tenya shook his head. Izuku turned to Momo. How's Yui doing? Napping in the back. Momo pointed her thumb behind her. And Taion? Izuku asked. I'm up here, Captain. Taion called out from the crow's nest. Izuku and the rest looked up to see the younger boy waving at them. I'm just keeping a lookout. Taion continued. Good man. Izuku grinned and hopped off of Mary's head and onto a golden cloud that appeared beneath his feet. Izuku flew up to the crow's nest, startling Taion. So, anything to report? Izuku asked. You can fly. Taion said blankly. Oh, you didn't see me do that yet, huh? Izuku chuckled. But you already know I ate a devil fruit. Knowing and seeing are different things, Captain. Taion said. Also, I had assumed your ability was that tail you keep wrapped around you like a belt. It's part of it. Izuku shrugged. Let's just say that my devil fruit is a bit unique. I see. Taion muttered before shaking his head. But as to your earlier question, there is nothing to report so far. Good to hear. Izuku nodded. If I may though. Taion started shyly. Izuku raised an eyebrow. May I ride on the cloud as well? Taion requested. Sure. Izuku laughed and picked up Taion from the crow's nest, causing the younger boy to yelp at the unexpected manhandling. Wait. Taion stuttered as Izuku sat him down on Kintoan. I'm not ready yet. Taion screamed as Kintoan took off, shooting and flipping through the air. Throughout the whole ride, Izuku kept a firm grip on Taion so the boy wouldn't fall. After a minute of air time, Kintoan landed on the deck and dissipated, leaving Izuku to land on his feet, holding a limp Taion in his arms. That was... Taion whispered. Brilliant. Right. Izuku chuckled and let Taion go. The younger boy stood on shaky feet. It was horrifying, but so exhilarating. Kintoan is something special. Momo agreed. Indeed. Taion adjusted his glasses. But now we have another important matter to discuss. Izuku's face turned serious, catching Ochako, Tenya, and Taion by surprise. What matter is that? Tenya asked. We need a Jolly Roger. Izuku said. Well. Tenya frowned. I suppose that is pretty important for a pirate crew. I concur. Taion agreed. I'll go wake up Yui, Momo said and walked off. A few minutes later, Momo came back with Yui so the whole crew could be present for the brainstorming session for their future symbol. The whole crew, plus Ochako, sat in a circle with Taian holding his notepad. Any preferences? Taian asked. Izuku hummed. A Jolly Roger is more than just some drawing on a flag, it's a symbol that represents the crew. Momo frowned. Choosing one won't be easy. How about using Kintoan as the basis? Tenya offered before recalling something. After all, don't the three of you have it tattooed on your backs? Ochako and Taian looked at the three first members of the crew curiously. Izuku turned his back to them before taking off his shirt, showing off the red cloud marking his skin. Taian gaped at the tattoo while Ochako winced before throwing a quick look to her left shoulder. This is our symbol, Izuku said while putting his shirt back on. I guess we can use it as a Jolly Roger as well? Maybe, Taian muttered before sketching something out. But how about this? The younger boy turned his notepad to the rest of the crew. The crew looked at the sketch and then each other before grinning. It's perfect, Izuku decided. Good job, Taian. Think nothing of it, Taian said bashfully before standing up. I'll go prepare the flag itself. Can you also paint it on the sails? Yui asked. Easily. Taian nodded. Give me an hour. Great job, Taian. Izuku complimented as he, Yui, Momo, Tenya, and Ochako looked over the two flags that adorned the two masts as well as the symbol that was now painted onto the main sail. A cartoonish, white skull with a mischievous grin and golden cloud-like hair. It was a simple affair, Taian said nonchalantly, acting as if he wasn't covered in paint. Don't sell your skills short. Momo told him. You've made an important contribution to the crew today. I love it, Yui said while looking at the crew's new Jolly Roger. Taian blushed at the praise but stayed quiet. So, Tenya spoke up. What is our next destination? Izuku hummed before noticing something. Hey, there's an island right there. You guys want to see if there's anything interesting there? I think that'd be a good idea. Ochako said. There's a storm coming, so we should dock for a while. How can you tell? Yui asked. Ochako blanked out. Wait, can you tell when the weather is going to change? Izuku asked. Ochako, are you a navigator? Ochako winced before nodding. I'm actually pretty good with navigation. That's amazing. Izuku cheered. Guys, we have a navigator. No, you don't. Ochako shook her head. I told you, I ain't joining your crew. Now shut up and get the ship ready. The storm isn't far off. Right away. Izuku grinned. Come on everyone. Let's get to work. The crew got to work. Following Ochako's instructions, they managed to beat the storm to the island. The crew waited out the storm inside of the ship, passing the time doing whatever. After a few hours, the storm passed. That storm was pretty rough, Tenya observed as the crew stepped out into the deck. It's a good thing we were docked. Momo agreed. I'd hate to have been caught in the middle of sea in that thing. Thanks, Chako, you're the best. Yui told the brown-haired girl. Whatever. Ochako blushed and looked away. Well, Izuku hopped onto Mary's head and looked out into the thick jungle of the island they were in. We're already here. You guys want to explore the place? Let's agree that this never happened, Izuku said as Mary sailed away from the jungle island, leaving it far away behind them. We were never there. Yup. Ochako agreed. Yui nodded. Definitely. Momo said hastily. Absolutely. Taian concurred. We were never where? Tenya asked. Exactly. Izuku clapped once and pointed at Tenya. Let's just find something else to focus on. Finding a cook, maybe? Taian offered. Well, yeah. Momo agreed. But it's not like a cook is just going to show up out of no dash. The crew paused when they heard something bump into their ship. Oh bother. A sweet-sounding voice reached their ears. Izuku went over to the edge of the Mary, peering down at the water to see a small boat with 2 people on it. Sorry about the inconvenience. One of the people on the boat, a girl about Izuku's age with long green hair and a kind smile, apologized. We'll be out of your hair in a minute. Izuku took in the sight of the other person on the small boat, A boy who appeared to be the same age as Tan, his dark blue hair was tied in a high ponytail. Are you guys okay down there? Izuku asked. Perfectly fine, kind sir. The girl nodded. It just seems that we're a bit lost. Izuku hummed before materializing Kintoon and sending it down to the boat. Hop on. The girl and younger boy looked at the cloud in awe before hesitantly stepping on it, letting it carry them up the Mary. Tenya! Izuku called out to his crewmate. Mind tying their boat to ours for a bit? Right away, Captain. Tenya saluted and got to work while the girl and her companion stepped off of Kintoon and onto the Mary. So, where exactly do you need to go? Izuku asked. We could make a detour. Oh, that's much too kind of you. The girl smiled. We don't really have a destination in mind, we're travelers, you see. I am Ibra. Ibra. My name is Noah. The boy introduced himself. Noah. I'm Ibra's bodyguard. Noah stated. You're quite young. Momo observed. You must be pretty strong. You lot are not much older than I am. Noah pointed out. Well, if there's no destination in mind. Izuku crossed his arms. You two are welcome to stay with us for a bit until you want to move on. Do you just normally offer random people you just met to come along with ya? Ochako asked him. Izuku's response was to point back at her. Point taken. Ochako conceded with a shrug. It's very kind of you to offer, but there is no need for that. Ibra shook her head. I wouldn't want to distract you from what you're doing. To be fair, we're not doing much currently. Taian spoke up. Though, we are in search for a cook for our crew. I'm a cook. Ibra said. Come again. Yui asked. I'm a cook. Ibra repeated. A traveling cook. Momo blinked. That's auspicious. Noah, in the meantime, took a look around the ship before noticing the Jolly Roger plastered on the flags and sail. His eyes widened and he pulled on Ibra's sleeve. What is it, Noah? Ibra asked. Noah silently pointed to the mainsail. Ibra gasped. You're pirates? Yeah. Izuku nodded. Is that a problem? Noah stepped in front of Ibra, drawing a wooden sword from his hip and holding it in front of him. I won't let you hurt her. We weren't going to. You said dully. Relax, kid. I don't believe you. Noah stated. Don't then. You shrugged. Run, Ibra. Noah told the older girl. I'll buy you time. Noah, calm down. Ibra placed a hand on the boy's head. Had they wanted to hurt us, I'm sure they'd have already done it. That is true. Momo agreed, holding up her white sword for Noah to see. Your toy can't do much against this. Noah grimaced and put away his wooden sword. As long as you're on this ship, you're our guests. Izuku told the two. And I'm pretty sure hurting guests is poor form, not that I'd know. What our captain is saying. Momo prepared to translate. Is that so long as you sail with us, you will not be harmed. Nor will you be harmed if and when you choose to leave. I see. Ibra nodded. But if you want to join our crew, we won't say no. Izuku offered with a grin. We are in need of a cook. Ibra frowned. I don't know if I want to become a pirate. All right then. Izuku shrugged. Your choice. What about you, Noah? And me? Noah jumped a bit at being addressed. Want to be a pirate? Izuku asked. I'm Ibra's bodyguard, I go where she goes. Noah said resolutely. Respect. Momo nodded appreciatively. Struck out twice, Izu. Yui teased. Hey, you win some, you lose some. Izuku said airily. Not everyone is going to want the pirate life. Thank you for being understanding about this. Ibra smiled. How about I cook something for you all as thanks for letting us aboard your ship? The crew found their stomachs growling. We certainly won't say no. Momo grinned. Ibra clapped her hands with a smile. Brilliant. The crew, plus Noah, sat around the table while Ibra was working away in the kitchen. The traveling cook was humming happily as she prepared the food for her hosts. It smells amazing. Yui muttered. Man, it's been a while since we had a proper meal. Momo sighed. I'm looking forward to this. Same here. Izuku smiled, sending a glance to the traveling cook. Thanks for doing this, Ibra. Think nothing of it, Izuku. Ibra responded without looking away from her work. Feeding the hungry is what a cook does, and it brings me great joy. She's an angel. Every member of the crew thought. So, Noah. Momo turned to the young blue-haired boy. You're a swordsman? I suppose you can call me that. Noah nodded. I might not have a real sword, but I am confident in my skills to protect Ibra. Maybe after we eat you'd like to spar? Momo offered. I'd love to see what you're capable of. I guess. Noah said unsurely. Momo frowned a bit, but quickly returned her expression to normal. Soon enough, the food was ready and in front of them all. Whoa! Ochako was already drooling. It's a simple seafood risotto. It may not be extravagant, but I hope it's to your liking. Ibra bowed to them. If this is what she considers simple, what the hell is extravagant? Tako thought. Dig in. Ibra told them. They all did, taking the first bite of their meals before all of them froze. Is something wrong? Ibra asked worriedly. It's amazing. Izuku muttered with his mouth full. I've never tasted anything more delicious. Momo continued, tears building up in her eyes. You have to join our crew. Yui said in monotone, but her own mouth was stuffed to the brim with Ibra's cooking. Ibra let out a few giggles. I'm flattered you like my cooking so much. This is the most incredible dish I've ever eaten. Taian said between bites. It's brilliant. Tenya and Ochako were too busy eating to talk. Noah ate more calmly, but still enjoyed the flavor. The crew enjoyed the wonderful meal, thinking that nothing could ruin the moment for everyone on board this ship. A loud voice called out from outside. Come up with your hands in the air right this instant. The crew all paused, feeling anger fill them for having been interrupted. Whoever is outside, they're dead. Momo said with a deadly glint in her eye. I'm gonna fry them to a crisp. Izuku agreed. The crew, plus the two guests, stepped out of the kitchen. The pirates, plus Ochako, sent a sorrowful glance at their food that would undoubtedly be cold by the time they returned to it. Once they all made it to the deck, they were greeted by a navy ship that was anchored opposite of them. This had better be important. Izuku growled at the Marines on the navy ship, causing them to jump back and yelp. It sure is. The loud voice from before declared before its owner made themselves known. A man, seemingly in his 30s, with blonde hair that was slicked up in a form that resembled a cockatiel. The man wore orange-tinted sunglasses and had his ears covered by a device that most of the crew didn't recognize. He wore a variant of the Navy's uniform, though his was certainly a lot more eye-catching. You all are pirates, right? The man asked. That Jolly Roger proves that, which means it's my duty as Marine Lieutenant to arrest Tenya? All eyes turned to the blue-haired member of the crew. Lieutenant Mike? Tenya asked in surprise, recognizing the man. Hey there, kiddo. How've you been? The lieutenant asked in a friendly manner. Haven't seen ya in ages. I've been well, thank you for asking. Tenya bowed politely. Good to hear. Tensei's death was hard on all of us. The lieutenant said sadly. Poor Namuri's still having a hard time. I would assume so. Tenya looked down. She and Tensei were close. And they were even louder than me when they got close. The lieutenant joked, causing a sour look to appear on Tenya's face. Gross. Tenya muttered. Wait a minute. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the Marine. Your presence, like, good to know that you pirates know who you're dealing with. The Marine stated with a grin. Navy Lieutenant, present. An a-hole who interrupted our meal and is about to get his butt kicked. Yui said while cracking her knuckles. Cocky little brats, aren't you all? Mike smirked. But wait a second, Tenya, what are you doing here? Wow, that took a while to sink, didn't it? Momo muttered. I'm a member of this crew. Tenya said proudly. You defected? Mike shouted in shock. Yes. Tenya nodded with no sense of shame. Why? Mike demanded. To achieve my dream. Tenya puffed out his chest. Mike was about to speak again, but was cut off by Yui. Our food is getting colder every second we waste here, Let's get the butt kicking over with so we can go back to eat. The cool beauty said impatiently. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Mike declared. All of you pirates are under arrest. And you, Tenya, are getting dragged by the ear to your parents so they can hear all about you defecting and becoming a pirate. One thing. Izuku raised his hand. Mike raised an eyebrow. These three. Izuku pointed to Ochako, Ibra, and Noah. They aren't pirates or members of the crew. Just innocent people who happen to be here. Mind keeping them out of this? Oh sure. Mike nodded in agreement. I'd hate to get civilians involved, thanks for letting me know. Izuku gave him a thumbs up before turning to the three. You all might want to go back inside until everything's over. Thank you for that. Ibra smiled gratefully before ushering Noah inside of the ship. If I lose a single belly here. Ochako warned Izuku. No prison is going to keep you safe from me. Izuku snorted at the threat before Ochako went to join Ibra and Noah. The remaining crew engaged in a stare-off with the Marines. Let's do this. Izuku grinned. Bring it. Mike grinned back. The crew jumped into action, jumping onto Kintoan and letting the cloud carry them to the Navy ship. That cloud. Mick's eyes widened. Behind his glasses. There's no way. Strike down, Kintoan. Izuku shouted when Kintoan was right above the Navy ship. Everyone scatter. Mike called out frantically and threw himself to the floor as far away from the cloud's line of fire as he could. A second later, a bolt of lightning struck the deck of the ship, exploding the wooden boards to splinters and causing the remains to burn. Make them pay for ruining our meal. Izuku declared as he and his crew jumped off the cloud and onto the damaged ship. But try not to kill them. Tenya requested. They're just doing their jobs. That too. Izuku conceded before rushing straight at Mike. Mike quickly focused himself up before glowering at Izuku and taking a deep breath. Eyaweyawa. Izuku jumped to the side to avoid the beam that came out of Mick's mouth. Right. Izuku muttered. He has a devil fruit. Izuku had heard of present Mike before. He was pretty well known in the East Blue. His devil fruit was the Go-Go no Mi, a fruit that granted its eater weaponized shouts. You brats are coming with us. Mike said seriously. Nothing personal, but arresting pirates is my job. You say nothing personal. Izuku crossed his arms. But you're glaring at me like I took a PSS over your friend's grave or something. You have no idea. Mike seethed before shouting again, sending another beam that Izuku managed to dodge. Momo and Yui were back-to-back, fighting a group of 6 Marines with relative ease. These guys are pretty weak. Momo observed as she unenthusiastically blocked sword strike after sword strike from the Marines attacking her. The Navy SS. Yui deadpanned before punching a Marine that tried to attack her right in the face, increasing the speed of her punch tenfold to send the attacker flying. Well, they're East Blue troops. Tenya said as he appeared beside them and kicked a Marine that tried to sneak up on them. They tend to be on the lower end of the performance scale. One of the Marines that the three were fighting was hit in the back of the head with a bag, knocking them out. So, what does that say about him? Tayan asked while putting his bag on his shoulder. This Mike fellow? He is not weak, at least. Tenya said seriously before kicking another Marine into a wall. Just a bit eccentric. Back with Izuku and Mike, the two were exchanging ranged attacks using their devil fruits. The Marine seemed to be getting angrier every time Izuku used his devil fruits abilities, making his attacks more aggressive. Are you sure you're just a lieutenant? Izuku asked while avoiding another shout beam. You're stronger than Morgan for sure. So you were the ones who took Morgan down. Mike realized. Must be why Tenya's with you. I knew sending him to Shell's town was a bad idea. But no. It'll be good for him. He needs to start at the bottom like everyone else. Having a no-nonsense superior will toughen him up. Look what you did, Eraser. Well, I'm grateful. Izuku grinned. Tenya is great. Thank you, Captain. Tenya called out from another part of the deck where he was still fighting. Shut it, you thieving brat. Mike sent out another roar at Izuku. Kintoan. Strike. Izuku blocked the shout with a blast of lightning. Mike gritted his teeth. Where did you get it? Izuku paused, raising an eyebrow in confusion. The Sarusar no Mi model, Sunmukong. Mike shouted, catching Izuku by surprise. He knows my devil fruit? Izuku thought in shock. Why do you have it? Mike demanded. I'll tell you this. Izuku's shock melted away into a glare. It wasn't by choice. Mike was caught off guard by that statement, leaving him open to Izuku rushing at him. The straw-hatted boy jumped at the lieutenant, his form blurring around the man's head and making it seem like there were 3 of him. Triple spin kick. Izuku passed by Mick's head, leaving the Marine to suffer the effects of the attack. Mike grunted as his head was struck from 3 different places at once, rattling his brain and leaving him to fall to the deck. But I doubt a government lapdog would care to hear that story. Izuku said coldly before stomping on Mick's head to make sure the man was actually out and not playing possum. Izuku looked back to the rest of his crew to see that they already finished off the whole crew of the ship other than one Marine who was looking at them all in horror. Take them all and get lost. Izuku told him with a glare. Right away. The Marine ran off to where the helm was. Tenya walked over to the unconscious lieutenant, kneeling in front of him and lowering his head. I know you might be disappointed with me, Namuri, and my parents as well. Tenya sighed sadly. But I have a dream to achieve, and it's one I won't achieve by staying a Marine. I'm sorry, Mike, but this is what I chose. The crew all prepared to go back to their ship when they heard groaning coming from below deck. They all stared at the hole Izuku made earlier before something jumped out of it. I'm hungry. No, I'm not. The crew stared bewilderedly at the blond man who jumped out of the hole in the ship. His eyes were unfocused and manic, shifting around constantly. His cheeks were sunken in, likely because he hasn't eaten in a while. And he had a scar running down the middle of his forehead. Hey! The blond man yelled at them. You guys got food? I don't want any. I know him. Tenya said. That's Two-Face Jean. He's a member of the Krieg Pirates. Demon right. Jean declared with a grin before his expression shifted to a scowl. Never heard of Two-Face Jean. How long have you been down there? Taeyeon asked. No clue. Jean shrugged indifferently before looking more composed. For days. And they haven't fed you? Momo asked in disgust. Mike? Tenya looked at the unconscious Marine with disgust, his respect for him having lowered significantly. FNG hate Marines. Yui scowled. Yeah, this is messed up. Izuku scowled. Come on, Jean. You're coming with us. No way. Jean shook his head wildly before grinning. Are we going somewhere nice? He's exhausting. Taeyeon sighed. Izuku just grabbed the starving pirate. The man was so hungry he couldn't resist even if he wanted to. Let's go, guys. The crew, plus Jean, climbed on Kintoon. What are you gonna do to me? Jean flailed. End my suffering. We will. Izuku said before glaring at the sole conscious Marine on the ship. Get lost. The Marine frantically nodded and steered his ship away, fully intending on getting as far away from those crazy kids as he physically could. Kintoon carried the crew plus their new guest to their ship where Ibara, Noah, and Ochako were waiting for them. Hey, Ibara. Izuku asked as he stepped off of Kintoon. Did you happen to have made more food? Ibara noticed the man in Izuku's arms and gasped before running to the kitchen, quickly returning with a hot plate of food for Jean. Here, she said frantically, holding out the plate. Izuku placed Jean on the deck and stepped back. The starving man stared at Ibara and the steaming plate in her hands. Please. Ibara knelt down in front of the man, holding the plate to him. Eat. Are you an angel? Jean asked as his trembling hands slowly went to the plate. I'm just a traveling cook. Ibara said with a smile as Jean took the plate from her. Please, eat as much as you like. Jean didn't need to be told again, practically shoving his face in the food as he sobbed. Thank you. Thank you. I was so hungry. No, I wasn't. What's with this guy? Ochako asked. Two-Faced Jean. Tenya answered. He's called that because of his shifting temperament. He's a member of the Krieg Pirates and he himself has a bounty of 13 million belly on his head. 13 million? Ochako asked. That's a lot of cash. So he's dangerous pirate. Taein hummed. But did the Marines really keep him locked up without food for 4 days? That's inhuman. I honestly didn't think Mike was capable of such cruelty. Tenya muttered. Eraser? For sure. But not Mike. Still, it's a good thing we ran into that ship then. Momo said while throwing a sad look at Jean, who was still crying his eyes out while eating. This poor man could have died if we haven't found him. Jean finished his plate, taking a second to look at it before another plate was placed in front of him. He looked at the one offering it to him. Izuku. Have my share as well. Izuku said with a smile. You must still be hungry. Jean snatched the plate away and began emptying it as well, muttering tear-filled thank yous to Izuku and Ibra. One by one, the crew and their tagalongs gave what was left of their meals to the starving man. You're all so kind. Jean sobbed as he finished eating, trying and failing to wipe away his tears. I thought I was gonna die. I was fine. Izuku and Ibra both crouched down next to him and patted him on the back. It's okay now. Izuku said gently. You're not starving to death. Here, Jean. If you're still hungry, just say the word. Ibra smiled. I'll cook as much as you like. You're angels. Jean cried loudly. Thank you. Jean, if you don't mind me asking. Taein spoke to the sobbing man. How were you captured by the Marines? It's none of your business. Jean said rudely before going back to crying. I ran decoy for the crew so they'd get away. You really did that? Yui asked with a tilt of her head. You must be really loyal to them. I need to find them. Jean suddenly said. Nah, screw those guys. They're probably starving too. Our ships were wrecked. We have no supplies. All of your ships? Tenya asked in shock. How many did they have? Noah asked. A whole armada's worth. Tenya recalled. Krieg is one of the most feared pirates on the East Blue. A lot of it is due to his massive army of pirates and ships. Amen. Ochako muttered, recalling some info she heard of Krieg as well. None of it was good. Isn't he the one who puts on white flags on his ships to infiltrate Navy bases and slaughter everyone there? The very same. Tenya nodded. A truly ruthless pirate that makes Kuro look mild by comparison. What happened to ruin your ships? Izuku asked, putting aside his distaste with Krieg in favor of Jean. We ran into a monster in the Grand Line. Jean shouted fearfully. And then we had to escape back to the East Blue through the Calm Belt. Everyone present winced at that. Sailing into the Calm Belt was practically a death sentence. Our whole armada was wiped out except for one half-broken ship. Jean cried. Everything we had is gone. We didn't have any supplies. Any way to steer the ship? Nothing. Meaning that whatever remains of the crew must be starving as well. Ibra realized. You can't seriously be thinking of making food for all of them. Ochako gawked at Ibra. You'll cook yourself into an early grave. Notice that the thought of letting the Krieg pirates, a group of blood-thirsty killers and madmen, starve to death, did not cross the mind of anyone on the ship at that moment. You underestimate my prowess. Ibra frowned. Though, I might have to stop somewhere for supplies. Oh, they could die if we take too long. Use ours as well. Izuku told her. And you're free to use our ship's kitchen to do it. Oh, thank you, Izuku. Ibra smiled at the green-haired boy. You all? Jean looked between the two of them in shock. You're going to help my crew? Absolutely. Izuku nodded, the rest of the crew mirroring his sentiment. No one deserves to starve to death. Thank you. Jean devolved back into sobs. I better get to work. Ibra decided and walked to the kitchen. Noah, can you get the supplies from our boat? Right away. Noah nodded and went to do that. So, Jean. Izuku spoke to the crying man. Where can we find the rest of your crew? It wasn't long before it was in sight, the last, barely functioning ship of the once mighty Krieg Armada. What a sad sight. Izuku thought as they approached the ruined vessel. It was a miracle the DMN thing hasn't sunk to the bottom of the ocean by then. Hopefully they're all still alive. Izuku frowned and threw a concerned glance at Jean. And maybe they'll be too exhausted to attack us right away? Yeah, right? Izuku wasn't an idiot. He knew that the second Krieg recovered, he'd try to attack them and probably steal Mary from them. It was the kind of man that Krieg was: a coward, a weakling, and a betrayer. Izuku was sure Ibra knew that as well, but the girl was too kind to allow anyone to suffer, even a bunch of scumbags like Krieg and his lot. Everything is ready, Ibra declared as she stepped out of the kitchen, looking exhausted, but pleased with herself. Enough food to feed an army. You really are incredible, Ibra. Izuku complimented, causing the girl's face to turn red. You flatter me, Ibra muttered shyly. Izuku smiled. I really was serious about letting you join the crew if you want. We'd love to have both you and Noah. Let's shelve that discussion, shall we? Ibra requested. We have people to feed. Everyone. Jean ran out into the deck and shouted at the broken ship. I came back and I brought food. Izuku hopped off of Mary's head and went to where his crew was waiting for him. So, what are the chances that they point their weapons at us as soon as we give them the food? Momo asked. I'll be surprised if they don't. Izuku shook his head. This is Krieg after all. Tenya said distastefully. He's known for this sort of thing. It's a good thing we're prepared for it then. Taein said. Yui, you still have those oil balloons, yes? Are we seriously setting their ship on fire after we feed them? Ochako asked in exasperation. In the event that they try to attack us. Taein nodded. Which is extremely likely. Is that really necessary? Noah asked as he joined the conversation. Maybe they won't attack us. And in that case, we won't set the remains of their ship on fire. Taein said. This is a contingency. Noah didn't seem to like that, but he still nodded. I understand. The Mary reached the broken ship. Izuku summoned Kintoan to carry him, Ibra, Noah, who insisted on coming to protect Ibra, and Jean, as well as several large sacks full of all of the food Ibra made, to the ship. The four stepped onto the creaking and splintered wooden deck, seeing the starved and weakened Krieg pirates strewn about. Izuku's eyes immediately went to the farthest end of the deck, where a large man wearing golden armor was sitting slumped against a wall. Boss! Jean shouted in concern. Are you dead yet? Please don't die. Jean. The man could barely raise his head. Foul play, Don Krieg. I brought food, boss. Jean cried. Enough for everyone. Ibra and Izuku stepped forward, closely followed by Noah, carrying the food the kind, green-haired girl prepared. The three distributed the food to the starved pirates, Ibra looking visibly horrified at the state of some of them. Ibra placed a large plate of food in front of Krieg, smiling at him in a way that seemed to make the dreary sky around them brighten up. Please eat up. Krieg jumped at the plate, shoveling the food into his mouth with his hands. The rest of his crew followed suit, all of them crying in relief that they were spared the horrible fate of starvation. Ibra smiled at the sight while Izuku and Noah nodded at each other, both of them prepared for what was going to happen next. After a few minutes, the Krieg pirates finished eating, most of them letting out sounds of satisfaction. Thank you so much. Jean bowed to the three. We'll never forget what you did for us. Yeah. Krieg muttered as he stood up to his full height, towering over Izuku, Ibra, and Noah. I'll make sure to make real nice graves for ya. Called it. Izuku thought dully before grabbing Ibra and Noah and jumping back, narrowly avoiding Krieg's fist striking him. The armored pirate's fist crashed into the wood, shattering it. Boss, what are you doing? Attack them again. Jean shook his head wildly. These guys saved us. And they're about to save us more. Krieg grinned. After all, they brought us such a nice little ship to replace this broken down one. Jean looked at his boss in horror. But Dash. Relax, Jean. Izuku told him. I figured that this would happen, and I'm not blaming you either, none of us are. So you knew I'd steal all you have and leave you for dead, and still you came to help me? Krieg laughed. Are you dense, boy? A bit. Izuku shrugged. Still though, I don't regret helping you guys. I'll make sure to put that on your headstone, brat. Krieg sneered. Your noble sacrifice will be mentioned in the tales of how I become the king of the pirates. Okay, now come the spark again? Izuku asked frostily, his emerald eyes glaring at Krieg under his straw hat. What did you just say? What? That I'll be king of the pirates? Krieg chuckled. I'm the strongest there is. So it only makes sense that I find the One Piece and become king of the pirates. And just like that, this is personal. Izuku started cracking his knuckles before turning to his guests. Noah, get Ibra to the ship. We can't leave you here. Ibra denied. Sure, you can. Izuku said with a wide smile. I can totally handle him. He's one of the most dangerous people in the East Blue. Ibra shouted. Izuku nodded. And if I can't take him on, what chance will I stand when I go to the Grand Line? You. Krieg laughed out loud. You want to go to the Grand Line? Don't be stupid, brat. You have no idea how horrifying the Grand Line is. Horrifying enough to make you turn tail and run like a beach? Izuku asked while hopping from one foot to the other. You sure like to run your mouth. Krieg seethed. Yeah, because it gives me enough time to bring my friends here. Izuku said a second before Kinton landed on the ship, carrying Yui, Momo and Tenya. Taian and Ochako had stayed on the Mary to guard it. The three pirates jumped off the cloud and onto the rickety deck, glaring at the armored admiral. What difference is 3 more brats going to make? Krieg mocked. Let's see. Izuku hummed. We're standing on a wooden boat, in the middle of the ocean. Yui is carrying oil-filled balloons. I have a devil fruit that allows me to enlarge said oil-filled balloons. Yui said while holding up a balloon before increasing its size 3-fold. And my devil fruit lets me create lightning. Izuku said while holding up his hand and lighting up a spark between his index finger and thumb. There is no scenario where you attack us and win, Krieg. Devil fruit users. Krieg seethed. So, what will it be, Krieg? Momo asked while getting her swords ready. Are you sure you want to test us? Or can we let this end peacefully? Because we'd rather not hurt Jin's crew, even if you're all scum. The Krieg pirates didn't appreciate the insult, but their leader held up his hand to shut them up. Set this DMN tub on fire if you want. Krieg said uncaringly. We'll be taking your ship anyway. You are a special kind of stupid. Yui said while adjusting her hat. Wait. Please. Jin pleaded, running up in front of Krieg and trying to physically hold the man back. Don't fight. I want blood. Boss. They helped us. They saved us. We can't do this to them. Are you going soft on me, Jin? Krieg asked coldly before grabbing his subordinate by the throat and lifting him up. We're pirates. We take what we want when we want it, from whoever we want to take from. Tears built up in Jin's eyes as his boss berated him. Please. They saved our lives. We'd all be dead if not for them. We can't do this. Ibra covered her mouth with her hands at the sight of Jin struggling to breathe in Krieg's grip. Izuku and his crew were fully prepared to rush at Krieg and rescue Jin when Krieg addressed his crew. Kill them all. Krieg shouted. Show no mercy. Krieg. Izuku roared before he was forced to fight back as Krieg's men began attacking him and his crew. No. Jin struggled against Krieg's grip. Don't hurt them. Kill them all. They helped us. I want their heads. Izuku and the crew felt their anger multiply with every choked word uttered from Jin's mouth. They opted to take that anger out on the pirates attacking them. You idiots are really so stupid that you'd attack us after just recovering from starving to death? Momo asked while cutting down pirate after pirate. They might no longer be under threat of starvation, but the effect that prolonged lack of food had on their body was still there. Nobody ever accused the Krieg pirates of being intelligent. Tenya said as he blitzed from pirate to pirate, kicking them in the back of the head and dropping them like flies. Please stop this. Ibra cried out while Noah defended her from anyone who tried to attack her with his wooden sword. You're all still. Recovering. You'll hurt yourselves. Listen to you. Krieg scoffed while still holding Jin up by the neck. Pleading and begging pirates to stop? Are you seriously trying to throw your life away for such a pathetic girl, Jin? She's not pathetic. Jin choked out through his tears. She's kind. She saved all of us. Kindness has no place in this world, Krieg declared while tightening his grip on Jin's neck, causing the man to screw his eyes shut in pain. And I have no place for weaklings like you on my crew. Don't. Ibara stuttered. Jin. Izuku called out in concern and rushed straight at Krieg and Jin, jumping into the air to deliver a flying kick at Krieg. Krieg held up his arm, Izuku's foot colliding with his armor. Much to Izuku's surprise, the armor held up, and so did Krieg's arm. But the taller pirate was sent skidding to the side. This armor was made to withstand the teeth of sea kings, brat. Krieg bragged. There's no way your puny kicks can get through it. So how about something bigger? That was all of the warning Krieg got before a piece of wood as large as a mast struck him from behind, forcing him to let go of Jin as he was sent sprawling. Jin fell to the ground, coughing and sputtering as he tried to regain his breath. Jin. Ibara ran to his side, kept safe by Noah who followed closely behind her. Are you okay? Go! Jin gasped, surprising Ibara. Just run already. Save yourself. How can you say that? Ibara demanded. He could have hurt you while choking you, we need to get you help dash. Forget about me. Jin cried. Just get out of here. He'll kill all of you. No. Ibara shook her head as tears filled her eyes. I can't leave you here. You have to. Jin insisted. You have no idea what Don Krieg is capable of. He'll slaughter you all. It'll be so funny. Shut up. No, it won't be. Krieg, in the meantime, was being double-teamed by Izuku and Yui. The large armored man was forced to constantly step back and dodge the lightning strikes from Izuku and enlarged projectiles from Yui. You're testing my patience. Krieg shouted before pulling out a pair of pistols. His armor's shoulder pauldrons and the plates on his sides opened up to reveal guns hidden underneath. Die. Right before Krieg pulled the trigger on his guns, Izuku kicked down at the wooden deck, breaking off a piece before kicking it to Yui. Moa no wood wall. Yui enlarged the wooden board in her hands to the size of a wall, making it much thicker as well. Krieg's bullets dug into the wood, but failed to push through and hurt the two devil fruit users. Krieg cursed and prepared to switch tactics when Izuku kicked the enlarged wood board straight at him, forcing the armored man to throw himself out of the way. Isn't fighting 2-on-1 unfair? Krieg asked while picking himself up from the deck. Don't even. Yui said disdainfully. Izu could take you on his own, I just want a chance to cave your face in myself. Krieg gritted his teeth and glared at the two before smirking. Let's test that theory then. Neither of them asked what he meant, and they wouldn't have needed to. The smirk fell off of Krieg's face as soon as it came. Nope way. Krieg uttered. Izuku and Yui were really tempted to look behind them to see what had Krieg so spooked, but they knew better than to turn their back on a dirty coward like him. Their curiosity would be sated not a second later when a large cluster of what appeared to be thorny vines rushed past them and wrangled Krieg up, lifting him up in the air. Both of their eyes widened in shock, and they spun around to see Ibara of all people was the one responsible. The vines holding Krieg up were coming out of her head like hair. She also had a man dressed in a strange metal and pearl-covered outfit tied up in her vines. Holy hell! Izuku muttered. Ibara's vines spread out, snaring the Krieg pirates one by one as Izuku's crew stared at her in awe. The kind girl's eyes were full of tears, but they glared hatefully at Krieg. That's enough. Ibara declared. Your men were on death's door not a moment ago and you still have them fight? Moreover, you'd attack the ones who saved them? You're a vile, disgusting man, Krieg. Another devil fruit eater? Krieg glared. Ibara frowned. What I am is none of your concern. The vines around Krieg tightened up, causing the man to cough. I hate hurting people. Ibara said sadly before throwing a look to the still-floored Jin. The man was looking at her with equal parts horror and awe. But I hate those that hurt others even more. Izuku and the crew lowered their guard, seeing as how Ibara had the enemy completely at her mercy. This fight is over. You hear me? Ibara yelled. You and your crew are going to get lost and never come near any of us again. Arrogant little beach. Krieg seethed as the vines tightened around him. Who do you think you're messing with? Before Krieg could finish, before any of them realized what was happening, the ship they all stood on was cut clean in half. Some of Ibra's vines were cut as well, forcing her to drop a few of the pirates in her grip, including Krieg. The loss of balance due to the ship being cleaved in half forced her to let go of the rest, her vines retracting to their normal length. What the hell? Izuku shouted and grabbed onto Yui before using his tail to hold something for stability as the ship shifted and threatened to drop them in the sea. The ship was cut in half? Tenya exclaimed. Cut? Momo and Noah thought. Momo looked out to where she believed the cut came from. Her eyes widened. There's no way. Momo thought with her mouth falling agape. No. He followed us? Krieg shouted in panic. Why? Who is that? Noah asked. Momo's eyes were still glued to where they were before, a small coffin-shaped boat. Its sole occupant was a tall man wearing a wide-brimmed, black hat, an ornate black coat over his bare torso, as well as a cross necklace hanging from his neck. It's him, Momo uttered, her mouth feeling dry. Hawkeye's. That's him? Izuku asked in shock, looking over to the approaching threat. We're all gonna die. Jean cried. Come get me, a-hole. Please don't kill me. What is one of the warlords doing here? Tenya asked in a panic. Yui stayed quiet, but sent a worried look at Momo. He was the monster I told you about. Jean cried out. He took down our entire fleet single-handed. And he followed you here? Izuku stared at Hawkeye's with mounting horror, sneaking glances to Momo every once in a while as the warlord approached. Not long after, Hawkeye's boat stopped between the two halves of the ruined ship. In the blink of an eye, Hawkeye's was standing on the half of the boat that Izuku, Yui, and Krieg were in. Why? Krieg demanded. Why are you here? Was sinking my fleet and humiliating me not enough? Why did you follow me? The man took a second to consider Krieg's question before shrugging his shoulders. Just killing time. That statement shook everyone around the warlord. This man, he followed the Krieg pirates all the way from the Grand Line, cleaved their sole remaining ship in half, because he was bored. Izuku and Yui sent a panicked glance at Momo, both of them thinking the same thing. Please don't. Momo caught their eyes and smiled before taking a deep breath. Hey, Hawkeye's. The warlord in question turned around to see Momo staring at him determinedly on the other half of the ship. You want to kill some time? Momo asked while unwrapping her bandana from her right arm before tying it around her head. Why not let me help with that? What is she doing? Noah thought while staring between Momo and Hawkeye's. Does she intend to fight him? Is she insane? The gap between their power is farther than the heavens and the bottom of the sea. Are you challenging me? Hawkeye's asked with a stoic expression. That's right. Momo nodded. They say you're the strongest, right? The strongest swordsman in the whole world. That is a title that is in my possession in this current moment in time, yes. Hawkeye's confirmed. And let me guess, you wish to claim it. Strong and smart. Momo chuckled as drew her two swords, pointing the pure white blade in her right hand at Hawkeye's. I challenge you. Duel me for your title. Hawkeye's regarded Momo for a second before jumping onto the half of the ship where she stood. Someone as weak as you wishes to challenge me? If you had a modicum of the skill you seem to think you possess, you'd know the disparity between our powers as soon as you laid eyes on me. Hawkeye's paused at the grin on Momo's face. Ah. Hawkeye's nodded. You are aware, you know that there is no chance for you to defeat me. Why challenge me then? I have my reasons, Hawkeye's. Momo said curtly. Now are you going to whip out your sword, or are you getting shy because we have an audience? Such a vulgar girl. Hawkeye's shook his head with distaste. Very well then, this should at least keep me entertained for 30 seconds. You're that fast, huh? Momo taunted. Must be why you sail in that coffin all on your own. Your cheap attempt at provocation does not amuse me. Hawkeye's said while taking off his cross necklace, revealing it to actually be a small knife. And now I'm the one who's unamused. Momo growled. Get a girl all excited with that massive thing you're carrying around only to pull out this tiny thing? I am no beast who goes all out when hunting rabbits. Hawkeye's stated. You cleaved our whole armada in half, a hole. Jean shouted before shaking in fear. Please don't kill me. Charming. Hawkeye sighed. As I was saying though, this blade is more than enough to dispatch you. Sadly, I don't carry any smaller than it. Izuku. Yui. Tenya. Noah. Ibara. Momo shouted, glaring at Hawkeye. None of you interfere. This is my fight and my fight alone. The ones in question wanted to protest, but none of them did. They wouldn't be able to help anyway. Hawkeye stated before holding out his knife. Come. Arrogant son of a beach. Momo muttered before rushing forward, crossing her arms to prepare her attack. Ha! Momo slashed both of her swords at once, but was shocked when their momentum halted completely. No way! Momo stared in horror as her two swords were stopped in place by the tip of Hawkeye's knife. This is some bullshit. Is it? Hawkeye asked while Momo jumped back. My gut instinct was right. Momo thought fearfully. He really is that much better than me, but I won't falter. Momo screamed and rushed at Hawkeye again, swinging her swords with as much strength as she could, but none of her attacks could get past the man's defenses. Momo gritted her teeth as she swung harder and faster, pushing herself to her limits to try and break through. You certainly are ferocious. Hawkeye observed as he effortlessly parried. You're a strong blade swordsman, quite unusual of a woman. Shut your effing trap. Momo shouted as another one of her attacks was caught. Does you gender upset you? Hawkeye says. Is that why you wish to challenge me? To prove that a woman could surpass a man? Who gives a shit about that? Momo asked as she tried to switch tactics and throw a feint, but Hawkeye caught it as well. Me being a woman has nothing to do with this. You didn't get your title because you're a man. You got it because you're strong. If I can't beat you, if I can't surpass you, it has nothing to do with me being a woman. It simply means that I wasn't good enough. Hawkeye actually smirked at that. I agree. It truly is quite refreshing to see someone of your viewpoint. So, if your gender isn't what drives you to surpass me, what is, weak one? You said it yourself, Hawkeye. I'm weak. Momo shouted as she kept attacking, sweat was pouring off of her body. But I don't wish to be weak. I wish to be strong. Hawkeye nodded along as he continued to block Momo's attacks with minimal movements. Izuku and Yui were staring at Momo hacking away at Hawkeye with their faces full of fear. If it wasn't for Momo asking them to stay put, they didn't think anyone could stop them from rushing to her side. Tell me, what is strength? Momo asked before a single move of Hawkeye's knife sent her skidding back. She prepared to rush the man when she stepped on something, a sword that belonged to one of Krieg's men. An idea came to Momo's mind. She put her white sword in her mouth, gripping the handle with her teeth before she ducked down and picked up the discarded blade. An interesting strategy. Hawkeye hummed as he went back to parrying Momo's attacks. Her adding another sword to the mix didn't seem to make much difference. But simply using more swords will not close the gap between us. Keep talking, you hole. Momo seethed as she continued her assault. Every second we fight is another where I catch up to you. I'm more impressed with the fact that you are speaking coherently with a sword handle between your teeth. Hawkeye said with the same dull disinterest he'd been maintaining for most of the fight. Also, you asked me a question? Right. Momo recalled. What is strength? When is someone considered strong? That is quite the broad question. Hawkeye pondered. Is there a reason behind it? Do you believe someone is born strong? Powerful? Momo asked as she pushed herself to the limit. Is strength determined at birth? And by that vein, is weakness? Why ask this? Hawkeye wondered. I believe you already have an answer. I believe that strength isn't something one is born with. Momo declared with a swing of her sword. Strength can't be handed on a silver platter. No matter who you are, or who you were born to, you aren't born stronger or weaker than anyone else. The value of a person's life isn't determined at birth. I don't necessarily disagree. Hawkeye's conceded. I wish to be strong. Momo reiterated. But I wish for strength that I have truly earned. Not one that I was granted because the right beach squeezed me out of her spasm chasm. Hawkeye's stayed silent as he continued to effortlessly block Momo's attack. I wish to become strong on my own. Momo continued. To prove my value to the world. Not through birthright, but through achievement and hard work. To prove it to myself. To prove what? Hawkeye asked. What can be so important that you'd throw your life to the wind against me? What must you prove? That I am not defined by my blood. Momo shouted and rushed forward. Leg dash. The girl stared down to see Hawkeye's knife lodged in the middle of her chest. You didn't step back. Hawkeye's noticed. I take my goal very seriously. Momo said as blood dripped from her mouth, though, somehow, her white sword remained pristine and unstained. Backing down because of an injury flies in the face of that. Hawkeye's quieted up for a moment before drawing back his knife, earning a grunt of pain from Momo. The world's strongest swordsman took a few steps back, staring at Momo appraisingly. State your name, warrior. Momo held the two swords in her hands in front of her, an idea for an attack taking shape in her mind. Koda. Momo. I'll remember it. Hawkeye's said as he sheathed his knife and put it back around his neck. It's rare to see one with resolve such as yours. Momo gripped her swords tightly, visualizing the attack she had just come up with in her mind. As a swordsman courtesy, I'll finish you off with this. Hawkeye's drew the sword resting on his back, a massive black blade with an equally massive crossguard. This is Yoru, the world's finest black blade. It's an honor. Momo chuckled painfully before she began twirling the swords in her hands. This is it here and now. I'll either achieve my dream, or I die and spill the disgusting blood that pollutes my veins all over this ruined ship. Either way I win. Momo and Hawkeye's stared at each other. Let's finish this. Momo said before rushing at Hawkeye's, the man responding in kind. 3,000 worlds. The two swordsmen rushed past each other. The world seemed to stand still for a moment. Izuku, Yui, Tenya, Ibra, and Noah dared to hope for a moment that Momo won. And the world began to move again. The swords in Momo's hands shattered, blood spurting out of her. So, this is it. Momo thought as she felt the strength leave her body, her white sword falling out of her mouth. I have a few regrets, leaving Yui behind, not telling Izuku how I really feel for him, and of course, not seeing all of our dreams through to the end. Momo caught her sword before it fell, sheathing it and forcing herself to stand straight. Hawkeye's, who was rushing back at Momo to finish her off, was surprised when the girl rose to her feet and turned around to face him. Why? Momo grinned at Hawkeye's, her mouth and teeth full of blood. I have something on my back that I can't ever let get damaged, an ideal that is greater than myself. Hawkeye's smirked widely. Admirable. Hawkeye's slashed his sword at Momo, cutting her down the chest and sending her flying back. Let this be a lesson. Hawkeye's thought as the girl began to fall. Don't be so quick to throw your life away, young warrior. Momo! Izuku and Yui shouted in horror as their family fell into the sea. Ibra ran past Mihawk and jumped into the water, further surprising Izuku and Yui when they saw that the girl could swim just fine as she pulled Momo's head above the water. She'll live. Hawkeye's told the vine-haired girl. She's too strong to die here. Momo! Izuku and Yui flew over to the down swordsman on Kintoan, their eyes filled with tears. As soon as they pulled her and Ibra out of the water, the two glared at Hawkeye's with as much anger as they could manage. Izuku! Yui! Momo muttered weakly, trying to move her hand. Momo! Izuku grabbed Momo's hand. With me, okay? You'll be fine. I'm sorry. Momo started to cry. I couldn't beat him. But shut up. Yui snapped, her eyes full of tears. Her normally impassive face was now full of emotion. We don't care about that. I swear to you, Izuku. Momo forced her other hand to move, lifting her white sword up to the sky with what little strength she had left. I'll never lose like this again. Izuku Yui, and Ibra stared at her in shock. Tenya and Noah were also stunned where they stood. Hawkeye's had a pleased smirk on his face. Momo shouted up to the heavens with tears in her eyes. Until the day where I claim the title of the world's strongest swordsman. Until I defeat him. I won't ever lose like this again. Do you hear my vow, King of the Pirates? Momo. Izuku felt his tears redouble. You are a lucky one, boy. Hawkeye's spoke to Izuku. To have a woman of her caliber be so dedicated to you. Most men would give their lives for lesser women than her. And I'd give her my life if need be. Izuku glared up at the swordsman. Becoming king of the pirates would mean nothing without her beside me. Hawkeye's looked between Izuku, Momo, and Yui. His smirk widened. Good. Hawkeye's closed his eyes for a moment and addressed Momo one more time. My name is Dracul Mihawk. The world's strongest swordsman declared. Hawkeye's Dracul Mihawk. Kodai Momo. Mihawk continued. Do not be so hasty to die. Learn and grow strong. Experience the world and the challenges it offers you. Keep growing and improving until the day you challenge me again and take my title from me. I swear to keep this title until the day you are ready to claim it. No matter how many years it will take. So surpass me. You must. With those words said, Mihawk jumped to his boat and sailed away, content to have found someone truly interesting on what was meant to be a mindless distraction. And then, Mihawk turned his gaze back to see Izuku fretting over Momo. There's the boy. Mihawk smirked, an amused chuckle escaping his lips. So that's where that buffoon's hat went. Back with Izuku, Yui, Ibra, and Momo, Kintoan brought them to the half of the ship where Tenya, Noah, and Jean were. Izuku forced himself to tear his eyes away from Momo and glare back at Krieg. He still had unfinished business. Izuku. Izuku looked down at the sea to find Teian on Ibra and Noah's boat. Teian? Izuku asked his youngest crew member. What are you doing on that boat? Where's Mary and Ochako? Ochako stole the Mary. Teian called out with tears in his eyes. She pushed me off the ship, cut this boat free and left. The crew were shocked to hear that. She betrayed us? Tenya asked as he and Noah came closer. Izuku frowned. There's something here we're not getting, but I can't worry about that now. He turned to Ibra. Ibra, I'm sorry to ask this, but take my boat. Ibra told him instantly. I was actually planning to ask you to take Momo and Teian and chase after Ochako and Mary. Izuku clarified. I can do that as well. Ibra nodded. Take care of Noah for me, Captain. Izuku felt a grin stretch across his face despite the dire situation. Don't worry, we'll finish up here and be right behind you. Just make sure Momo is okay. Ibra nodded before turning to Noah. I'll see you again soon, Noah. For now, listen to Izuku, okay? Noah frowned but still complied. Ibra used her vine-like hair to lift Momo up gently before using it to get herself down to her boat while jostling Momo as little as possible. Izuku, Yui, Tenya, and Noah watched them sail away before they turned their sights on the remaining Krieg pirates, minus Jean. So, Izuku spoke, his voice snapping Krieg out of his shock. The armored pirate went back to glaring at the green-haired boy as they stood on the sinking remains of the ship. Izuku cracked his knuckles. Where were we? Oh yeah. Izuku recalled. I was about to intimately introduce your face to the bottom of my shoes. Krieg glared at the green-haired boy from his half of the cut ship. Let's get this over with quickly. Izuku told his remaining crew, plus Noah. The sooner we put these punks down, the sooner we can catch up with the others. Tenya and Yui nodded. Bear with us for a bit, Noah. Izuku spoke to the younger boy. This won't take long. I can help. Noah held up his wooden sword. Pick up a real sword first. Yui told him bluntly before picking up one of the dropped weapons of the Krieg pirates. Like this. Yui threw the sword at Krieg's half of the ship before increasing its size 50-fold, causing Krieg and his crew to shriek in horror as they scrambled out of the way before the massive sword impaled the already ruined ship. Noah looked at his wooden sword before looking at one of the many swords strewn across the chipped and cracked deck. The boy grimaced before putting away his wooden sword and picking up a real sword. Nice shot, Yui. Izuku complimented. But make sure not to kill him, I want to break Krieg myself. I'll handle the rest of the small fry here then. Yui said while glancing at the remaining pirates on their half of the ship, most of them still paralyzed by their fear of Mihawk to move. Split then. Izuku decided as he summoned Kintoan below his feet. Tenya, you're with me. Noah, stay here with Yui. Tenya hopped onto Kintoan beside Izuku while Yui and Noah got ready to fight. Let's finish this sheet quickly. Yui told Izuku. So we can get back to Momo. Izuku finished before he flew himself and Tenya over to the other half of the ship that was no pierced by the sword Yui enlarged. Izuku and Tenya jumped off of Kintoan and landed in front of Krieg and another member of his crew, the one who wore iron plates encrusted with large pearls. I'll take Krieg, Izuku told Tenya. You take care of the other eyesore. Eyesore? The pearl-covered man demanded. Tenya adjusted his glasses. Consider it done, Captain. Tenya rushed forward, tackling the enemy pirate out of the way so he wouldn't interfere with his captain's fight. Just you and me, Krieg. Izuku cracked his neck. Krieg scoffed. I still have plenty of men on this dash. Another massive sword hit the deck, breaking off a piece of it and causing a large number of Krieg's men fall to the sea. That crazy beach. Krieg shouted as he looked over to the other half of the ship where Yui was alternating between taking down the pirates around her and throwing enlarged projectiles at his half of the ship. She's wonderful, isn't she? Izuku asked dreamily before shaking his head and glaring at Krieg. No one is going to help you, Krieg. It's just me and you. And you're long overdue for some maiming. Krieg gritted his teeth, grinding them together so hard they could have cracked. Don't get cocky, brat. The armored pirate pulled out his left shoulder pad and held it like a shield. The shield's plates opened up to reveal what appeared to be gun barrels. Eat this. Krieg roared as his shield began firing small spears at Izuku. Izuku summoned Kintoan before flying high into the air, forcing Krieg to raise his aim appropriately. Stand still. Krieg demanded as he kept missing. No. Izuku shot back. Little Bizardi. Krieg roared. You have no idea who you're messing with. I know exactly. Izuku directed Kintoan to fly straight at Krieg before using it as a launch pad to jump over the incoming projectiles and get behind Krieg. You're a snuffing coward. Izuku kicked Krieg in the back, sending him sprawling forward. The straw-hatted boy didn't let up. He ran at Krieg and jumped on top of him before stomping both feet onto his head, driving his face into the deck and cracking the wood with it. You're a sparking weakling. Izuku hopped off of Krieg before picking him up by the hair and punching the cowardly pirate in the face and sending him flying back. You're a bloody disgrace of a pirate. Krieg groaned as he tried to stand up, putting a hand over his nose that was most assuredly broken. And you're a monster who'd condemn his own crew to death for your own convenience. Izuku glared at the armored pirate, waiting for him to stand back up so he can beat him down again. You're right about one thing. Krieg conceded, holding up his shield while reaching into his armor, pulling out a gas mask. I have no problem killing my men. Izuku's eyes widened in horror. As long as I kill yours. Krieg finished while putting on his mask and aiming his shield at the half of the ship where Yui was. Say goodbye to Yoga. Krieg's face was once again shoved into the deck so hard that the wood broke. The shield was wrenched out of Krieg's hand before a hand grabbed the back of his head and lifted him up. Krieg stared in shock at the seething green eyes that looked like they could kill a man with their intensity alone. Static began to fill the air. The next word out of the wrathful boy's mouth would be the last Krieg would ever hear. Scream. Tenya finished his battle with Pearl, at least that's what the walking eyesore called himself, and went to check on his captain. Izuku. Tenya walked through the broken remains of the ship, maneuvering around the unconscious bodies of the Krieg pirates as well as Yui's enlarged projectiles. Eventually, Tenya found him. Izuku stood over the steaming armor of Krieg, but the pirate wasn't in it. In fact, Krieg was nowhere to be found. Izuku glared at the armor. His fists were shaking. Captain? Tenya asked as he approached. Tenya. Izuku seemed to snap out of his funk and smiled at his friend. Finished up with your fight? I did. Tenya nodded. But where's Krieg? Izuku crouched down next to the armor, reaching inside of it and pulling his hand back out. Tenya stared at Izuku's clenched hand as the straw-hatted boy stood up. What are you? Izuku opened his hand, letting a handful of black ash scatter in the wind. Tenya's eyes widened. You killed him. I did. Izuku confirmed. Tenya grimaced. I see, I suppose this sort of thing is unavoidable in our line of work. Tenya, if you're not happy with this, you can tell me. Izuku said seriously. It's just. Tenya looked down. I've never taken a life before. I know it's unavoidable whether I joined you or remained a Marine, but the thought of killing someone, I can't stand it. Izuku smiled and put a hand on Tenya's shoulder. Good. Good. Tenya looked at him in confusion. Izuku summoned Kintoan. Let's go get Yui, Noah, and Jean. All right. Tenya nodded and climbed onto the cloud. The two flew over to the other half of the ship. The rest of Krieg's crew were already either knocked out or just didn't want to fight anymore. Hey guys. Izuku greeted as he and Tenya touched down. Hey. Yui greeted. We finished here? I think so. Izuku sighed and cracked his neck. Let's get going so we can catch up to Momo, Teian, and Ibra. Yui nodded before she and Noah climbed up onto Kintoan. Jean. Izuku spoke to the twitching man. Huh? Jean jumped, looking at Izuku in confusion. What is it? What are you waiting for? Izuku asked him. We have to get going. W.E. Jean asked. Yeah. Izuku said as if it was obvious. Jean, you're coming with us, aren't you? You want me to come along? Jean asked in shock. You F-ed in the head. I mean why? What do you mean why? Yui asked. Because we want you around, simple as that. Even if all of this is my fault? Jean asked shakily. I fail to see how any of this is your fault. Tenya frowned. Regardless, we don't have much time to waste. Hurry up and climb on. Jean looked around at the ruined ship and the now completely destroyed crew. His eyes went to the remains of the other half of the ship where he saw Krieg's empty armor. We'd love to have you on the crew, Jean. Izuku said with a smile, extending a hand to the older man. Jean looked at Izuku in awe, his hand trembling as he raised it towards Izuku's. But he stopped halfway. I can't. You can't? Noah asked. I don't deserve to be on your crew. Jean looked down. I brought you all here, made you waste your supplies, your ship got stolen because you came here, your friend got hurt because Hawkeye's was after us. I caused you nothing but trouble. Jean, none of this was your fault. Izuku said gently. You don't have to blame yourself, you can come with us. Jean closed his eyes. For once in his life, the two voices that argued in his head agreed on something. He wanted to join Izuku's crew, but he didn't deserve to. Jean shook his head. I'm sorry, but no. I'm not joining. You're seriously staying with these scumbags? Yui asked in disbelief. No. Jean denied. I'm gonna go off on my own for now, maybe try to head to the Grand Line myself? Who knows? Izuku looked at him sadly. If we ever meet there though? Jean looked at the crew with teary eyes. Will I still be welcome on your crew? The day you wish to join us, Jean. Izuku said seriously. We'll be waiting for it. Thank you. Jean smiled, tears flowing down his cheeks. I promise to become someone worthy of joining your crew by the time we meet again. To prove that your kindness wasn't wasted on me. Izuku nodded. So, this is goodbye for now. For now. You beaches haven't seen the last of me. Jean exclaimed before shaking his head. Tell Ibra I said, thank you for the food, it was the most delicious I've ever had. Are you sure you don't want us to drop you off somewhere though? Tenya offered. I'll manage. Jean picked up a broken wooden plank. Plenty of wood to work with. I'll be fine, get lost already. The four riding the cloud looked between each other and nodded. Till we meet again, Jean. Izuku took off his hat and placed it against his chest before bowing his head to Jean. Yui did the same, taking off her own hat and lowering her head to Jean. See you guys later. Jean grinned through his tears. Why are you beaches still here? Izuku and Yui put their hats back on before Kintoan took off into the sky, leaving the ruined ship, the defanged Krieg Armada, and Jean behind. Are you sure he'll be fine? Noah asked as the ship became nothing but a speck in the distance. I hope so. Izuku answered while lowering his hat, hiding his eyes behind it. We'll meet him again, Yui said while placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. And when we do, he'll join our crew. Yeah. Izuku nodded before lifting his hat and staring out into the sea determinedly. But for now, we have other matters to attend to. Ochako sat on the railing beside Mary's head, looking out into the sea as the ship sailed forward. I really am sorry about this, Mary. Ochako spoke to the ship. She couldn't bring herself to look at the figureheads painted on eyes. But this is something that I have to do. Mary didn't answer. Of course she didn't. She was a ship. I couldn't stay with them any longer. Ochako's eyes began to water, her tears blurring the sea in front of her. Philip, I had stayed even a minute more. If I had seen Izuku smile one more time, I feel like I wouldn't be able to stop myself from just joining up for real. And I can't do that. I have a goal to accomplish, a dream to make come true. As much as I'd have loved to be a part of Izuku's crew for real, I can't do that. The girl sobbed to herself in the company of the ship. What the hell am I doing? Ochako asked herself while trying to wipe her tears. Having a heart-to-heart with a ship? She shook her head before looking to Mary's head. A sad smile came to the girl's face as she gave the figurehead an affectionate pat. I'll give you back to them eventually, Ochako promised. With that, Ochako got off of the railing and walked to one of the rooms below deck, the room where she kept her treasure. Ochako looked over everything she gathered. With everything I gathered on this last voyage. Ochako took a deep breath. I'm almost there, just a bit more money. Where do you think Ochako took Mary? Tenya asked as the partial crew flew through the sky. He snuck concerned glances at his captain. Izuku had just finished fighting Krieg. He must have been exhausted, yet he still flew all of them. Konomi Islands. Izuku said with a blank expression. How do you know? Noah asked. Izuku didn't answer. And what exactly do you need it for? Ochako jumped in fright before spinning around, her eyes widening in shock at the sight before her. Izuku? Ochako exclaimed in disbelief. How? Izuku leaned on the doorframe with his arms crossed and his face set in a curious frown. How am I here? Izuku asked. I'll answer that question if you answer me, Ochako. What I need the money for is none of your business, Ochako stated, but her legs shook. There's no way I can win against him. What do I do? Ochako. Izuku pushed himself off of the doorframe and took a step towards the girl. Don't come closer. Ochako pulled out a knife from her belt, holding it out threateningly in her right hand. I'm not going to hurt you, Izuku said evenly, raising his hands to show he wasn't going to fight. I just want to understand you. Understand me? Ochako repeated. What the hell does that mean? Why would you want that? Because you're my friend, no other reason. Izuku said seriously. I stole your ship, left you for dead to Krieg and his lot. Ochako listed off. I used you. And you still consider me your friend? Yes. Izuku said as if it was obvious. So please, Ochako, help me understand you. Why are you doing this? Ochako gritted her teeth, seeing that gentle look in Izuku's eyes was shattering her heart and her resolve. The brown-haired girl bit her lower lip as tears began to fall down her cheeks. She passed the knife from her right hand to the left before using her now free right hand to roll her left arm's sleeve up her shoulder. Izuku frowned. A tattoo. Ochako's left shoulder was branded with a tattoo of a fish of sorts? You know what this is? Ochako asked tearfully. It's the Jolly Roger of the Arlong Pirates. It means I'm one of them. I think I've heard of them. Izuku hummed. Those fishmen from the Grand Line, right? Yeah. Ochako nodded, rolling her sleeve back down. I'm their navigator, and I've been playing you and your merry band of stooges for fiddles this whole time. I don't believe that. Izuku shook his head. You wouldn't be crying like this if you were just using us. Ochako turned her head away from Izuku, futilely trying to hide her tears from him. You said you hate pirates. Izuku recalled. Why are you with them? That's none of your business. Ochako ground out through gritted teeth. Get lost already. Are the Arlong pirates forcing you to be part of their crew? Izuku asked. Forcing you to gather money for them? Ochako squeezed her eyes shut and bit her lip again. Don't say anything. Just keep your mouth shut. Are they threatening someone you care about? Izuku continued. Ochako's eyes snapped open as a gasp escaped her lips. Is that it? Izuku asked after seeing the girl's reaction. Who are they threatening? Shut up. Ochako muttered. Ochako, I can help you. Izuku insisted. The Arlong pirates' territory is the Konomi Islands, right? I remember hearing about fishmen being seen there. Shut up. Ochako muttered again, tightening her grip on her knife. Is that where you're heading? Izuku asked. Back to their base, right? In that case I can dash. Shut up. Ochako shouted and lunged at Izuku with the knife, stabbing it into his chest. It took less than a second for Ochako to realize what she just did. Her eyes widened in horror at the sight of her hands pushing the knife into Izuku's chest. What happened next surprised her. Izuku wrapped his arms around her in a warm hug before whispering in her ear. Please, let me help you, Ochako. Izuku then exploded in a puff of smoke. He was a clone. Ochako realized while letting go of her knife, dropping to her knees with a chuckle. Just a clone. The girl's chuckle soon devolved into sobs as she curled in on herself. You had a clone on the ship. You realized. What? Noah looked at Izuku in confusion. My devil fruit lets me create clones of myself. Izuku explained. And whatever they experience, I will receive memory of when they dissipate. And I had a clone hidden on the ship to protect Ochako and Taion in case and of Krieg's morons would get past us. Excellent thinking, Captain. Tenya complimented. So, other than where she was going, what did you learn? Yui asked. She's a member of the Arlong pirates. Izuku said with a scowl, earning a gasp from Tenya. Arlong? Tenya asked in shock. Who's that? Noah asked. Arlong is a fishman from the Grand Line. Tenya said. A fishman? Noah repeated. I don't believe I've ever seen one of those. Well, they are native to the Grand Line. Tenya nodded understandingly. A lot like Nopon, it's rare to encounter them in the blues. How did a fishman like Arlong end up here then? Noah asked. Tenya grimaced. Well, you all are familiar with the warlords, right? Those pirates who serve the government. Yui said in distaste. Hawkeye's is one of them. There are pirates who serve the government? Noah echoed. 7 of them. Tenya continued. They're a group of powerful pirates who were offered their positions by the world government. They essentially are given free rein to do as they please, acting out as pirates and all, but the trade-off is that they have to both give a percentage of their treasure to the government and they are to respond to any summons or order given to them. Government dogs, basically. Yui crossed her arms. Is Arlong one of them? Noah wondered. No. Tenya shook his head. But he was a crew member of one. Knight of the Sea, Jinbe. The two of them served on the same pirate crew dash. The Sun Pirates. Izuku cut Tenya off. They were members of the Sun Pirates, weren't they? Indeed. Tenya nodded. But Arlong was caught. Part of the agreement for Jinbe to become a warlord was Arlong's freedom. And so, Arlong came here to the East Blue along with a number of former Sun Pirates under a new flag. His base in Konomi Islands. Izuku looked out into the sea. That's where Ochako is heading and so are we. Captain. Tenya spoke up. What are you planning to do once we get there? Izuku took a deep breath, recalling Ochako's tears in the memories he received from his clone. I'm gutting that fish. With Momo's group, Ibra's small boat was being pulled by a massive sea cow with a large knot on top of its head. The sea creature sent fearful glances at the boat, specifically the black-haired girl who gave it the knot on its head. Keep pulling if you don't want me to use my sword next time. Momo, whose whole torso was covered in bandages, threatened while leaning on the cabin's wall. You are a horrifying woman, Momo. Taion muttered while holding onto the boat for dear life. It was nearly impossible to believe that the swordsman was so close to death a moment before, but as soon as Taian and Ibra finished patching her up, Momo was raring to go. "You need rest, Momo," Ibra said gently, trying to make the girl relax. "I nearly died," Momo said bluntly. "And in that time, our ship was stolen. I'll rest when I get Mary and Ochako back for Izuku." "Ochako?" Taian looked at Momo in confusion. "I get wanting Mary back, but why Ochako?" "Because I know Izuku," Momo said while closing her eyes. "And he wants that girl on our crew no matter what." "I see." Taian nodded. "By the way, Taian," Momo spoke to the younger boy, "where are we headed anyway?" "By my guess, Konomi Islands." Taian frowned. "That's the direction the Mary was heading in, from what I saw." Momo frowned. "That's Arlong's territory." Ibra looked between the two pirates before clasping her hands together. "What are you doing?" Taian asked. "Praying," Ibra answered. "Praying for the safe return of both your ship and your friend." "Praying to?" Momo looked up at the sky. "I never really put much stock in gods myself. I find it comforting." Ibra smiled. "Having faith is something that helped me through some rough times." Momo closed her eyes. "If that's the way it is, who am I to stop you?" Ochako, after picking herself up from the floor and going above deck, looked at the approaching island with sad eyes. The most noticeable thing about the island was the tall building at the edge of it. A pirate flag stood proudly at its top. A sigh escaped her lips. "I'm home." On the island itself, in said tall building known as Arlong Park, a meeting was taking place. "Here's this month's cut." A blue, webbed hand placed a stack of cash on a small coffee table. "Good." A rat-like voice squeaked out before an equally rat-like hand took the cash. The owner of said arm and voice was a Marine with a, you guessed it, face like that of a rat. Marine Captain Nezumi. The Marine had 4 subordinates standing behind him. "Pleasure doing business with you, Arlong." Nezumi let out a squeaky laugh as he pocketed his cash. The one Nezumi was speaking to let out a boisterous laugh of his own. "Shahaha." Nezumi recoiled in fear. The one sitting opposite of him was horrifying even when he was in a good mood. He wasn't human, he was more like a humanoid shark, a fishman. "Likewise, Captain Nezumi." Arlong grinned, showing off his rows of sharp teeth. "I generally hate humans on principle, but you're different, you understand the value of money." "Why yes," Nezumi stuttered. "Now if you'll excuse me, I have to leave." "So soon?" Arlong asked with a tilt of his head, the movement causing his long, saw-like nose to slash the air and scare Nezumi further. "Why not stay for a drink?" "I'd love to really." Nezumi chuckled nervously. "But if people see a marine ship docked on your island for too long, well, they'll start asking questions." "So, I'll just kill him." Arlong bellowed out in laughter, inciting the rest of the fishmen around him to laugh as well. "Anyone gives you trouble? You come to me and I'll set them straight." "That's awfully kind of you." Nezumi sweated bullets. "But we really do have to go." "I understand." Arlong nodded before shouting, "Hachi, escort our guests back to their ship." Out of the water jumped out a tall octopus fishman with a sun tattoo on his forehead. His whole demeanor seemed a lot less scary than Arlong's. "Six sword style Hachon." You got it, boss." Hachi saluted to his captain before gesturing to a pot that rested in the water. "You guys get in." Nezumi and his entourage complied while Hachi laughed at Nezumi. "Your face is like a rat. It makes me laugh," Hachi said with a friendly grin on his elongated lips. "Hachi," Arlong called out in disapproval. "Watch your mouth, would you? The captain here is our honored guest." Nezumi chuckled nervously as he and his men climbed inside of the pot. "And let Hachi carry them out to sea. These fishmen are disgusting," Nezumi thought to himself before smirking. "But they do pay incredibly well." Just outside of Arlong Park, Ochako was walking the dirt trail leading to the fishmen's headquarters. She wore a sleeveless pink shirt that left her tattoo on display. Stupid Izuku with his stupid hugs. Ochako gritted her teeth, trying to prevent herself from crying again. And his stupid, bright as the sun smile on his stupid, cute face dash. Ochako froze mid-step, her face turning red as her pupils shrunk. Ah! The girl shouted and wildly shook her head. Out of my head! While she was having a panic attack, a small child was running on the path behind her. Hey you! The child screamed, holding the small sword in his hand high in the air. Arlong dies today. He killed my dad. And I've come for my revenge. Move or you die T-blah. The boy's screams were cut off when Ochako spun around and kicked him in the gut, sending him flying back before he slammed into the dirt. Do you mind, brat? Ochako asked frantically, her face still flush. Kinda in the middle of something. Also, your but wouldn't even be an appetizer for Arlong. The girl reached into the bag on her shoulder and pulled out a stack of cash before throwing it at the convulsing boy on the ground, hitting him in the face with it. Take this and get lost. Ochako told him before turning around. That should be enough cash to keep you alive for a bit. Go to hell. The child groaned while clutching his aching stomach. See which? Charmant. Ochako shook her head before walking up to the gate. The girl opened the gate and stepped inside, seeing Arlong and his men strewn about as usual. Ochako! Arlong called out. Good to see you again, girl. How went the voyage? Got a pretty decent haul. Ochako shrugged while pointing to the bag on her shoulder. Met a few. A smiling Izuku flashed through her mind. Ochako screamed again before shaking her head. Arlong stared at her awkwardly, as well as the rest of the crew around him. Ochako, are you all right? Hachi asked in concern. Your face is all red. I'm fine. Ochako shouted before putting down the bag and walking to the water. Just give me a second. When Ochako was standing on the edge of the water, she got down on her knees before dunking her head into the cold sea. Pa! Ochako yanked her head out of the water before shaking it wildly. She stood up and went back to pick up her bag. As I was saying, Ochako chuckled while patting her bag. Found some idiots and got some treasure. Shahaha. Arlong laughed out. You're one devious girl, aren't you? You know it. Ochako grinned, her face still red and burning despite the water. Ochako, are you sure you're okay? Hachi asked again. You didn't get heatstroke on the way here, did you? Ochako turned to Hachi, her grin easing up into a smaller smile. I'm fine, Hachi, thank you. You heard the girl. Arlong called out. Everyone, let's party to celebrate Ochako's return. Every single fishman in Arlong Park cheered. Ochako kept the smile on her face, but her eyes held no happiness in them. There it is. Taean exclaimed while looking through his paper telescope. The Mary is on that island. They were still a fair distance away, but at the very least the island was in sight. Good. Momo said as she stood up and walked up to the front of the boat while drawing her sword. With a quick swipe, the rope tying the sea cow to the boat was cut. The sea cow stopped instantly and turned back to Momo with confusion in its eyes. I'm sorry about hitting you. Momo told the cow. You're free to refuse, but would you do me a favor? The sea cow stayed in place. Swim about halfway to where you found us and wait there. Momo explained. A group of people riding on a golden cloud should pass by there soon enough. Would you please point them in the right direction? The sea cow stared at Momo for a moment before swiping its tail across the water, splashing Momo in the face with a small wave before making a break for it away from the island. I'll make sushi out of you. Momo shouted after the sea cow, forcing her wet hair out of her face. Well, you did hit it. Ibra pointed out. Also, why did you cut it free here? Letting that thing pull us all to way to shore would draw too much attention. Taean explained. We just have to get to Mary, find Ochako, and leave. Momo snorted, knowing that it would not be that simple. The boat made its way to the island. They could see the port where Mary was docked in. But on that dock also stood 3 fishmen. Oh, Sparks! Taean muttered when he saw the fishmen notice their boat. Seems they don't appreciate us being here. Momo observed when she saw 2 of the fishmen jump into the water. The swordsman sighed. Ibra? Yes. Ibra tilted her head. Get Taeyeon somewhere safe. Momo said simply. Ibra and Taeyeon frowned before the traveling cook spoke up. How dash? Momo pushed the two of them off the boat and into the water. Get swimming. Ibra grabbed Taeyeon and started to swim away, making sure to keep the boy's head above the water. Momo watched them swim away before the two fishmen jumped onto the boat from the water. The swordsman turned around to face them. Hello, gentlemen, would you be so kind to help me find someone? The two fishmen sneered at her before one of them spoke. Oh, we'll help you find someone all right. Momo smirked. Wonderful. Ibra swam herself and Taeyeon to the shore. The poor boy apparently didn't know how to swim. The two walked out of the water and were horrified by the sight before them. A whole town, completely ruined. What in the spark happened here? Taeyeon breathed out. I'm assuming the Arlong pirates. Ibra said sadly as she and Taeyeon began to walk through the ruined town. What a despicable bunch. Despicable is right. Taeyeon agreed. To think they'd cause so much destruction, they're just as bad as Kuro and his lot. Careful. A playful voice caught their attention. The two turned their heads to its source to see a smiling girl with long, periwinkle hair holding a child under her arm. The Arlong pirates don't take kindly to criticisms. The older girl said with the same amount of cheer while the child under her arm struggled to break free. Let go of me. The child cried. I need to avenge my father. The periwinkle-haired girl looked down at the child with a smile before slamming her fist into his skull, knocking him out cold. This action caught Ibra and Taeyeon off guard. It's not really safe around here, pretty sure a fishman is about to show any minute. The girl told them before walking away. Come with me. Ibra and Taeyeon looked at each other before shrugging and following after the older girl. They might as well. Momo sat calmly with her hands and feet tied up as Ibra's boat was sailed straight into Arlong Park. She didn't struggle when the two fishmen that tied her up picked her up and put her in front of the ugly fish himself. So, what's a dainty thing like you doing in a place like this? Arlong asked her. Momo didn't answer, her eyes were drawn to the sun tattoo on Arlong's chest. Well? Arlong demanded. I'm looking for a girl. Momo answered evenly. Is that so? Arlong raised an eyebrow. Well, I'm no one to judge dash. Not like that. Momo shook her head. She's cute, but I already have my heart set on someone else. I mean, if she wants to join in, I guess I wouldn't say no, but... Alright, enough of that. Arlong cut her off. Who are you? Kodai Momo. Momo answered. First mate of, oh hell. We haven't come up with a name for the crew yet. Shahaha. Arlong laughed. Common mistake. But you're telling me that you're a pirate. I am. Momo nodded. And I am here looking for our navigator. Didn't I tell y'all that I wasn't part of your crew? Momo stared impassively as Ochako walked out of the building to stand next to Arlong. Well? Ochako asked impatiently as the swordsman showed no reaction to seeing her. Are you gonna say something? Izuku is probably worried sick about you. Momo let the girl know. Ochako's face instantly turned red. Taeyeon and Ibra followed the periwinkle-haired girl all the way to a house that had a tangerine orchard behind it. Come on in. The girl grinned as she held the door open for them. The two walked inside the house and were led to a table where the older girl told them to wait. She also placed the boy whose skull she nearly caved in on one of the chairs. The older girl hummed happily as she went to the kitchen, coming out a minute later with a tray full of hot cups of tea. Enjoy, the girl said with that same cheery grin on her face. I don't think he can, Taeyeon said while sneaking a glance at the unconscious boy. The girl simply raised her hand before punching the boy in the head again, this time waking him up with a start. What the dash? Where am I? The boy looked around. My house. The older girl said. You were being a dumbass and trying to pick fights with fishmen, so I knocked your lights out. So blunt. Taeyeon muttered. You stopped me from getting revenge. Just like that stupid witch. The boy cried. I stopped you from dying, moron. The girl said with the same cheer as before, sitting down at the table and sipping her own tea. A thank you would be nice. The boy glared at her. If it means getting my revenge, I don't care if I D-dash. The girl punched him again, causing him to cry in pain. "Don't talk about throwing your life away so easily, idiot," the older stated with that same smile on her face. It was getting unsettling at this point. "You think your mother would be happy to hear that you died? She already lost your dad, don't make her suffer more." The boy froze, tears began to build up in his eyes. He hadn't even considered it. He was so focused on avenging his dad that he didn't even think about what would happen to his mom. "That, which, gave you some money, right?" the girl asked, getting a nod from the boy. "Good, use that to make sure you and your mom stay alive, 'kay?" The boy nodded again before hopping off of the chair and leaving to return home to his mother. "You're a very kind soul," Ibra said with a smile, clasping her hands together. The older girl grinned at Ibra. "Not just someone who doesn't like seeing people die." "Who are you?" Tayan asked. "Did I not introduce myself?" The girl tilted her head. "I'm Nijire." "Nijire? I grow tangerines. You guys want some?" Nijire asked excitedly. "Maybe later." Ibra turned down Nijire's offer with a smile. "So, who are you guys?" Nijire asked. "Why did you come here? Why does your hair look like a plant? Can you grow tangerines on it?" Then, Ibra and Tayan's sweat dropped as Nijire began babbling questions. "Wait." Tayan shouted and held his hands out. "We can't keep up with all of the questions." Ibra decided to answer the only 2 questions she heard. "I'm Ibra and this is Tayan. We're here for 2 things, but the important one is finding a girl named Ochako." "Ochako?" Nijire looked at the 2 in surprise. "You know her?" Tayan asked. "I should." Nijire chuckled. "She's my little sister after all." "What?" Ibra and Tayan exclaimed. "Not blood-related, of course," Nijire said while walking to a stand that had a photo frame on it. "I don't see how that is relevant to you being sisters." Tayan crossed his arms. "I'm not blood-related to my older sister either." "So, you know how that feels." Nijire turned her head back to Tayan with a smile before picking up the photo frame and looking at it. "We lived here with our foster mother, we were happy, and then Arlong and his snuffers came here." "They took your mother from you, didn't they?" Tayan realized. "They did." Nijire confirmed. "My adoptive parents were killed by Kuro, of 100 Plans, who was posing as their butler." Tayan scowled. "And then, the mother kicked me out to the streets." Ibra gasped in horror, putting a hand on Tayan's back to try to provide comfort. Nijire put down the photo before walking over to Tayan and patting him on the head. "Losing a parent is rough, huh?" "Very." Tayan nodded. "But let's focus on the matter at hand. Can you tell us where Ochako is?" "Probably at Arlong Park." Nijire shrugged. Ibra and Tayan blinked. "Why?" Ibra asked. "Don't tell me." Tayan seemed to realize it. "Ochako is a member of their crew." Nijire confirmed the boy's suspicion. "Oh, Spark." Tayan face-bombed. "She was playing us for fiddles from the start." "She seemed like such a kind girl," Ibra said sadly. "I might not have known her long, but I'd never take her for someone who'd join someone like Arlong." "I don't understand." Tayan frowned. "Arlong killed your mother, ruined your lives, and Ochako just joined up with him? Why?" Nijire shrugged. "She said it was for the money." "That sea witch." Tayan muttered. "I suppose I'll have to be the bearer of bad news for Captain Izuku when he gets here. That is if Momo was right and he dash." Tayan froze. "Tayan?" Ibra shook the boy. "The fishmen have Momo." Tayan uttered, recalling how Momo pushed him and Ibra off of the boat to save them from the fishmen. What do I care what that dumb monkey boy thinks?" Ochako sputtered with her face burning red. "You know her, Ochako?" Arlong asked the girl. "She's one of those suckers I stole from." Ochako shrugged, trying to get her blush under control. "I guess they bought the act a little too well." Momo snorted. "Act? Yeah, act." Ochako glared at the swordsman. "I was just pulling y'all along to get what I wanted." "To be carried in Izuku's arms again?" Momo asked with a smirk. "No!" Ochako shouted as her blush returned. "Treasure. Money. I was using y'all to get money." "Bullshit." Momo laughed. "Huh?" Ochako demanded. What was that? Tell me. Momo's laughter subsided, but a mocking grin remained on her face. Do you know how much a devil fruit is worth? Ochako paused. She didn't. Depends. Arlong cut in. Unknown devil fruits have a starting price of 60 million belly. Ochako felt her blood freeze. Known devil fruits? Arlong hummed. Paramecia tend to have the lowest price, but even then, they have a starting price of 100 million belly, but there are exceptions that go all the way to the billions. Powerful abilities are highly valued. Ochako's blush died down and her face went pale. How much do you think a Zoan and a Paramecia each capable of decimating an island would be worth? Momo asked the fishman. Normally, he'd be upset that a human was speaking to him so casually, but since they were talking money, he'd let it slide. Well over 1 billion to start, I'd say. Arlong mused while rubbing his chin. And that's lowballing it. Is that so? Momo turned her mocking grin on Ochako. Why didn't you kill Izuku and Yui to steal their devil fruits? Ochako started. Shaking. Ochako's never seen a devil fruit before. Arlong interrupted. She wouldn't know how much they're worth. And internally, he was grateful for that. If the girl had gotten her hands on a devil fruit, she'd probably have enough money to. He didn't even want to think about it. She's in danger. Taian clenched his fists. I have to come up with a plan to save her. Captain Izuku will never forgive me if anything happens to her. All right, kiddo. Nijire placed a hand on Taian's head to calm him down. Relax before I make you with my fists. Taian relaxed a bit. Why don't you go out and pick yourself a tangerine? Nijire offered. Whichever one you like, just pick it out and eat it. My treat. I think it's a good idea, Taian. Ibra agreed. Go clear your head for a bit. Taian nodded reluctantly and stepped out into the tangerine orchard. He could have just picked out a tangerine from one of the closer trees, but he figured the point was for him to burn off some of his anxiety by walking. The bespectacled boy walked through the orchard, letting himself get lost between the many trees as he scanned the tangerines growing on them. He wanted to consider everything when it came to picking the fruit he was going to eat. Size, color, he would make sure to pick the best tangerine in the hole. Is that an apple? Taian suddenly asked no one in particular at the sight of a golden apple growing on one of the trees among the tangerines. The apple was not only golden, but had a swirling pattern on it. Taian's curiosity moved his hand to pluck the apple out of the tree. Its stem had grown in a corkscrew shape. It looked delicious enough, and Taian found himself raising the apple to his mouth out of instinct, closing his eyes as he opened his mouth. Crunch. And dash. Taian's eyes flew open at the disgusting taste that assaulted his mouth. It was the nastiest thing he'd ever tasted. Taian swallowed on instinct. Bleg! Taian cried out before glaring at the fruit in his hand. Demon apple! He wanted to throw the fruit on the ground, but he didn't. Disgusting or not, food was food, and he was more than used to eating anything he could to survive. With a grimace, Taian forced the rest of the apple into his mouth, chewing and swallowing as fast as he could. The bespectacled boy whined and stuck his tongue out. So sparking disgusting. Taian shook his head and made his way back to the house. At the very least, the disgusting taste of the fruit distracted him from his anxiety. Is that the only reason? Momo chuckled. Or is there more to it? Come on, Ochako, speak up. Ochako started shaking before letting out a loud groan, covering her eyes with her hand. Demented. If I had known how much money those two were worth, I'd have killed them right away. Shahaha. Arlong cackled, the rest of his crew following suit. Ochako snuck a glance at Momo, who looked thoroughly unimpressed. Well, now you know. Arlong's laughter subsided. Momo shook her head. So full of shit. Watch your mouth. Ochako snapped, showing off her tattooed shoulder to the swordsman. You're talking to a member of the Arlong pirates. That tattoo looks stupid. Momo said easily. That remark earned her a glare from Arlong. That tattoo is the mark of my crew. A crew full of assholes. Momo said dismissively. Bite your tongue. Human. Arlong shouted at her. A lowly creature like you has no right to speak to me like this. I am a fishman. I am aware I have eyes. Momo rolled her eyes for emphasis. Then you should know how inferior to me you are. Arlong slammed his fist onto his chair's armrest. Fishmen are, on the most basic level, better than humans. We are the next step on the evolutional ladder. We're naturally stronger. We can breathe on both land and under the sea. We're superior to humans in every single way. Ugh, I hate that speech. Ochako rolled her eyes. Well, you're the exception, or course, Ochako. Arlong told the girl. The only thing you're superior to, Momo started, is the rot on the hull of a ship. What was that? Arlong demanded. And let me be clear. Momo continued. It has nothing to do with you being a fishman. It's merely because you're an a-hole. Arlong's eyes widened in rage. He tightened his grip on his armrests. He was prepared to teach that arrogant human a lesson personally before Ochako kicked her in the face. Keep your mouth shut, Ochako said coldly before grabbing Momo by the hair and punching her in the gut. Momo choked back a scream. Ochako had hit the wound my hawk gave her. Throw her in the dungeon until I decide what to do with her. Ochako let go of Momo's hair and let her drop to the floor. As you wish. Arlong chuckled and signaled for one of his men to take Momo. As Momo was picked up from the floor, she kept staring at Ochako with that same unimpressed stare. Ochako tried to avoid her eyes before a fishman rushed into Arlong Park. Boss. The fat fishman called out. That girl had 2 more people with her on the boat. I haven't been able to find them yet, but I think they might be in Kokoyashi village. It's the one place I haven't searched yet. Damn it. Momo cursed in her head. They already found Taian and Ibra? Shahaha. Arlong cackled. Oh good. I was already planning on heading there anyway. Ochako clenched her fists, lowering her head so no one would see the glare her eyes were set in. Let's have some fun. Arlong grinned. Back in Kokoyashi village, news of Arlong coming to make an appearance caused unease. The villagers were wondering what could have provoked their fishy overlord to come to them when they've already paid him that month's tribute. It's probably because of my weapons cache. A man with a body full of scars and a hat that had a small windmill on it spoke roughly. Genzo ordered everyone to go back to their houses and stay safe. Soon enough, Arlong and his men arrived, the big fish himself towering over Genzo. With a grin on his face. So you're the guy hoarding weapons on my island? Arlong asked. Yes. Genzo admitted. I'm a collector. What? Are we not allowed to have hobbies now? Next, you'll tell us we can't read books, or play outside with our children. Hobbies are fine. Arlong drawled. It's weapons that are the problem. While Arlong started monologuing about his authority and whatnot, Nijire, Ibra, and Taian hid behind a building to observe what was happening. Taian had chosen not to mention the gross fruit he ate in order not to anger Nijire, but he felt different ever since he ate it. That's Arlong. Taian swallowed. He's bloody massive. Even bigger than Krieg. To think he'd use his size to intimidate and hurt others. Ibra frowned. How repulsive. That's just how he is. Nijire's smile dropped, her eyes holding nothing but hatred for the fishman. Arlong's a real BSTRD. He forces us to pay ridiculous sums of money every month, and if even one person fails to pay? You remember the town where I found you guys? He destroyed a whole town because one person didn't pay? Ibra gasped in horror. You humans are being given the honor of helping me build the great Arlong Empire. Arlong declared. Taian felt his blood grow cold. He wants to take over the whole East Blue? Momo sat quietly in the cell she was thrown in, her eyes closed in thought. Her thinking was interrupted when the door to her cell was opened and Ochako walked in with a knife in one hand and Momo's white sword in the other. Momo didn't acknowledge the other girl's existence even as she cut the ropes around her. Get out of here quick, Ochako stated while putting the white sword on the floor in front of Momo. Arlong will be back soon. With that, Ochako turned around and walked out of the cell. Momo opened her eyes. A smirk came to her face as she took her sword. Talk about coming down with monkey fever, or would it be green fever? Either way, girl has it bad. Arlong picked up Genzo by the throat, preparing to make an example out of him in front of all of the townsfolk who rushed out of their houses in concern for the scarred man. Genzo pleaded with them all to leave him to his fate. Genzo! Nijire's face held no trace of the cheer she usually displayed. She prepared to run out to help, but someone beat her to it. Let him go! Ibra shouted as she ran out of her hiding spot and into the open. Arlong turned his head to look at the girl. Who the hell are you? I think she's one of the people who were on the boat with that Momo girl. A fishman shouted. I am. Ibra confirmed. And you will let go of this man right this instant. And what makes you can order me around, human? Arlong seethed while tightening his grip on Genzo's neck. This, Ibra said before her hair shot forward, wrapping around itself until it formed a giant fist that plowed into Arlong and sent him flying back, forcing him to let go of Genzo. Everyone stared at Ibra in shock. But the girl didn't pay it any mind. She rushed over to the fallen Genzo to make sure he was okay. I'll live. Genzo coughed before looking at the girl. But I don't think I can say the same for you. Ibra knew what he meant. She looked over to where Arlong picked himself up from the ground, his eyes staring murder into Ibra. Arlong roared before running forward. Ibra broke out running as well, shouting over her shoulder. Come get me, you second-grade ingredient. I'll effing eat you. Arlong shouted before he was intercepted by a few of his men. Let go. We're going after her, boss. One of the fishmen holding Arlong tried to explain. But if you go after the girl, you'll tear the whole island apart. A few fishmen ran after Ibra while Arlong was dragged back to Arlong Park by his men, one of them taking a moment to taunt the townsfolk about them getting to live for the moment. Ibra! Taean uttered, his legs shaking. Nijire put a hand on Taean's head comfortingly. Hey, everyone! That voice made Taean freeze. Ochako walked into the view of the townsfolk, carrying a bouquet of flowers in her hands. The townsfolk all looked at her in disdain and returned to their homes. The only people left outside were Genzo and the town doctor who was checking him for injuries. Quite the warm welcome, Ochako muttered with a sad smile. Ochako! Taean shouted as he ran out of his hiding spot, followed by Nijire. Taean! Ochako was surprised to see the boy. Genzo and the doctor looked at Nijire questioningly, but the girl just shook her head. Why? Taean shouted. Ochako closed her eyes and walked away. Don't ignore me. Taean shouted and tried to run after the girl, but Nijire stopped him. Let me. I'm her sister after all. Nijire smiled at him before turning to Genzo. Do you mind taking care of him for a bit? I'll be back for him soon. Genzo nodded. Of course. Taean wanted to protest, but Nijire pushed over to Genzo before he could. See ya in a bit, Taean. Nijire shouted as she ran after Ochako. Taean glared at the ground, clenching his fists. Can't I do anything? The boy was so absorbed in his anger that he didn't notice the crinkling noise coming from his clenched fists. So, Nijire started as she walked up to Ochako. The brown-haired girl was sitting in front of a grave, marked by a wooden cross. The flowers she's been carrying earlier were placed on top of it. So, Ochako asked. Who's Izuku? Nijire asked teasingly. Ochako squeaked before turning around to glare at her sister with her face red as a tomato. No one. Shut up. Nijire giggled before calming down. How much more now? 7 million, give or take. Ochako sighed. 7 million more and I'll have 100 million, and then, we can finally buy back our village. We'll finally be free of Arlong. Hey, Ochako dash. Nijire tried to approach her sister. Nijire. Ochako spoke up. The ship I arrived on, it belongs to Taean's captain. He'll probably arrive here soon if... Run into him, take him and Taean to the ship and tell them to leave. You mean Izuku? Nijire asked. Yeah, Izuku. Ochako looked down. I've never seen you return something you stole. Nijire chuckled. He must be really special. Ochako sighed. He is. Do you think that he'll let me join his crew after I'm free of Arlong? Nijire closed her eyes and sighed. I don't know. Ochako showed no reaction to her sister's words. Nijire turned around and walked away. But I hope so. It's right up ahead. Tenya called out over the wind. Kintoan was racing through the skies at high speeds. Arlong Park is right there. Tenya pointed at the island where the fishman's base was. Izuku scowled, holding his hat in place so it wouldn't fly off. They wasted too much time with that stupid sea cow that showed up out of nowhere to attack them. It already had an injury on its head, meaning it likely escaped from something stronger than it. Izuku didn't care though, he shocked that thing dead when it tried to snap at them. He didn't have time to waste. His anger cooled when he felt something slip into his free hand. He looked to see that Yui took his hand in hers. Izuku smiled at her and squeezed her hand softly. Thanks. Yui nodded, a red tint to her cheeks. Izuku looked back at the island, his green eyes narrowing in determination. He'd reunite with his crew and take back his ship and navigator. And before this day is over. Izuku once again remembered Ochako's tears, his anger rising despite Yui holding his hand. I am going to gut that fish with his own nose. Get away, the girl says. Momo sat relaxedly on Arlong's chair, her arms folded behind her head and one leg was folded over the other. All around her, the fishmen of Arlong's crew that stayed in Arlong Park were strewn about with cuts littering their bodies. Some dead, some unconscious and barely clinging to life. Fee-hee-hee-hee. Momo laughed out loud and shook her head. Like it's that easy. Momo knew her captain, her Izuku. She knew without a shadow of a doubt that he would not allow them to leave the island without Ochako with them, and she was content on following his will. Besides, Momo tilted her head. I don't know where to go exactly. Is someone fishing out there? Momo watched curiously as someone appearing to be struggling with a really big fish on the other side of the wall. No, they hooked themselves like a dumbass. Not that I'd blame them. Momo said as she stood up, her open red vest hanging loosely over her bandaged torso. Hooked myself plenty of times learning to fish. And Izuku would kiss it better every time, good times. Momo walked over to the wall and hopped up on it, seeing that the person fishing was an octopus fishman. Ha! The octopus noticed her, looking up at her with a friendly smile. Hello there, who are you? Name's Momo. Momo introduced herself, preparing to draw her sword. Hello Momo. I'm Hachan. But my friends call me Hachi. Hachi pointed at himself with a grin on his big mouth. Are you a guest here? Momo pursed her lips and looked back at the carnage she unleashed on Arlong's crew on the other side of the wall before turning to Hachi. Sure, let's go with that. Oh well. Hachi rubbed the back of his head. Sorry to tell you Momo, but Arlong isn't here right now. Pity. Momo said blandly while hopping off the wall to stand next to Hachi, noticing how tall he was compared to her. Big guy, this one. Yeah. Hachi sighed and focused on his fishing poles. He had 3 held between his 6 hands. He went to Kokoyashi to take care of some business apparently. Any idea how I can get there? Momo asked. Hachi dropped one fishing pole before pointing to a pot in the water. Hop in, I'll take you there myself. Momo couldn't help but chuckle, finding the simple-minded octopus endearing. Aren't you a gentleman, escorting a lady like this? Hachi laughed bashfully. You're making me blush here. Momo hopped inside of the pot and let Hachi carry it through the water. Hachi? Momo spoke up during the ride. Yes. Hachi looked at her curiously. You seem a lot less aggressive than the rest of your crew. Momo observed. Why are you with them? 'Cause they're my brothers. Hachi said easily. We all grew up together, suffered together, so we stick together. Momo nodded sadly. Do you hate humans, Hachi? Promise you won't tell Arlong? Hachi asked. Of course. Momo nodded. I don't actually hate humans. Hachi admitted. I know that a lot of humans are awful, humans did awful things to us too, but I don't hate all of them. I mean if I did, that would mean that I'd have to hate Koala or Ochako. Momo didn't recognize the name, Koala, but she figured that it belonged to a human friend of Hachi's. So, you don't hate humans? Momo surmised. No. Hachi shook his head. Don't tell Arlong about this, but when I can, I slip some belly to the families who can't pay the tribute so they won't anger Arlong. Your secret's safe with me, Hachi. Momo smiled beatifically at the octopus fishman. New. Hachi's face turned red before he dunked it in the water and focused on swimming. Momo chuckled in amusement before her smile disappeared and she looked ahead to where Hachi was taking her. You're a good fellow, Hachi, Momo thought to herself. You get to live. Ibra ran with 3 members of Arlong's crew hot on her heels. Stop right there, you thorny little beach. One of the fishmen shouted at her. Ibra sighed and stopped in her tracks, turning around to face the fishmen. If you insist. The 3 fishmen stopped as well, looking confused as to why she complied. You must be wondering why I stopped. Ibra translated the looks on their faces. The reason for that, you see, is that we're far enough from the village and your comrades that it's quite unlikely for anyone to stumble across what's about to happen. Oh yeah. One of the chortled. And what's about to happen? I'll say it like this. Ibra clasped her hands, her vines coming to life and twisting around her threateningly. I'm a cook, and you're all fish, do the math. I've never actually learned to do math. One of the fishmen admitted. Well then. Ibra smiled, the same angelic smile she showed to Jean. To the fishmen before Ibra, however, that angelic smile looked like it belonged on the angel of death. I'll teach you division. Back in Arlong Park, Arlong, having been calmed down by his men, walked into his base to find everyone there cut down. My brothers! Arlong shouted in horror, running to the nearest one and cradling him. Who dash? Arlong froze when he realized the fishman in his arms was already dead. No! Arlong uttered, hugging the corpse close in mourning. Who would do this? B-boss. One of the downed fishmen spoke shakily. Arlong quickly, but gently, put down the corpse of his deceased friend before running to the still living one. He held the injured fishman up. Who did this to you, brother? Tell me? Who do I need to kill? Who was that girl? The fishman groaned. Momo. Momo? Arlong shouted as the fishman went limp in his grasp, dead. She escaped? Escaped is putting it lightly. One of Arlong's top men grimaced. Kurubi. She tore through them? Kurubi uttered with some fear in his voice. How can a human girl have so much power? It doesn't matter. Arlong seethed while gently lowering his deceased crew member to the ground. Men, gather up the bodies so we can have a proper burial for them. Arlong's men nodded and set about their orders, some of them having tears in their eyes at having to handle the corpses of their brethren. How did she escape? Kurubi wondered. However she did. Arlong ground out through gritted teeth. I'm going to find her. I'll tear off her head and present it to our fallen brothers as a farewell gift. Fallen brothers? Chew. Another of Arlong's officers walked into Arlong Park while carrying 3 unconscious fishmen over his shoulders. Oh my God! Chu exclaimed when he saw the state of Arlong Park, nearly dropping the fishmen he was carrying. Our brothers! What happened to them? Chu! That Momo girl managed to escape and did this to them. Kurubi explained. Chu's normally cool demeanor was nowhere to be seen at the face of the death of his brothers. That little beach is going to pay for this. She will indeed. Arlong agreed before looking at the fishmen Chu was carrying. You lost the girl? Yes. Chu. Chu admitted shamefully. Found these guys unconscious and hanging from a tree. At the very least, the vine girl was merciful. Chu. Then she'll get a quick death. Arlong decided, clenching his webbed fists so hard they popped. Unlike that Momo girl, I'll make her death painful. I'm sick of humans taking away people I love. Was Big Bro Tiger not enough for them? All fishmen around Arlong became even sadder at the mention of their former captain. His death still affected them greatly. How did she escape anyway? Arlong asked after forcing himself to calm down. One of his men went to check the cell where they kept Momo and returned with a report. The ropes were cut? Arlong shouted. Someone must have freed her. Kurubi realized. My guess is that Ochako betrayed us. Arlong didn't respond, he was too furious to do so. But he didn't have to, the girl in question walked through the gate not a moment later. Oh God! Ochako uttered in horror at the state of Arlong Park. Ochako! Arlong shouted at the girl. Ochako looked at the fishman with a firm expression. Yes. That Momo girl escaped. Arlong growled. I can see that. Ochako nodded. Definitely looks like her handiwork. Don't get cute, girl. Kurubi shouted at her. Did you, or did you not let her out? Why the snuff would I? Ochako asked in indignation. I'm a breath away from fulfilling our agreement. Why the hell would I do this now? She makes a valid point. Chu stated calmly. Ochako's had ample opportunity to betray us in the past and she didn't. Why now? Then how did that Momo girl cut her ropes? Kurubi demanded. Did any of you guys check her for hidden weapons? Ochako asked suddenly. All fishmen present froze up before staring at Ochako. All of them uttered the same word at the same time with absolutely no emotion. What? Did any of you check her for hidden weapons? Ochako reiterated. Like, knives under the clothes? Or, like a needle hidden in her mouth? Arlong turned around to see all of his men looking away in shame. He lowered his head as his eyes stared blankly at the floor. My brothers, because we didn't consider hidden weapons? Ochako winced. Demenit. Arlong shouted and slammed his fist down on his armrest. Demenit. Momo walked through the village that Hachi brought her to. Hachi told her Arlong was there, but she figured he already left, considering people weren't screaming for their lives. So, she was focusing on looking for Taian and Ibara, hoping they were safe. Holy hell! This kid's like an origami wizard. Momo's eyes were drawn to the sound of an amazed crowd, all of them standing around something. The swordsman walked towards the crowd, curious to what they were looking at. She pushed her way through and saw what amazed them. Taian was sitting on a table and quickly folding up pieces of paper into different shapes, from birds, to hats, to flowers. The boy had a deeply troubled look on his face as his hands blurred the sheets into shapes. That's some impressive work, Taian. Momo complimented. Thank you, Momo. Taian answered absent-mindedly before freezing. The younger boy's eyes snapped up from the table to see Momo's smiling face. Momo! Taian exclaimed and quickly stood from the table, running up to her with relief clear on his face. Momo's smile widened and she quickly wrapped the younger boy in a hug, much to his embarrassment. Good to see you're safe, Taian. Likewise. Taian muttered into Momo's embrace, his face burning. The men in the audience that Taian drew in muttered jealously at the position the younger boy was in. Momo's smile dropped and she turned her eyes to said men, moving one of her hands to her sword to lift it up. Get lost. Everyone cleared out after that. So, where's Ibara? Momo asked. Last I saw her, she was being chased by fishmen. Taian admitted shamefully. And I couldn't do anything to help. Taian, you're still young and inexperienced. Momo said understandingly. All we have to do now is trust she's fine and find her. Right. Taian nodded as Momo let him go. But. Momo tilted her head. We should forget about Ochako. Taian exclaimed. She's a member of Arlong's crew? Momo guessed, earning another nod from Taian. The swordsman shook her head with a chuckle. Taian. Momo patted the boy on the head. If you think that's going to stop Izuku, she sold her entire village out for money. Taian shouted. She joined the crew of the Sparker who murdered her mother. How can we ever trust her? Momo closed her eyes. Do you want to know what I think, Taian? I'm listening. Taian said. There's a lot more to this that we don't understand. Momo opened her eyes to stare directly at Taian's. And leaving Ochako behind isn't up to us, it's Izuku's decision. Taian frowned, but relented to Momo's point. Fine, but I'm voicing my displeasure with the situation to Izuku. Go ahead. Momo chuckled and ruffled his hair. But for now, let's find Ibara and wait for Izuku. Of course. Taian agreed. The two pirates ran out of the village in search for their friend. I can't believe this. Arlong kept shouting. Kurubi glared at Ochako. He still believed she freed Momo, but she was right. None of them checked the girl for any weapons other than her sword, meaning that the possibility of her having just used a hidden weapon to cut herself free was very feasible. All of the screaming and glaring was interrupted by a new screaming, this time coming from Hachi, who had just arrived. "What happened?" Hachi asked, jumping out of the water with panic on his face. "Why is everyone dead?" "The prisoner got away." Chu explained before looking down. "If you had been here, Hachi, you could have stopped her." Chu. "Why, of course I." Hachi trailed off. "She. That Momo girl." Kurubi seethed. "Momo?" Hachi asked in horror. "Momo did all of this?" Arlong frowned at Hachi, prompting the octopus to explain what happened. "You idiot!" Kurubi shouted at Hachi, causing the octopus to flinch. I didn't know she was the prisoner." Hachi defended. "If I had, I'd have bet her up." Ochako shook her head before turning away. "And where do you think you're going?" Kurubi demanded. "They were all your brothers," Ochako stated, not looking at any of them. "I figured you wouldn't want a human like me around while you mourn them." With that, the girl turned around and walked away. "Captain, may I speak?" Tenya spoke with a bit of fear in his voice. "Of course," Izuku said with the same scowl on his face. Arlong Park was within reach. "May I advise against heading for Arlong right away?" Tenya offered. "I understand that you want to, in your words, gut him with his own nose, but I believe it would be prudent for us to find Momo, Ibra, and Taian first. Regroup and then head for Arlong." Izuku closed his eyes and let out a sigh. "You're right." Tenya was surprised by how easily his captain accepted his suggestion. Yui noticed this and patted him on the back. "He respects your opinion." "I would also like to find Ibra quickly." Noah spoke up. "I am concerned for her." "Right." Izuku nodded and placed a hand on Noah's head. "Sorry for not taking your feelings into account, Noah." Noah shook his head. "It's fine." The crew flew away from Arlong Park and towards another part of the island, all of them keeping their eyes peeled for Momo. Izuku shouted and jumped off of Kintoan. Tenya blinked at his captain jumping off the cloud before turning to Yui. "How long does Kintoan remain active while Izuku isn't on it?" "Depends on if he's concentrating on it," Yui said while counting down on her fingers. "He isn't." Yui's finger count reached 0 and Kintoan dissipated, leaving her, Tenya, and Noah to fall through the sky. Yui maintained her stoic expression while Noah looked remarkably calm for someone falling towards the ground. "Tenya though?" "No, grandfather. Not the balloons again." Tenya cried while apparently reliving a painful memory. "Tensei, grandfather is tying me to the balloons again. Help me." Yui shook her head before reaching out and grabbing Noah, bringing him closer to her. "Grab on." The boy wrapped his arms around Yui's neck while the girl reached for Tenya and grabbed him as well. The three of them were caught by Kintoan before they hit the ground, like Yui knew they would be. Izuku might have jumped off in his excitement to get to Momo, but he wouldn't have let them hit the ground. "Sorry," Izuku called out while hugging a clearly pleased Momo and a very embarrassed Taian as tightly as he could. Tenya shakily got off of Kintoan and onto the ground before walking slowly to Izuku. "Captain," Tenya said tensely. "Yes, Tenny?" Izuku asked while letting go of Momo and Taian, guessing what Tenya was about to do. "You just made me relive one of the worst memories of my life." Tenya explained. "I am going to kick you in the head now." Izuku hummed before nodding and taking off his hat. "Yeah, I deserve that. Go ahead." "Thank you for being so understanding about this, Captain." Tenya nodded respectfully before his leg shot forward and he planted the steel-plated sole of his shoe in his captain's face while screaming, "Never do that again." Izuku rubbed his head before putting his hat back on. "Better." "Much." Tenya nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Captain. It's good to see you guys. Again." Momo said with a smile, turning to Yui. "I'm glad to see you safe, Yui." Yui nodded. "Same." "Where's Ibra?" Noah asked. "We were just looking for her, actually." Taian adjusted his glasses. "But before this, we have a report to make. Ochako Dash is part of Arlong's crew, I know." Izuku cut him off. Let's find Ibra and go gut that fish. Gut who now? An annoyed voice asked. Izuku spun around to see Ochako standing a fair distance away. Ochako! Izuku grinned at seeing her. Wipe that grin off your face, a hole. Ochako snarled, clenching her fists. I told you to get lost. Well, you told my clone. Izuku shrugged. Yeah, spark ya for that. Ochako shouted, stomping her foot. Mary is docked right outside of Kokoyashi village. Take her and get lost. Not without you, Ochako. Izuku said seriously. Momo leaned down to whisper to Teian. Told you. Yes, you know him best. Teian rolled his eyes. And you, Momo? Ochako turned her attention on the swordsman. What part of get out of here quick did you misinterpret as slaughter everyone in Arlong Park? I didn't slaughter everyone. Momo rolled her eyes. I spared Hachi. Ochako shook her head. Arlong's gonna come after you guys now, you get that right? And when he does, I'll gut him. Izuku said while folding his arms behind his head. Stop being an idiot already. Ochako shouted at him. Devil fruit or not, you can't beat Arlong. Watch me. Izuku shouted back. Why are you being so stubborn? Ochako shouted. Because you're suffering. Izuku growled. Teian scoffed, getting their attention. I doubt this sea which has the capacity to suffer. Teian. Izuku started warningly. Ochako looked away. Teian saw the look in his captain's eyes and chose to stay quiet. So Nijire told you, huh? Ochako muttered. Teian stayed quiet. Who's Nijire? Yui asked. None of your business. Ochako sighed. Just get lost, all of you. Not until you come with us. Izuku said stubbornly. Not happening. Ochako ground out through gritted teeth. Then I guess I'm not moving. Izuku decided and sat down, creating a small golden cloud in his hand and entertaining himself with it. Tihis. Ochako turned away and stomped off. Do whatever. Drop dead for all I care. Momo leaned over to Yui. Did you see it? Yui nodded. She got it bad. Teian and Noah looked at the two girls with confusion while Tenya went over to Izuku. What's our next course? Tenya asked. Dig in our heels like children until Ochako comes with us. Izuku answered with a straight face while playing with his small cloud. Oh wow, you're self-aware. Tenya muttered. What was that? Izuku asked blandly. And nothing. Tenya looked away. Are we really simply staying here, Captain Izuku? Teian asked with a grimace. Yup. Izuku said without looking away from the small cloud in his hands. Momo let out a huff of laughter before walking to Izuku and sitting down back to back with him, leaning back to use him as a comforter. Might as well get comfortable then. Yui nodded and went to sit down next to Izuku, leaning her head on his shoulder and closing her eyes. Soft snores soon started to escape Yui's lips, showing that she fell asleep. But what about Ibra? Noah asked. We have to find her. And we will. Izuku said surely. You can count on that. Shahaha. Arlong cackled as he watched the remains of the Navy ship float in the water from his chair. Pathetic humans. Real pathetic. Kurubi agreed. Dealing with them was easy. Yeah. Hachi nodded enthusiastically. With our knowledge of these waters, no one can stop us. And let's not forget. Chu. Chu held up a rolled-up paper. Ochako's sea charts are quite useful as well. I checked it before moving the reef. Hachi grinned. It had all the details we needed, even the flow of the currents. Ochako's so talented. If we can have her draw these kinds of sea charts for all of the world's oceans, we'd be invincible. Kurubi hummed thoughtfully. Yes, Ochako is brilliant. Arlong nodded. She would be instrumental to bringing forth the great Arlong Empire. It's just a shame. Shame? Hachi tilted his head in confusion. We promised to let her go once she collects 100 million belly. Chu explained. Hachi's eyes widened in panic. Oh no. Does that mean Ochako's gonna leave the crew? Say it ain't so, boss. I'm afraid so. Arlong sighed regretfully. I don't want Ochako to leave the crew. Hachi said sadly. You seem pretty attached to her, Hachi. Kurubi observed. She's our friend, of course I'm attached to her. Hachi said as if it was obvious. Friend? Kurubi echoed skeptically. Is it because she reminds you of Koala? Chu asked with a slight T-sig edge to his voice. Nyu. Hachi looked away. I really miss her sometimes. Hachi. Arlong sighed tiredly. He wanted to get angry at his brother for thinking fondly of a human, but he wouldn't. Hachi was his own fishman with his own opinions, and Arlong wouldn't dream of taking that away from him. Arlong himself hated humans, but he didn't hate fishmen who loved humans. And there was a simple reason for that. Arlong didn't hate fishmen. He would never hate his brethren. But still, he didn't like to remember the girl. That stupid girl with that stupid fake smile plastered on her face. Do you think she's doing well? Hachi asked. Who knows? Kurubi shrugged. Frankly, I don't care about the girl. I don't get why you and the others were so attached to her. As far as humans go, she wasn't bad. Chu admitted reluctantly. She suffered the same as many of our brethren, that alone puts her above the rest of the humans. Can we just stop talking about her? Arlong asked while slumping. It's making me remember Big Bro's death. And the butt beating you got from Jinbi. Kurubi muttered. Say that again. Arlong barked before seeing the teasing grin on his brother's face. He started chuckling. You smug butt. The fishmen laughed, happy to have some levity. But yeah, Arlong shook his head. After Ochako finishes gathering up the money, I have to let her go. She and I made a deal, and I'm the kind of fishman who'd rather die than go back on my word when it comes to money. You say we'll find Ibra, but how will we do that with you just sitting here? Noah asked. Because I'm already looking for her. Izuku said he would have shrugged, but that would wake up Yui who was snoozing on his shoulder. Noah frowned before realizing. When did you get the chance to send a clone out? After I jumped off of Kintoan. Izuku explained. Yeah, spark you for that. Tenya cut in, going to a nearby tree and sitting down. I'm still getting flashbacks. Flashbacks to what? Taein asked. I'd rather not talk about it. Tenya muttered in horror. Sometimes I wish I could just erase those parts of my childhood from my memory. Izuku frowned, the cloud in his hands sparked a bit. So, now we just wait till your clone gets here with Ibara? Noah asked. Basically. Momo answered for Izuku, knowing that her captain was currently deep in thought. And how long will that take? Taein wondered. Not as long as you think. Ibra answered as she walked up to them on the path with a clone of Izuku walking beside her. Ibra! Noah exclaimed and ran up to her. Are you well? Ibra smiled and affectionately rubbed Noah's head. I'm perfectly fine, Noah. Well, my work here is done. The Izuku clone saluted to them all before vanishing in a puff of smoke. So, now we just hang around here? Noah asked, much calmer now that he was with Ibra. Yup. Izuku answered dully. As you wish, Captain. They all responded and made themselves comfortable. Nijire walked through the tangerine orchard, shaking her head at what she had witnessed earlier. I knew those Marines couldn't save us. Nijire sighed. For as optimistic as she seemed, Nijire was actually a deeply cynical person. She just tried to hide it behind a wide and cheery smile so she wouldn't affect the people around her with her pessimistic thoughts. The rest of the islanders had hoped that the Navy ship that arrived earlier would be their salvation, but they were just fodder for Arlong's crew, just like Nijire knew they were. Hope was something the periwinkle-haired girl had not felt in a long time. She hadn't allowed herself to. The sound of screaming and swearing coming from her house made her shake her head in exasperation. She went back to her house to see her sister repeatedly punching a wall while screaming. Stupid Izuku! With his stupid smile. On his stupid, freckled, adorable. Snuff it all. Ochako screamed. Wow. Nijire thought dully before putting on her smile. What's wrong, Chaco? Nothing. Ochako shouted while still going ham on the wall. Think that stash of yours has enough for repairs if you break my wall? Nijire asked cheerfully. That made Ochako pause before she slowly turned her head to face her. Sister, an emotionless expression resting on her own round face. After a few seconds of eye contact, Ochako wound back her fist, while still looking her sister in the eye, and punched a hole straight through the wall. "Blow me," Ochako said after wrenching her fist out of the wall. "Heh," Nijire smirked. "I take it Izuku arrived?" Ochako scowled. "Why can't he just leave? What does he want exactly?" Nijire led her sister to the table and placed a tangerine in front of her, knowing how much eating those comforted the younger girl. Ochako began peeling her tangerine with a sigh. "He still wants me on his crew, even after knowing I've been working for Arlong the whole time. He keeps going, please. Let help ya. Can't he take a snuffin' hint?" "A persistent guy, huh?" Nijire chuckled, bridging her fingers under her chin and resting it on them. "At least he's cute, right?" Ochako paused her tangerine peeling to glare at her older sister. "You screamed that he was adorable," Nijire pointed out with a teasing smile. "Is my baby sister in love? Why would I be in love with that stupid monkey boy?" Ochako scoffed and finished peeling her tangerine before she started eating it. "Considering the fact that he marched in on Arlong's turf for ya?" Nijire tilted her head. "Or maybe him saying, 'Let me help ya' isn't as annoying to ya as you try to make it seem." "Ya never knew when to shut up, Nijire," Ochako muttered with her mouth full. "Part of my charm, really." Nijire grinned before her face turned a bit more somber. "If you want him to get lost, why did you ask me if I think he'd let you back on his crew? It was just a flight of fancy, I guess." Ochako sighed as she finished her tangerine. "A nice dream if nothing else." "I don't think I've heard you talk about dreams since." Nijire let out a shaky breath. "Since Mom died. Dreams are basically what moves those idiots, Izuku especially." Ochako chuckled. "He told me that he wants to find the One Piece." "The One Piece?" Nijire smirked. "How does he even know it's real?" "He doesn't." Ochako shook her head. "He said that's a big part of the fun. Open a chest, it might turn out great. Until then, it's just a crate." "He said that?" Nijire giggled. "That's so dorky. Like you wouldn't believe." Ochako sighed wistfully. "They're all so stupid." Nijire sat and listened as her sister told her about the time she spent with Izuku and his crew. Eventually, Ochako fell asleep, so Nijire covered her up with a blanket. "This is the worst." Nijire sighed while looking at her sleeping sister. The periwinkle-haired girl reached out and rubbed Ochako's head, earning a small groan from the sleeping girl. "I hate seeing you hurt like this." Nijire muttered with tears in her eyes. "You are quite talented with origami, Taian," Noah observed. Taian was keeping himself busy by folding up pieces of paper into different shapes. "Thank you, Noah," Taian said. "But it's just a hobby, I suppose." "A hobby?" Noah hummed. Thoughtfully. "Oh, Noah has a hobby," Ibra said proudly. She was sitting behind Noah and fixing his ponytail. "Show them." Noah shook his head. "Please," Ibra requested. "They'll love it, I swear." "Don't be shy, Noah," Momo encouraged the boy. "I'd love to see it." Izuku looked away from his cloud and craned his neck to look at Noah over his shoulder. Noah sighed and reached into his pocket, pulling out a flute. "You're a musician?" Izuku asked excitedly. "I only know the one melody by heart." Noah frowned. "No clue where I learned it though." "Let's hear it." Tenya smiled at the younger boy. Noah put the flute to his lips and began playing, closing his eyes to focus on his song. "Play music, Xenoblade Chronicles 3 OST, A Life Sent On." The whole crew listened in awe to the beautiful melody of Noah's flute. The boy's music was so gentle, yet so powerful, so full of emotion. Eventually, the song came to an end and Noah opened his eyes, surprised to see everyone looking at him with wonder. "That was incredible." Izuku grinned. "You're amazing, Noah." "I'm not that great," Noah denied. "It's just something I like to do." "The song was beautiful," Momo complimented. "Probably one of the best I've ever heard." "Bravo!" Tenya clapped his hands. "Masterfully done, Noah. It's quite amazing indeed." Taian had paused his origami to listen to Noah play, or rather, Noah's music was so beautiful that it made Taian drop his work. Yui snored contently against Izuku's shoulder. Even asleep, she enjoyed the song. Geez. Noah blushed at all of the praise while Ibra smiled at him. I told you so, Noah. Ibra told him. You're very talented. That was a pretty song. The crew saw a periwinkle-haired girl approaching them. Nijire. Taian greeted. Hey, Taian Ibra. Nijire greeted back. Who's she? Momo asked. Ochako's older sister. Taian revealed. Izuku stared at the girl curiously. What brings you here? Ibra asked. I came to ask you guys to go. Nijire told them. I'll lead you to your ship, so dash. Not leaving. Izuku told her and went back to playing with his small cloud. Not without Ochako. You're Izuku, right? Nijire asked. Izuku confirmed without looking back at the older girl. Do you have a tail? Nijire noticed the green appendage wrapped around Izuku's waist. Yes. Izuku answered. Nijire held back her desire to ask questions about that, for all of 2 seconds. Why do you have a tail? What kind of tail is that? Ochako said you were a monkey boy? Does that mean you're part monkey? Then Nijire started firing off questions at Izuku. I ate a devil fruit. Izuku started. Yes, it's a monkey's tail. I don't know if I'm part monkey or not, no idea who my parents are. Then Izuku answered every single one of Nijire's questions, leaving the girl flabbergasted that he kept up with her. No one's ever kept up with all of my questions before other than Mom. Nijire muttered. Even Ochako gets lost halfway through most of them. Izuku's special like that? Momo grinned. Nijire quickly shook her head. Look, I'll explain it to ya. Why Ochako is actually part of Arlong's crew, that'll get y'all to leave. Not listening. Izuku said before he wrapped his arms around the sleeping Yui and picked her up, standing up and walking away with her. If I hear the reason, I want it to be from Ochako. Momo shook her head fondly at her captain as he walked off. Cheiko wasn't kidding, he is stubborn. Nijire muttered, watching the boy walk away with the sleeping girl in his arms. That's my Izuku. Momo smiled lovingly. Nijire eyed the girl warily. Our captain marches to the beat of his own drum. Tenya explained as he stood up and walked up to Nijire. That drum just happens to be a volatile thundercloud. Taian muttered as he gathered up his origami and placed it in his bag. Nijire honestly admired that. It was the sort of life she wished to lead, free and strong like a thundercloud. We're willing to listen to your tale. Ibra said while standing up and helping Noah to his feet. It would help to have more context than what you've provided earlier. Taian agreed. Nijire nodded. Then I'll tell you all about her, Ochako and I's mother, Belmir. The townsfolk of Kokoyashi village stared in confusion and some hope at the approaching marine vessel. Do you think Branch 16 is getting involved after what happened to Branch 77? Someone asked. Genzo had a distinct feeling that it wasn't that. The marine ship docked and out of it stepped its captain and his men. The captain was distinctly rat-like man. Shichichi. Nezumi snickered. I am Marine Captain Nezumi, of Branch 16. Genzo, please step up. And make it snappy. Genzo stepped up in front of the Marine captain. I am Genzo, sir. You. Nezumi wondered. Very well, lead me to Ochako's house. Genzo flinched. Ochako? Captain, why would dash? There's no need for questions. Nezumi spoke with a greedy glint in his eyes. Just lead the way. Izuku walked along the path with the sleeping Yui cuddled up in his arms. Love you. Yui would mutter every so often while nuzzling her face into Izuku's chest. It would make Izuku smile every time, even if it made his face red. One would think he'd stop feeling any sort of embarrassment from being in proximity to Yui or Momo. The three of them were no strangers to sticking together for warmth during cold nights. Yui and Momo were all Izuku had for as long as he could remember. He didn't have parents. Not that he remembered anything beyond a certain point was all blank in Izuku's mind. Even his name, Midoriya D, Izuku, He only knew it because Yui said that it was his name. He didn't know if it was the name he was born with, but, frankly, he didn't care. Yui and Momo were all he ever had, all he ever remembered having. It was why he was so protective of them both. But now, he had even more. He had Tenya, he had Taian, he had Ibra, he had Noah, and he had Ochako. The memory of Ochako's tears burned in his mind and caused his eyes to twitch in anger. Those tears, he'd destroy whoever caused them. Izuku shook his head and looked ahead to see 3 fishmen standing on the path he was walking. The straw-hatted boy didn't really acknowledge them, he just walked past them. "Hey, you there?" one of them called out to him. Izuku turned around with an inquisitive look. "Me?" "Yeah. You." The octopus fishman shouted. "Who are you? And what are you doing on this island? Why do you care?" Izuku asked. The octopus fishman paused for a second before continuing sheepishly. "Oh, it's just, we don't get many visitors here. Think it has something to do with your crew running this place like dictators?" Izuku wondered. "Care to repeat, smartass?" The bulky fishman asked threateningly. "Nah, I'm good." Izuku shook his head. "I'm just passing by though, nothing too major." "And the girl in your arms?" "Chew." The fishman with blue skin and blonde hair asked. "I love you," muttered in her sleep while clinging closer to Izuku. "Ah." Izuku blushed and chuckled nervously. The bulky fishman gagged. "Just a couple of teenagers looking to get frisky." Izuku smiled sheepishly. "Well, we won't stop you then." "Chew," the blonde fishman said with his own look of distaste. "Just go away." "Right-o." Izuku nodded and left with the still sleeping Yui in his arms. "Make sure to be safe, you two," the octopus fishman called out behind them. "Wouldn't want any accidents you aren't prepared to deal with." "Thanks for the advice," Izuku called back over his shoulder. As Arlong's 3 commanders watched the boy walk away with his girlfriend in his arms, Hachi had a smile on his face. "What a cute couple, don't you think?" Hachi asked his brothers. "No," Kurubi denied. "The idea of humans procreating sickens me. Not that I like the thought myself, but you aware that their reproductive process is very much the same as our, aren't you?" "Chew," Chew informed his crewmate. Kurubi gagged. "I hate knowing that there's any similarity between them and us." "Honestly, I agree." Chew nodded. "I'm just stating facts." "Well, I think I like the kid." Hachi crossed his upper 2 sets of arms while resting the hands on his lower set on his hips. "Seems like a fun guy and he didn't even look scared of us. I really liked his furry belt too." "Wait a minute." Kurubi realized something. "What is it?" Chew it. "The smartass never gave us his name," Kurubi pointed out. Hachi and Chew blinked for a moment. "Oh well." Hachi shrugged after a moment. "I don't think that's a problem, he's just passing by. I think he's harmless." "I guess so," Kurubi agreed. "He's just human after all. Nothing to worry about." Chew shared their sentiment. "Belmir?" Taian echoed. "That's your mother's name?" "Yep." Nijire nodded. "She raised Ochako and I in the same house I live in now." "And she's the reason Ochako joined Arlong?" Tenya wondered. "That's right." Nijire sat down on the ground. "We didn't have a lot of money, you know? But still we were happy. As long as you're with people you love, money doesn't really factor in." Momo put in her own opinion. "I agree." Nijire smiled at her. "We may not have had the freshest threats or cool toys, but Ochako and I never really complained about it. Sure, we'd think, what if we had more, but that's about as far as it went. We were grateful for what we had." Nijire recalled all of the second-hand clothes they had to wear since they couldn't afford anything new. Ochako never complained, always smiling, just happy with what she had. Hard to believe that a girl like that would sell out her village for money. Tenya frowned. "You have no idea." Nijire chuckled. "I couldn't believe it myself, because it wasn't true." "What?" Everyone looked at her with confusion. Nijire took a deep breath. Nijire. A woman with red hair cut in a peculiar style called out to her daughter. "Nijire." Belmir. "Yes, Mom?" A small girl with periwinkle hair ran up to the woman, smiling brightly at her. Have you seen Ochako? Belmir asked. I think she went to Genzo's. Nijire hummed. Do you think she's drawing sea charts again? Or maybe treasure maps this time? Do you think there's hidden treasure hidden somewhere on the island? Gasped. Is it under our house? Belmir chuckled at her daughter's enthusiasm and pat her on the head. Ochako, even from such a young age, had shown a great talent for navigation. She could draw sea charts and read maps twice as well as any adult in the village, maybe even the whole island. The problem was, though, Belmir didn't have the funds necessary to help her daughter pursue her talents. She tried to support her passion when she could, but Ochako would always say that they should save the money for important things. Belmir would always laugh whenever Ochako said that. She raised a little belly pincher. Honestly, if it wasn't for Genzo somehow always inexplicably having the books Ochako wanted to read, or extra supplies for drawing charts on hand, Belmir suppressed a chuckle. She couldn't finish that thought with a straight face. She knew Genzo always had those things because he got them specifically for Ochako, he just pretended otherwise. But as it were, if it weren't for Genzo, Belmir was sure Ochako would have given up on pursuing her talent completely just so she wouldn't put a strain on the finances. I just hope she doesn't develop any weird habits with money. Belmir thought with a sweat drop. Not long after, Genzo arrived with a small Ochako holding his hand with a big grin on her face. Thanks for this, Genzo. Belmir gave the man an honest smile. I just happened to have the book she wanted to read. Genzo replied like he always did. There's no harm in letting her borrow it. You're the best, Genzo. Ochako cheered while hugging the book Genzo lent her with one arm. He really is. Belmir grinned at her before. Turning to Genzo, her smile taking on a more teasing edge. Is there anything I can do to repay you? Genzo's face went red and he quickly let go of Ochako's hand before backing away. Stop that. You're being a bad example for Ochako and Nijire. Belmir gave a fake pout. You're rejecting my advances again? I thought we had something special. Did they? Momo felt like she had to ask. Repress. 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 Nijire shook her head wildly. Okay. Tenya muttered awkwardly. Gah. Genzo flinched. You little hellion. You are so lucky these girls are nothing like you were at their age. What was Mom like? Ochako asked excitedly. Nijire poked her head out of the door to listen as well. A troublemaker is what she was. Genzo narrowed his eyes at the unrepentant woman. Hey, I was a Marine, you know. Belmir put her hands on her hips. I don't appreciate this slander. Genzo snorted before turning to Nijire. I have a book for you too, Nijire. Really? Nijire gasped and ran up to Genzo. The man produced a book and handed it to the girl. What's it about? Nijire asked, looking at the title. The Tale of Nolan the Liar? It's from the North Blue. Genzo explained. Very popular there. Nijire gasped happily. I'll take good care of it and give it back as soon as I finish. Promise. I know. Genzo said and patted her head. Nijire and Ochako ran back inside with their books. Belmir looked at Genzo. How much? What do you mean? Genzo asked. Genzo, don't play dumb with me. Belmir shook her head. How much did those books cost you? I'll pay you back. Pay me for letting Ochako and Nijire borrow them? Genzo asked in confusion. You bought them for them. A book from the North Blue couldn't have been cheap. Belmir insisted. You keep doing this for them and I dash. Genzo placed a hand on her shoulder. You're doing what you can, and that's enough. I just want to help out every once in a while. Belmir smirked at that. Well, if you want to help, I dash. Genzo broke out running. Goodbye, Belmir. See you tonight. Belmir called out after him before chuckling. He's too easy sometimes. Sounds like a great childhood, all things considered. Momo pointed out. It was. Nijire agreed. We were so happy. Even if telling you all this is making me dig up memories I'd rather not have of Mom and Genzo. The crew looked at her curiously. Don't ask. Nijire shuddered. Repress, repress. Taein had a question. You told me in Ibra that none of you were blood-related. How exactly did you two end up under her care? It ties back to her time as a marine. Nijire explained. There was a pirate attack on the island Ochako and I are originally from, at least where I was from. I have no idea if Ochako was from there to begin with. There was an attack by pirates, a lot of people dead, my birth family included. As I was walking through the burning ruins of the town, I heard crying. I followed the sound and I found a baby. Found Ochako. She was left alone? Ibra gasped in horror. We both were. Nijire closed her eyes. I walked around for what felt like hours, hoping to find someone to help. I saw her. She was injured, barely even alive. She took me and Ochako. She brought us here and raised us her own daughters. What a wonderful woman. Ibra shed tears while clasping her hands. She was the best. Nijire agreed. But then Arlong showed up. It was a day like any other. Ochako and Nijire were at Genzo's house, the man watching over the two girls. Ochako was drawing a sea chart while her older sister watched with amazement. It's really impressive, Ochako. Genzo complimented the girl's work. It looks downright professional. Do you think it would be worth money? Ochako asked. Why do you ask? Genzo frowned. Well, Ochako looked down. Mom works so hard for me and Nijire, and you're always helping out too. I want to help. Genzo shook his head. You're a good girl, Ochako, but Belmir wouldn't want you worrying about things like that. And then the screaming started. Genzo rushed outside to see what was going on before running back inside, looking like he's seen a ghost. Genzo? What's wrong? Nijire asked. Why is everyone screaming? Why do you look so acidish? Genzo quickly got the girls out of their chairs and pushed them to the back entrance of his house. You girls need to hide, stay out of sight. Genzo told them seriously. Don't let them find you. Before they got the chance to ask what he meant, Genzo yelled at them to run. The girls ran into the woods, using them for cover while looking at what was happening. Fishmen. Their island was being invaded by fishmen pirates from the Grand Line, led by a monster named Arlong. Arlong imposed a tax on the island. Every month, the citizens of the island would pay to keep their lives. 100,000 for every adult, 50,000 for every child. Ochako and Nijire were horrified. They knew they didn't have the money for that. And they knew that Genzo wouldn't be able to help them with that kind of amount. The two girls could do nothing but hope that the fishmen wouldn't notice their house, which was on the outskirts of the... Hey boss! A fishman shouted. I think we missed a house. There's smoke coming from the edge of the village. Ochako and Nijire broke out running, hoping to reach their mother before the fishmen did. But they were too late. By the time they arrived, Arlong was already beating their mother into the dirt. They were stopped by rushing to her side by the town doctor who kept them in place for their own safety. The two girls could do nothing but listen to what was happening. It says here in the registry that she's single, never married, never had kids. One of the fishmen read out. Ochako and Nijire felt their bodies fill with relief. All their mother had to do was lie and say she didn't have kids and she could be safe. They might not have had enough money for all of them, but they were sure there was enough for their mother alone. All they had to do was leave the island and never return, and their mother could be safe. They didn't mind if she denied their existence. They didn't mind leaving as long as she was. I have the money, Belmir told the fishman's leader, her body bruised and broken from the thrashing Arlong gave her. But it's not for me. Oh. Arlong turned to the woman with a mocking grin. Nijire started to cry. Please, don't do this. Ochako's eyes filled with tears. It's for my daughters. Belmir explained. I can't pay for myself, but I can pay for them. Belmir. Genzo, who was the one supporting the injured Belmir, whispered in horror. What are you doing? I'm sorry, Genzo. Belmir teared up. But I can't do it, I'm their mother. How could I ever say that I don't have children? How could I do this to them? That was all it took. Nijire and Ochako broke out of the doctor's grasp and ran to their mother, putting them in clear view of the fishmen. Both girls cried for their mother. Belmir smiled and let go of Genzo, dropping to her knees to hug her daughters with her broken arms. Arlong scoffed. Sentimentals. Ochako and Nijire cried for their mother not to leave them, but she could only apologize and beg for them to keep living. Belmir glared up at Arlong. You won't hurt my daughters, right? You paid for them. Arlong said simply. That ensures they live until they have to pay again. Genzo couldn't take it anymore. He pulled out 2 pistols and opened fire on Arlong, but one of his officers blocked the bullets before slashing Genzo with his sword. What happened next was all sort of a blur, but 3 distinct parts always stuck out in Nijire's memory. Belmir fearlessly facing Arlong, staring the monster right in the eye as he aimed a pistol at her. The wonderful woman telling Nijire and Ochako she loves them before the fishman took her life. The next memory was one of Arlong's men, Hachi, finding one of Ochako's charts in Belmir's pocket. And Arlong deciding to take Ochako with him to draw more charts like that. The last is Genzo trying to save Ochako, and getting repeatedly slashed by Arlong's officer for his efforts. The man who was always there for the 2 girls stayed on his feet despite his injuries, all to save Ochako, but all for naught. The next few days, Nijire didn't so much as move or make a sound. And then Ochako came back. The memory of that was almost too painful, to hear that her sister joined the pirates that took their mother away from them, for money. The whole village turned their back on Ochako, but Nijire knew something was wrong. She could see it in her sister's eyes when she spoke of all the money she was going to get, or the maps she'd get to draw. She saw how miserable she was. Nijire found Ochako sitting in front of the grave they acted for Belmir, the moon shining down on them. Why did you really join them? Nijire. Ochako sniffled, hugging her knees to her chest and burying her face in them. Arlong and I made a deal. Deal? Nijire asked, not her usual flow of questions, just one word. If I can get him 100 million belly, I can buy the village from him. Ochako explained. Then he'll leave you all alone. Nijire looked at her sister with horror. But that's so much money. Yeah. Ochako agreed. But I'll get it so that everyone here can be free. Then I'll help. Nijire decided. No. Ochako denied. Don't help and don't tell anyone. I'll do this by myself. I'll save all of you, and I'll do it alone. Ochako raised her head to look at her mother's grave, wiping the tears from her eyes. No matter what. And that's the story. Nijire finished. If Izuku heard this. Momo closed her eyes. He'd rain divine punishment on Arlong Park. We have to tell him. Tenya shouted. There's no way we can leave like Dash. Don't. Nijire told them. Don't. Ibra looked at Nijire in disbelief. Your sister needs help and you're telling us to just leave? Trust me, I don't like this. Nijire shook her head. Not one bit. In fact, I'm barely holding myself back from begging you guys to help us. But Ochako's been spending these last 8 years fighting on her own. I can't bring myself to undermine her effort and Dash. I get it. Momo nodded in understanding. But I want you to understand this. Izuku considers Ochako a friend, a member of our crew. That makes her our family. Do you truly expect us to sit idle while our family suffers? Tears appeared in Nijire's eyes. She recalled the years she sat and watched her sister fight for her life. I did. Then don't now. Momo told her. Nijire looked at Momo in surprise. Izuku was sitting in Kokoyashi village with Yui resting her head on his shoulder. I know you're awake. Izuku spoke. No, I'm not. Yui said blandly. I mean, zzz. You're not even snoring, you're just saying z. Izuku looked down at her with an unamused expression. Zzz. Yui kept the act going. I'm a sleeping princess, kiss me to wake me up. Izuku blushed at the request, but he was saved from having to do anything when a bunch of Marines came strolling through town, being led by a man covered in scars. His hat's cool. Izuku observed before trying to stand up, but he was stopped by Yui holding on to him. You're not going anywhere. The silent girl muttered. There could be trouble. Izuku said. And we'll deal with it when it happens. Yui deadpanned. Now shut up, pillows don't talk. Ochako sat at the porch of her and Nijire's house, staring at the tangerines. Just a bit longer, Mom. Ochako spoke to the orchard. A bit longer and everyone will be saved. The brown-haired girl frowned when she heard footsteps. Turning her head to the side, she saw a group of Marines being led by Genzo. What the hell? Ochako muttered. Hello. The Marines' leader, a rat-looking man, greeted her with his squeaky, slimy voice. I'm Marine Captain Nezumi. Are ye here to arrest Arlong? Ochako asked him. No. Nezumi answered. Then I ain't interested, pisses off. Ochako said bluntly. Nezumi gasped in indignation. You little dash. I am here based on intel that you have in your possession a rather large sum of money that you have stolen from pirates. Now, any treasure taken from pirates is officially property of the world government, so I'm here to confiscate it. Ochako raised an eyebrow, weighing the pros and cons of murdering a Marine in her head. Let me get this straight, a-hole. Arlong's been ruling and terrorizing these islands for nigh a decade now, and your buttes do nothing. You hear some unreliable rumor about a 15-year-old girl having a cache of stolen treasure, and you scurry for it like a rat. Pretty much. Nezumi admitted unashamedly. Well then. Ochako laughed. Here's what's happening, I ain't some simple thief. I'm an officer of the Arlong pirates. Mess with me? You mess with them. You're gonna pick your rat butt up, toss it out of here along with your stooges, and I won't tell Arlong you've been harassing me, sound good? Nezumi snorted. Men, spread out and find the money. 2 Marines stepped forward, but Ochako rushed both of them and knocked them to the ground with her fists. You assholes don't know who you messin' with. Ochako shouted. Nezumi just sneered at her and commanded his men to spread out. Dig up the trees if you have to. That made Ochako's rage skyrocket. But as hard as she tried to fight, she was only one girl against a group of trained Marines. Don't you dare. Ochako shouted as she was held in place by 2 Marines while the rest started to dig up her mother's orchard. Don't touch Mom's trees. Ya BSS. What the hell is wrong with you? The people of these islands are suffering under the thumb of pirates and all ya can think of is money. Ya have no right to take my money. The Marines ignored her and began to uproot the tangerine trees. That money! Ochako shouted as she thrashed against the Marines' hold, forcing another 2 Marines to join in on holding her down. That money is for Dash. That money is supposed to save our village. Genzo shouted, shocking Ochako. You corrupt Marines have no right to it. Gee Genzo. Ochako looked at the scarred man in shock. Yes, I know, Ochako. Genzo admitted. I've always known, we all did. We didn't want you to feel obligated, to feel trapped. What are you saying here? Nezumi asked with that mocking sneer of his. That this entire village is full of thieves? Should we have them all arrested? One of Nezumi's men was sent flying out of the orchard, catching them all by surprise. He's saying that we're all struggling to survive. Nijire shouted with her fist extended. She was the one who sent the Marine flying with a punch. Because you government dogs do nothing but sit on your buttes while we all suffer. So get the hell out of here now. Nezumi scoffed before shouting at his men. What's taking so? We're looking for 100 million belly. Not a needle in a haystack. Ochako, Nijire, and Genzo froze. Why do you know the exact amount? Genzo asked the corrupt Marine. I don't know. Nezumi lied. Just a hunch. Ochako realized what was going on, all of the strength she had left her body. Arlong, ya snuffin' son of a sea beach. Sir, we found it. One Marine shouted before Nijire rushed at him and punched him away. Keep your hands off my sister's money. Nijire shouted and stood protectively over the dug-up chest. She's been suffering for so long. I won't let you do this to her. Nezumi shook his head and walked up to the periwinkle-haired girl. He reached into his jacket and took out a pistol. Step aside. Nijire glared at the corrupt Marine before jumping at him. You'll get this money over my dead body. As you wish. Nezumi said and pulled the trigger, shooting the girl in the shoulder. He was aiming somewhere lethal, but his aim esigi. Nijire fell to the ground, clutching her shoulder while yelling in pain. Nezumi stepped over her, stomping on her hand when she tried to grab his leg. He forced the chest open to see the massive amount of money inside. A bit bloody and worn, but money is money. And 30% of it was all his. Ochako was still too shocked to do anything. She was frozen in place. She could do nothing but watch as 8 years of work were stolen from her, right before her very eyes. 8 years, all for nothing. Izuku stared at the gathering townsfolk. All of them shouted for the doctor to come quick. The one injured was Ochako's sister, Nijire, and she was shot by the Marines. I could have prevented this, Izuku said while sending a small glare at Yui, who was still using his shoulder as a pillow. Or you would have made things worse. Yui said with no emotion, not even opening her eyes. Probably made things eep. Yui fell on the bench when Izuku stood up without warning and marched up to the gathered-up townsfolk. Izuku picked up something about Ochako's money being stolen and Arlong lying to her. Ochako. Izuku approached the girl who was kneeling over her injured sister. Do you dash? Ochako stood up and spun around before decking Izuku in the face, sending him stumbling back. Why are you still here? Ochako shouted. Izuku rubbed his face and stared at the angry girl. Just get the hell out of here. Ochako screamed at him before running off to confront the traitorous BS-30 fishman. Ochako ran like she never ran before, reaching Arlong Park in record time. Arlong! Ochako shouted as she rushed inside. You son of a beach! Why the harsh language? The fishman asked while lounging in his chair. You traitorous liar! Ochako ran at the fishman and grabbed his shirt. BS-30. You'd die before you broke a promise regarding money? Your marine crony stole all of the cash I gathered. My crony? Arlong asked in faux cluelessness. What are you talking about? Before Ochako could shout again, Arlong grabbed her by the throat. When did I break my word? Arlong asked with a mocking grin. Your money got stolen? Too bad. Guess you have to start over. Shaha. Ochako gaped at the fishman before he dropped her to the floor. You BS-30. The girl ran off with tears in her eyes, back to her village. Momo and the rest of the crew were still in the same spot where Nijire told them of hers and Ochako's past. They were all sitting around, waiting for their captain to come back. And then Momo stood up. Let's go. The rest of the crew looked at her in confusion. Come on. Momo told them and started walking away. Our captain's gonna need us in a bit. When she got there, she saw the last thing she wanted to see, the townsfolk preparing to march to Arlong Park, all of them armed. We will not take this insult lying down. Genzo shouted, raising his sword in the air. We will regain our freedom. We will avenge Ochako. Or we will die trying. Stop! Ochako shouted as she ran up to them. Genzo and Nijire turned to see the girl standing before them, out of breath and with tears in her eyes. There's no need for this. Ochako said frantically. Just, I'll gather up the money again. I'll be quicker about it too. Don't do this. Please. Ochako. Nijire tried to walk up to her sister, but the brown-haired girl pulled out a knife. Don't move. Ochako shouted. I won't let you throw your lives away like this. I can't let you do this. Genzo walked up to Ochako and drew her into a hug, catching the girl by surprise. It's fine, Ochako, we'll handle things from here. Genzo let the girl go before he and all of the townsfolk marched away, heading to Arlong Park despite Ochako's protests. The girl herself could do nothing but watch helplessly as everyone she had tried to save for the last 8 years of her life marched off to their dead. She was powerless to stop it. Ochako fell to her knees, her eyes hollow and dead. She heard Arlong's mocking laughter in her ears. Her eyes went to the tattoo that marred her skin, the permanent reminder that she belonged to Arlong. Ochako clenched her fingers around the knife in her right hand before. Arlong! She plunged it into her shoulder. Arlong! You son of a beach! Diminu! Ochako kept screaming as she stabbed the tattoo on her shoulder over and over. Arlong! Air dash! Her hand was stopped before it was plunged into her shoulder. Ochako looked above her to see Izuku holding her hand in place. Izuku! The boy said nothing, he just forced her to drop her knife before letting go of her hand. You have nothing to do with this. Ochako told him without looking at him. I disagree. Izuku said. You don't live here. Ochako gritted her teeth. You have no idea what went on here. I don't. Izuku agreed. So leave already. Ochako shouted, throwing dirt back at Izuku. Get lost. Go away. Leave. Izuku stood quietly while Ochako shouted at him and threw dirt at his legs. After a minute or two, Ochako stopped. Izuku. Ochako turned back to the boys. Those tears that made his blood boil streamed down the navigator's face as her whole body shook. Help me. Izuku took a deep breath and took off his hat before placing it on Ochako's head. Of course. Izuku walked away from Ochako, cracking his neck as he walked. All you had to do is ask. Izuku said before gritting his teeth. His fangs grew sharper as a wild look appeared in his eyes. The boy roared into the sky. He's gonna pay for this. Ochako looked back at the boy with awe in her eyes. Izuku. Play music. One Piece OST, Overtaken. Izuku walked off towards where his whole crew was waiting for him. Momo and Yui were sitting together. Tenya was standing at attention with his hands clasped behind his back. Taian had his arms folded with his eyes closed. Ibra had her hands clasped in front of her in prayer, and Noah looked at his flute for a moment before putting it away when he saw Izuku approach. Let's go. Izuku said as he walked past them. Right. The whole crew said as one as they followed after their captain. Their destination. Arlong Park. The townsfolk were confused to see the same boy that Ochako had punched earlier sitting leisurely with his back on the gate, his arms folded behind his head. Izuku? Nijire asked in surprise. How did you beat us here? I didn't. Izuku answered easily. What does that mean? Nijire frowned. It doesn't matter. Genzo shouted. Move out of the way, boy, Arlong dies today. He does. Izuku agreed. But you guys won't be the ones to do it, you're not strong enough. And you are. Genzo asked in anger. Not the me in front of you. Izuku smirked. But the real me and his crew? Now that's another story. Refill. Nijire echoed before Izuku gestured for all of them to turn around. The townsfolk looked behind them to see a group of 7 people, kids, walking towards them slowly, led by the same boy who was sitting in front of them, only he wasn't wearing a straw hat. The boy's forest green hair ruffled in the breeze, his eyes looked animalistic, despite the seemingly emotionless look on his face. Welp. The Izuku sitting in front of the gate stood up and bowed to the townsfolk who were alternating between looking at him and the approaching Izuku. My work here is done. He vanished in a puff of smoke. The real Izuku and his crew reached the townsfolk and Izuku spoke, revealing his sharp fangs. Step aside. No one refuted him. Izuku walked up to the gate, glaring at it before drawing back his fist. Lightning crackled around it. The green-haired boy roared and let his fist fly, crashing it into the gate and reducing it to rubble in a single strike and creating a dust cloud from the debris. Music end. When the dust cloud settled, Izuku found the fishmen of Arlong Park were all glaring at him in shock. But his eyes went only to the long-nosed BGMI in the big chair. Who the hell are you? Demanded. Izuku cracked his neck, his green eyes glaring at the fishmen. I'm your executioner. Arlong. Tob Singing chapter text. I'm your executioner. Arlong. Arlong and his crew stared at the boy who just knocked down the gate to their base, shocked at his audacity. And then they all started laughing. Did you guys hear the brat? One fishman laughed. Executioner? Another wheezed. A human brat like that? The boy didn't pay attention to them, he just walked calmly towards the leader of the crew, his eyes portraying the rage his whole body was barely containing. 2 fishmen got in the boy's way, smiling condescendingly at him. The boss doesn't have time for brats like Dash. The 2 fishmen suddenly coughed painfully and fell to the ground. The boy had sucker punched them in the gut. With the 2 obstacles gone, the boy continued walking towards Arlong, the fishman still amused by this brat's audacity. He was still going to kill him, especially for punching his brothers, but he could at least get a laugh out of the thing. The boy reached Arlong, standing right next to his chair with those seething green eyes of his. Shahaha. Arlong laughed at the expression on the boy's face. Executioner, huh? Go ahead, Brett. Do your worst. I'll at least let you try before I dash. Renewal spin kick. Arlong was sent flying out of his chair and crashing into a wall, shattering it on impact. Every fishman present was struck silent by what they just saw. The villagers of Kokoyashi were also awestruck. Izuku lowered his leg after the kick, glaring at Arlong, who was slumped against the broken wall. That was for making Ochako cry. Now get up so I can do it again. The first one to get over their shock was Kurubi, who yelled in anger and rushed to attack Izuku. The fishman's attack was blocked by a kick from Tenya, who blurred into the scene to defend his captain. Captain, do desist from rushing ahead without us. Tenya chastised. I knew you'd be right behind me, Tenny. Izuku said calmly while his eyes still burned with rage. I trust you. How the hell did you block my strike? Kurubi demanded. With my foot. Tenya answered before kicking Kurubi's fist and forcing him to step back. Kurubi glared at the two boys, but smirked arrogantly after a moment. Doesn't matter, 2 human kids are no threat to us. Who said there's only 2? A feminine voice that chilled the blood of every fishman in Arlong Park asked. All eyes turned to face it. Momo smirked at the fishmen, her sister standing to her right and Ibra to her left. Taian stood on Yui's right while Noah stood to Ibra's left. It's her! Hachi shouted and pointed at the swordsman. That's Momo. We know. Chu. Chu glared at the smirking girl. How kind of her to come here and save us the trouble of hunting her down. Arlong's eyes widened at the sight of the girl. The raging shark fishman stood up with his eyes glaring murder at the swordsman. You murderer! With that roar, Arlong rushed at Momo, but was sent flying back into the broken wall by a kick from Izuku. I'm your opponent, mud sniffer. Izuku said coldly. Don't forget that. I suppose I'll fight this one. Tenya looked at Kurubi. This won't even be a challenge. Kurubi got into a fighting stance. I'll take on fish lips. Yui said while pointing at Chu, earning a glare from the fishman. You're gonna regret that. Chu. Chu growled. Momo looked at Hachi. I'll take Hachi on. New. Bring it on. Hachi called out, shaking his 6 fists at Momo. I'll avenge my brothers. We'll take care of the rest then? Ibra asked while looking at the rest of Arlong's crew. Don't get cocky, humans. One of the fishmen of the crew shouted. Noah and I will act as support to you then. Taian said while adjusting his glasses. Noah nodded and drew the sword he had kept from the Krieg pirate's ship. Arlong stood from the rubble again, glaring straight at Izuku. That's twice you struck me, boy. Normally, that insult would earn you an instant death, but the insult of that beach swordsman is far graver. I will have her head as retribution for my brothers' lives. You'll have my fists inside your guts and you're gonna like it. Izuku stated. You cry over the death of your crew? Ochako is in tears because of you. So I'll pay you back for every bit of anguish you made her feel. Ochako? Arlong scoffed. Did that thief of a girl put you up to this? Maybe, maybe not. Izuku shrugged. You can ponder that on your way down to hell. Arrogant little human. Arlong shouted and charged at Izuku. Play music. Lost Judgment Etha, Varthalia. Izuku rushed at Arlong as well, the 2 pirates running at each other with killer intent in their eyes. When they reached each other, Arlong attempted to skewer Izuku with his nose, but the boy slid down under the attack. The 2 exchanged glares as Izuku slid between Arlong's feet. Captain of the Arlong Pirates. Izuku hopped back to his feet before delivering a dropkick to Arlong's back, sending the fishman sprawling forward. Arlong whirled around to tackle Izuku, but the boy jumped over the shark and stomped both of his feet into Arlong's back, sending him crashing before landing on his back. Izuku pushed his foot into the back of Arlong's head, pushing his face into the floor. Is that all you got, Arlong? At least try to struggle a little more. I want you to feel just how helpless Ochako felt. Arlong roared and stood up forcefully, knocking Izuku off his back. Before the monkey boy could recover, Arlong spun around and grabbed his neck. How's this for struggle? Arlong shouted while slamming Izuku's back into the floor, shattering the stone with the boy's body. Izuku coughed, but showed no reaction otherwise. Good. The green-haired boy muttered before wrapping both hands around Arlong's forearms and squeezing as hard as he could. I want you to feel how helpless you really are, you 10th-rate pirate. Arlong snarled, trying to ignore the pain from the boy's grip. I'll show you, helpless human. While the captains were fighting, Tenya was looking at Kurubi with unimpressed eyes. What's with the look? Kurubi demanded. Are you looking down on me, human? No, Tenya shook his head. I am simply underwhelmed by an opponent whose only boast to strength is bullying those weaker than him. I'll have you know that I'm a 40 dan in fishman karate. Kurubi yelled indignantly. And yet, Tenya blurred out of view before appearing in front of Kurubi's face in the air. The bespectacled pirate's foot lashed out to strike the fishman in the face. I remain unimpressed. Kurubi was sent skidding back by the kick, glaring at Tenya as the boy fell back to the ground. Tenya maintained his stern look throughout. I despise bullies, Tenya said as he landed. Those who use their powers to oppress the weak. And my brother taught me that the way that bullies learn best was pain. You'll get pain, Kurubi shouted before rushing at Tenya. 100 brick fist. Tenya retaliated with a kick, catching the fishman's punch with his steel-plated shoe. Officer of the Arlong Pirates. Kurubi, with Yui. The silent girl was staring impassively at the blue-skinned fishman. I recognize you. Chu. Chu muttered. You were sleeping in that green brat's arms. So Izuku ran into you guys while carrying me? Yui wondered. Step aside, girl. Chu. Chu warned her. If you leave and not look back, I'll let you live. Chu. I don't think so. Yui shook her head. Izuku wants you all dead. That's reason enough for me to skin you alive. But more than that, I don't like the sound of your boss wanting to kill my sister. Chu's eyes filled with rage. Sister? Chu? Then forget mercy. I'll kill you here and now. Yui and Chu glared at each other, but their eyes shifted elsewhere. Chu's eyes went to the water, Yui's eyes went to the rubble littered around her. The two made a break for it. Yui grabbed a handful of pebbles before crushing them into even smaller pieces while Chu dunked his head into the water and took a big gulp. The two finished gathering up their ammo and glared at each other. Squirt gun. Chu shouted and fired off blasts of water. Moa no spread shot X-57. Yui shouted and threw the pebbles in her hand, increasing their velocity with her devil fruit. The projectiles collided in midair, destroying each other while the two fighters glared at each other. Officer of the Arlong Pirates. With Momo. You tricked me. Hachi shouted at Momo in anger. I thought you were a good person. What gave you that impression? Momo wondered before shaking her head. Never mind that. Hachi, I don't want to kill you. Hachi paused in confusion. You don't. I don't. Momo confirmed. You're not like the rest of them, Hachi, you're a good fishman. Arlong and the rest are monsters, but not you. So I'd rather you live. Are you making fun of me? Hachi demanded. Not at all, Hachi. Momo denied. I am simply stating facts. Before this day is over, we'll have slaughtered the entire Arlong pirates, but I won't kill you. I won't kill you, because you don't deserve to die. Nyu. Hachi fumed. You're making me mad. Wait here, Dash. Momo ran at Hachi, drawing her sword and trying to slash at him, but the octopus jumped to the side. Nyu? You said you wouldn't kill me. Hachi shouted. I won't kill you. Momo confirmed. But I'll take you out of commission. At least let me get my swords. Hachi shouted. I'm a swordsman too. Momo paused. Do you happen to have 2 extras I could borrow? Hachi smiled. Sure. I always keep a few extra swords. They're lighter than my usual 2. Wait here, I'll get them. Momo watched Hachi rush into Arlong Park before returning with 8 swords. Here. Hachi offered her 2 swords. These are lighter than my usual set, so they should be perfect for you. Thank you, Hachi. Momo smiled and took the swords. That's very kind of you. Nyu. Hachi blushed and rubbed the back of his head before realizing something. Wait a minute. You're tricking me again. Momo drew her white sword and put it in her mouth before gripping the 2 swords Hachi gave her. She winked at the fishman. Ah. Hachi grabbed his swords. You'll pay for this. Hachi swung all 6 of his swords down at Momo, but the girl caught all of them with her 3 swords. The 2 swordsmen stood locked in a stalemate. Officer of the Arlong Pirates. 6 sword-style Hachi. With Ibra, Noah, and Tayan. The rest of Arlong's crew rushed at the 3, shouting how they were going to kill them. Ibra clasped her hands before her vines shot forward to ensnare the fishmen. A few were caught, but a few who had swords managed to cut the vines and escape. A sword-wielding fishman rushed at Noah. The boy remained calm as the foe approached, gripping his sword tightly with both hands. When the fishman reached him and brought his sword down, Noah used his own sword to redirect the fishman's strike, using his opponent's superior strength against him. With the fishman off balance, Noah took the chance to slash him in the side, causing the fishman to fall to the floor bleeding. Another sword-wielding fishman reached Tayan. The boy reached into his bag to see if he had something useful. He didn't. Sparks. Tayan muttered once the fishman was on him, his whole body tensing in fear. The fishman's sword bisected Tayan at the waist, earning screams from the whole crew and distracting them from their fights. The townsfolk shrieked at the brutality. A child was killed so horrifically in front of them. Tayan's severed torso fell towards the ground with a horrified expression on the boy's face. Time seemed to slow down for everyone. Izuku screamed and tried to run to his crew member. But then something none of them expected happened. Tayan's torso broke apart into countless pieces of paper. Everyone present, even the fishmen, stared in awe as the pieces of paper all flew back to Tayan's legs and bunched up on them, reforming Tayan's torso. The boy still had an absolutely horrified look on his face. He patted himself over frantically. Am I dead? Izuku and Yui looked at the boy in shock, but they didn't have time to consider what was happening. They had to get back to fighting. The kid has a devil fruit? One of the fishmen yelled as he tried to cut Tayan again. The bespectacled boy felt his body tense again. The fishman's sword passed through Tayan harmlessly. His body broke apart into paper where the sword touched him. Sheet! The fishman cried. The kid's a Logia. El Logia? Tayan tried to step back. The fishman attacking Tayan was sent flying by a strike from one of Ibra's vines. The girl moved in front of the boy protectively. Tayan, why didn't you tell us that you were a devil fruit user? Ibra asked. Because I'm not. Tayan insisted before recalling something. Wait, do devil fruits have spiral patterns on them? Yes. Izuku and Yui shouted from where they were fighting Arlong and Chu respectively. Then it must have been that apple one found at Nijire's orchard. Tayan realized. The what? Nijire shouted. I suppose we can discuss this further later. Ibra decided. For now, you should probably step back. You don't know how to use your new powers. I want to help. Tayan insisted despite his fear. Then you best figure out your powers fast. Noah said while cutting down a fishman. Tayan frowned. He could figure things out. He had a devil fruit now. That was undeniable. But what devil fruit? How was he supposed to know? But he did know. He had no idea why, but he knew the name of the fruit he had eaten. The Pasapasa no Mi. He knew what the fruit could do. The fruit allowed him to transform his body into countless pieces of paper, as well as control paper at will. Why did he know that? He supposed that it didn't matter at the moment. What mattered was using his new powers to help his crew, to support them. But what could he do? What could paper do? Tayan stared curiously at Mary. The butler was folding up paper in a peculiar shape. Is something the matter, young Master Tayan? The kind butler asked. What are you doing, Mary? Tayan wondered. I'm just making some charms. Mary answered. Charms? Tayan tilted his head. Mary held up one of the charms he made. It vaguely resembled a person in shape. It had 2 red X's on it in place of eyes. This is called Mondo. Mary explained. It's a charm that invokes the guardian spirits of the islands. We hang those up for protection or good health or various other things. Can paper really give you all that? Tayan asked skeptically. Why not? Kaya asked as she walked up to the 2 of them. Lady Kaya? Tayan looked at his older sister in confusion. I like to believe that the Mondo does have the power to grant these things. Kaya said with a smile. Taian took one of the Mondo from the table and stared at it. Curiously, Taian frowned and focused, calling forth a collection of paper pieces from his body. He understood a bit, the bare basics of using his power. The rest was up to him. Taian looked at the pieces of paper that floated around him. They were simple paper rectangles. With a bit of mental exertion, the paper rectangles folded in on themselves and were granted a new shape. The shape of the Mondo charms of his islands. I think I've got this, Taian muttered as the Mondo floated around him. You're wide open, brat. A fishman shouted behind Taian. Taian swung his right arm to the side, commanding his Mondo to move. The Mondo flew and spread out behind their master, forming a shining chain link. Mondo barrier, Taian called out. The fishman's attack was blocked by the barrier formed from the paper charms. Taian spun around and pointed at the fishman. Go, my Mondo. The Mondo barrier broke apart and the charms slammed into the attacker, sending him crashing into a wall. I did it. Taian looked at his hands in wonder. Cheers for that. Noah called out. But don't get distracted. Right. Taian nodded, recalling his Mondo to him. Back with Izuku and Arlong. Devil fruit users. Arlong growled while throwing punches at Izuku. How annoying. Scared? Izuku asked while weaving around Arlong's attacks. Not even a little. Arlong snarled. I'm not scared of anything. That's a bold-faced lie and you know it. Izuku seethed before jumping in the air with a spin to deliver a kick to Arlong's chest. Arlong caught the boy's foot with his hand before slamming him into the floor, cracking it with Izuku's body. What do you know? Izuku coughed as the air was forced out of his lungs by the impact, but he didn't have time to lay idle. He quickly rolled to the side to avoid Arlong's punch caving in his skull. The green-haired boy hopped back to his feet and glared at the fishman. I know that if you were half as strong as you seem to think, you'd still be in the Grand Line. Arlong's eyes widened in rage before he launched himself at Izuku with his sharp teeth bared. Izuku ducked under Arlong and kicked up, catching the fishman's chin with his foot and snapping Arlong's jaw shut. A loud crack echoed throughout Arlong Park. Izuku hopped back a few steps to see Arlong glaring at him with his teeth cracked and broken. He broke Arlong's teeth? One of the townsfolk exclaimed in surprise. Arlong scoffed before putting a hand in his mouth and tearing out his broken teeth. This is nothing. New teeth grew instantly in their place. Sharks regrow teeth. Izuku observed. That's right, brat. Arlong gloated. Break my teeth all you want, they'll just grow back stronger. Thanks for the invite. Izuku rushed back at the fishman. With Tenya, the former marine and the fishman martial artist exchanged blows. How? Kurubi demanded while throwing a punch at Tenya. How are you not dead yet? Tenya dodged the punch and delivered a kick to Kurubi's side. But would bring shame to both my crew and my brother if I were to lose my life to the likes of you. Be sturdy. Kurubi tried to strike at Tenya with one of his fins, but the boy managed to block it with his foot. The people of these islands have been suffering for so long. Tenya growled. It shames me, as a former marine, that you miscreants have been allowed to roam free and do as you please. A former marine? Kurubi scoffed while parrying a kick from Tenya. What? Didn't like being a government dog anymore? I saw that the Marines were not where I belong. Tenya supplied while dodging another fin strike from Kurubi. And seeing how they allowed you monsters to run rampant for 8 years only makes me surer that leaving them was the right choice. Then you'll die without regrets. Kurubi growled. With Yui. The silent girl and the blonde fishman were exchanging projectiles. That's one annoying ability. Chew. Chew shouted as he fired a barrage of water bullets at the large rock Yui was currently hiding behind. Yui smirked behind said rock before ducking out of it for a second to throw a single pebble at Chu, increasing its speed 100-fold, her maximum. Gah! Chu shouted in pain as the pebble pierced his right shoulder, leaving his right arm limp and useless. You beach! Chu fired another volley of water projectiles, shattering the rock Yui was hiding behind. He didn't get to press his advantage. since the girl merely grabbed one of the shards of the large rock and enlarged it to act as another barrier. That's what she had done since they started fighting. She made a rock larger and hid behind it while taking potshots at Chu, and if the rock broke, she'd make one of the pieces bigger and use the rest as ammo. Chu couldn't try to close the distance since that would be asking the girl to hit him lethally, so he was forced to fight a losing fight at a distance. "You cheap little beach!" Chu! Chu shouted angrily, pausing his shooting to yell at the girl in frustration. "Come out here and fight me for dash." Chu was cut off by a speeding pebble piercing his skull. The last thing he saw before death claimed him with that infuriating girl standing next to the rock with her arm outstretched. Boom! Yui smirked as she watched Chu's body fall backwards, hitting the floor with a thud. Headshot! Chu! Kurubi screamed at the death of his friend, leaving him wide open to an attack from Tenya. The former Marine used his Sora technique to rush at Kurubi and deliver a full-powered kick to the base of the fishman's neck, sending the fishman sprawling on the floor on his face. The kick left Kurubi disoriented. The fishman was barely able to roll himself onto his back. When he managed to, he found the girl who killed Chu standing over him with a blank, emotionless expression on her face. Kurubi glared at her. He just needed a minute to recover from the kick that former Marine brat gave him, then he'd kill them both. "What are you looking?" He was cut off when the girl dropped a pebble into his mouth, the small stone sliding into his throat without fuss. X15. The girl said with no emotion to her voice. Kurubi's eyes widened when the pebble expanded inside of his throat, cutting off his ability to breathe. Water! Kurubi thought frantically. If he could get inside of the water, he'd be able to use his gills to breathe until he managed to get the rock out of his throat. But when he tried to roll onto his stomach to crawl to the water, the girl dropped a rock on him. X54. Kurubi was pinned beneath the now massive rock. Normally, he'd be able to lift it, or crush it with no problem, but he couldn't even breathe. His strength was leaving him by the second. Bye-bye. Yui waved to the fishman as he slowly stopped squirming and gurgling, his eyes closing in defeat as his life left him. Tenya shuddered. "That power of yours is something truly scary." "Yup," Yui said blandly, looking over to Tien, Ibra, and Noah to see that they finished up with the small fry. All that's left is for Momo and Izuku to finish up their fights. Ochako was running towards Arlong Park. She had stopped by her house to patch up her shoulder before heading to where the BGMI D who stole her mother along with 8 years of her life was. She had to be there, to see it through. That day was ending one of two ways: either Izuku fails and her life was over, or he succeeds, and she'd finally be free of Arlong's control. Either way, she needed to see it with her own eyes. Ochako brought a hand to the straw hat that rested on her head, the hat that Izuku never seemed to take off. He left it with her. She didn't know why, but she felt like that meant something. Ochako shook her head free of the thought and focused on running. She'd be in Arlong Park soon enough. "Chu! Kurubi!" Hachi yelled in anguish. Arlong wasn't much better. His whole crew other than Hachi were dead. "You'd med humans." Arlong tried to bite at Izuku, but the boy managed to avoid his attack. "You'll be joining them soon, don't worry," Izuku promised, his eyes promising untold pain. Meanwhile, with Momo and Hachi, the octopus fishman cried over his fallen brothers. "You can't beat us, Hachi," Momo told him with a heavy breath. Her whole body felt heavy. The wounds she got from Mihawk were aching like crazy. Her vision was getting fuzzy too. She really should have listened to Ibra and not pushed herself. "You look like you're barely standing," Hachi shouted and pointed on of his swords at her. "This, but a flesh wound." Momo gave strained grin around the sword in her mouth. "Why, if it weren't for this sword, I'd have already attempted to bite off your ankles." "How are you talking with a sword in your mouth?" Hachi asked. "No idea," Momo said honestly. "Just give up and leave. I don't want to have to hurt you." "Nyu." Hachi fumed. "I'll show you hurt." Hachi began swinging his arms wildly. To Momo's shock, a twister actually began to form. From his swings, the rubble that had built up from the various fights was picked up by the winds created from Hachi's swings. Izuku and Arlong seemed unbothered by the wind. The two just kept trying to hit each other. The rest of the crew, as well as the townsfolk behind them, were being kept safe by Taien's Mondo barrier. He can affect the winds like this? Momo frowned. How do you like that? Hachi asked. Really impressive. Momo had to admit. Could I? Momo clenched her fingers around her borrowed swords before she started running. New. What are you doing? Hachi demanded at seeing Momo run around him, counter to his sword-made storm. Momo's eyes darted around. A smirk came to her face as a plan formed in her mind. The swordsman used the flying rubble to her advantage, striking every piece of rubble she could with her borrowed swords and sending them flying at Hachi. This forced the fishman to stop his wild swinging and block the projectiles, leaving him open. Gotcha now, Momo declared before rushing straight at Hachi. New? Hachi seemed to realize what just happened. Hope you don't mind if I copy you, Momo said as she reached Hachi, holding her swords in position to strike. Tetsu dash. W8. Hachi shouted, trying to swing his swords down at the girl, but he was too late. Maki! Momo called out and swung her swords, creating a twister that sent Hachi flying while leaving deep, but not life-threatening, slashes on his chest. Hachi fell to the ground, bleeding and bruised, but still alive. Just take a nap for now, Hachi, Momo said to her fellow swordsman as she buried the swords he gave her next to him. New! Hachi tried to move, reaching one of his hands up to try and keep fighting. Momo shook her head before kicking Hachi in the face as hard as she could, knocking him out cold. Please forgive me for this, Hachi. Back with Izuku and Arlong. The shark fishman was getting more and more frustrated by the second. Not only was his whole crew dead, but that annoying green brat just wouldn't stay down. Triple spin kick. Izuku shouted as he blurred past Arlong's head. The fishman groaned in pain, but he didn't go down. Tough snuffer. Izuku growled, before catching a punch from Arlong with both hands. Jig dash. It felt like Izuku's very bones shook from the impact. Was that attack supposed to hurt me? Arlong taunted, trying to push all of his weight into his fist. Izuku glared at the fishman. That attack was usually his finisher. The fact that Arlong seemed so unfazed by it was pretty bad. Arlong seemed to have remembered that he had more than one hand and attempted to hit Izuku with his other fist, but it was stopped by another Izuku appearing out of nowhere to catch it. Wappa! Arlong shouted before feeling something impact his stomach, sending him skidding back. Once he stopped, Arlong was shocked to see three of the green brat all looking ready for a fight. A devil fruit. Arlong realized. That's right, Izuku said, with his two clones standing at the ready. Not that it'll help you, brat. Arlong glared murder at the boy. Devil fruit or not, you're just a human, utterly inferior to a fishman like me. And yet your crew's dead. Izuku crossed his arms. You've lost the moment we set foot here, Arlong. All that's left is to send you to meet your brothers in hell. Arlong prepared to charge at Izuku when... Izuku! Izuku looked behind Arlong to see Ochako running up to where the townsfolk were. Arlong whirled around to look at the girl as well. Ochako, you'd med traitor. Ochako glared at the fishman and took a few steps forward to stand in front of the townsfolk. You have no right to call me a traitor. I was going to make do on our agreement. You're the one who stabbed me in the back first. You tell him, Ochako. Nijire cheered for her sister. I came here for one reason. Ochako put a hand on the straw hat on her head. To see Izuku put you down like the sea dog ya are. Arlong started shaking in rage. The brat won't get the dash. The fishman was cut off by a kick to the temple that sent him flying into Arlong Park's tower. Izuku landed back on the floor after jumping up to deliver said kick, looking at the hole in the tower expectantly. Soon enough, Arlong emerged from the hole with a massive sword in his hand. Though, it wasn't quite accurate to call it a sword. It was more like a metal rod with blades tied to it, resembling a saw. Now you get serious? Izuku asked with a tilt of his head. Arlong roared and charged at Izuku, swinging his massive blade over his head. Izuku jumped to the side, avoiding the blade that slammed into the floor and buried itself in it. Arlong let go of his weapon and charged after Izuku with surprising speed. Shark dive. Arlong collided with the airborne Izuku, his nose piercing the boy's stomach. The fishman smirked in his victory, before the boy vanished in a puff of smoke. What? Arlong called out in shock. Clones, remember? He heard before, feeling something slam into his back and send him crashing to the floor. Arlong quickly got up to his feet to see the boy standing there. He had used his clone as a distraction to attack. Sneaky human. Arlong growled. Idiot fish. Izuku offered back before Arlong charged at him and clamped his jaw around the boy's neck. Izuku vanished in a puff of smoke again. Again? Arlong yelled. Where's the real you, coward? Strike down, Kintoan. The boy's voice called out from above. Arlong didn't get the chance to look up before he was struck by a bolt of lightning. The fishman screamed in agony. His whole body was burning in pain, but he wasn't dead yet. He survived. Arlong looked up to see a golden cloud above him, the green-haired brat looking down at him from on top of it. What the hell kind of devil fruit did you eat? Arlong demanded. Clones? Thunderclouds? No paramecia grants this many abilities. I feel like that's wrong. Izuku muttered before glaring down at Arlong. Regardless, I'm not a paramecia. Arlong didn't have time to figure out what that meant. The boy pointed his hand at him with clear intention. Strike down, the boy started. Arlong dove into the water before he finished. Trying to escape lightning in the water? Izuku wondered, preparing to send his attack into the sea. Kintoan. Shark dive. Arlong shot out of the water before the lightning hit, saving him from that painful death. The fishman flew directly at Izuku, catching the boy off guard and leaving him open to a nose strike. Gah! Izuku screamed when the fishman's nose stabbed itself into his stomach, blood gushing out of his mouth. Izuku was pushed off of the cloud by Arlong's attack before the fishman threw him down to the ground as hard as he could. The green-haired boy crashed back first into the ground, coughing out blood at the impact. Izuku! Ochako shouted in horror. Shark dive! Arlong dove down at Izuku, spinning as he fell to tear the boy to shreds with his nose. Izuku managed to recover in time to move out of the way, leaving Arlong to crash nose first into the stone floor. The sight would have been comical if not for the dire situation. Arlong was upside down, body completely straight, and held up in the position by his nose that was stabbed into the stone. Izuku glared at the fishman while clutching the wound on his stomach, blood dripping from his mouth. Do you see the difference between us, boy? Arlong asked as he got his nose out of the stone and stood up, grabbing his weapon. Do you understand what it is that makes us different? Our actions and beliefs. Izuku answered easily. Wrong. Arlong roared, swinging his weapon at Izuku and forcing him to dodge. It's species. Izuku scoffed as he landed. What a load of guff. As a fishman, I am superior to a human like you in every single way. Arlong lectured while dragging his weapon on the ground. Fishmen are the dominant species of this world. Who cares about species? Izuku asked before jumping out of the way of another swing of Arlong's weapon. Human? Fishman? Nopon? Who cares about something so trivial? Your species doesn't make you better or worse than anyone. Spoken like a true inferior being. Arlong shouted with another swing of his weapon. A human like you will never defeat me. I'm going to defeat you. Izuku said seriously while dodging Arlong's swings. But it has nothing to do with you being a fishman, or me being human. I'm going to kill you, Arlong, for one simple reason. And what reason is that? Arlong demanded and prepared another swing before being kicked in the chin by Izuku. You made Ochako cry. Izuku roared as he forcefully shut the fishman's mouth and broke his teeth again. The townsfolk were all struck silent by the declaration that boy was fighting Arlong to the death for that reason. Ochako's face turned red from embarrassment, her heart beat wildly in her chest. Izuku! Izuku took advantage of Arlong's still being rattled from the kick to his chin to deliver another kick, this time to the top of the fishman's head. Those tears. Izuku recalled as he stomped on the fishman's head. The sadness. The helplessness in her voice. You're the one who caused them. And not just Ochako. Every single person on these islands has suffered because of you. Arlong growled and forced himself up, knocking Izuku off balance and charging at him, biting down on the boy's right shoulder with his newly regrown teeth. Dash! Izuku forced back the scream from the pain of the bite and began kicking the fishman in the gut repeatedly. I'm going to free these people from your tyranny once and for all. So that Ochako can smile. After enough kicks, Arlong was forced to let go of the boy's shoulder and hop back. The two fighters glared at each other. Both were far from done despite their wounded states. What are you? Some kind of wannabe hero? Arlong scoffed. I'm the man who's gonna be king of the pirates. Izuku declared while getting ready to charge at Arlong again. That means I can't lose to a snuffing, cowardly guppy like you. Guppy? Arlong growled like a mad beast before charging forward again. Bster D. Izuku jumped out of the way of an overhead swing, but Arlong didn't relent. The fishman kept chasing Izuku with his saw-like weapon. The green-haired boy jumped onto Arlong Park's tower, but Arlong followed him there, using his weapon to scale the tower. Eventually, Arlong managed to catch up to Izuku and kicked him into the tower, breaking a wall and sending him crashing inside. Ochako gasped, knowing which room Izuku was sent crashing into. Izuku crashed into a wooden table, quickly reorienting himself. He looked around to see he was in a room full of maps. What is this place? Izuku wondered, trying to stand up. He was stopped by Arlong's saw blade being placed next to his neck. This is Ochako's room. Her what? Izuku looked down at the floor to see a pen covered in dried blood. This is where she drew sea charts for me all these years. Arlong bragged, feeling like gloating now that he felt like he had the upper hand. You humans are inferior, that's true. But Ochako? She's different. She's a human who's useful to me. Even with her little rebellious episode, her usefulness cannot be understated. If all humans are bugs, you see, Ochako is like a feisty kitten. After all, she is adorable. Izuku just kept staring at all of the charts in the room. All of them were stained with dry, cracking blood. Ochako's blood. She might have put you up to this. Arlong glared at the boy. And that makes her responsible for my brother's deaths, but that just means that I'll have to make her work for repentance. She will keep making sea charts for me for the rest of her miserable life. I'd say I'm making good use of her, don't you think? Brat. Use? Izuku asked coldly, bringing one hand to the metal tooth resting at his throat. Did you just say use? Izuku squeezed his fingers around the metal blade, shattering it, much to Arlong's shock. You scum! Izuku jumped straight at Arlong, tackling him into a pile of sea charts and sending them flying around the room. Izuku and Arlong struggled to gain the upper hand while rolling on the floor. It was then that Izuku summoned 4 clones. Destroy this room! Izuku shouted to his clones while he tried to pin Arlong to the floor. Leave no trace of it. You brat! Arlong shouted. What are you doing? This is 8 years of work. Shut up! Izuku roared back and punched Arlong in the face. I get it now. This is Ochako's cell. As long as this room exists, she'll be able to truly smile. Izuku's clones got to work, tearing apart the room with no hesitation while Arlong screamed, held back by the original Izuku. Outside of the tower, Ochako saw various things being thrown from the room where the fight was happening. Her eyes widened when she realized what was happening. Izuku! Ochako muttered with tears in her eyes. Back in the tower, Izuku and Arlong continued to fight while the boys' clones tore the room apart. I'll save her from this nightmare, Izuku declared while grabbing Arlong's nose. I'll free her from you. She'll never have to shed those tears again. She'll be safe. Because dash. Izuku's vision blurred for a moment. A sudden pain struck his head. Suddenly he wasn't in Ochako's cell, battling Arlong. He was out on a ship at sea, judging by the salty air. He was being held? Something warm and comforting was holding him. There were ships on the horizon, pirate ships, dozens of them. Standing at the bow of the ship Izuku was on, there was someone. Who was that? The sun shined on their golden hair, 2 antennae like strands swished in the wind. On this person's shoulders, a white coat that had "Justice" inscribed on the back swished like a cape. It'll be fine, the person declared. Izuku felt awe fill him. Why, you ask? The person laughed out boisterously. Izuku's vision went to normal. He still had Arlong under him with his hand gripping the foul BGMI's nose. Because I am here. Izuku shouted and yanked as hard as he could, tearing Arlong's nose straight off of his face. Arg! Arlong screamed in pain, his face gushing blood from the spot where his nose used to be. You BGMI D. Arlong used the rush granted by the pain to push Izuku off of him, slamming the boy into floor. Bring down the tower. Izuku shouted at his clones while he struggled against Arlong. I want nothing left of this place. The clones saluted and hopped out of the hole in the wall, each summoning Kintoon to carry them. You're dead, brat. Arlong shouted while trying to snap at Izuku with his teeth. I'll slaughter you and all of your friends. Then I'll kill everyone on these islands other than Ochako. She'll get to watch. She'll see the price for defying me. Shut the hell up already. Izuku growled and kicked Arlong in the stomach, sending him crashing back into a wall. Izuku stood up and tightened his grip on Arlong's torn nose. It was sharp, sturdy, exactly what he needed. Arlong stood up and glared at the boy. This ends here. Both pirates shouted and rushed forward. Arlong tried to bite Izuku's head off, but the boy ducked under the attack and threw his hands forward at Arlong's stomach. Ka-dash! Arlong coughed out blood, lowering his eyes to see that Izuku stabbed him in the gut with his own torn-off nose. Little BC. Arlong tried to grab Izuku, but the boy twisted the saw-like nose inside of the fishman's gut, causing him to scream out again. Do it now! Izuku shouted, commanding his clones who were waiting outside. Bring this place down. Strike down. 4 voices called out as one from outside, followed by cracking thunder. Kintoon. Ochako and the townsfolk stared with shock as Izuku's 4 clones combined their clouds into one and rained lightning down on Arlong Park, reducing the tower to rubble. Izuku! Ochako screamed in horror, thinking that the boy killed himself to take down Arlong. Izuku's crew were watching as well. Momo and Yui appeared the calmest, as if they had absolute faith that their captain will survive. Though, the swordsman had to be supported by her sister due to her injuries being aggravated during her fight with Hachi. The rest of the crew appeared openly worried with Ibra praying for Izuku's safety. After a minute, the lightning stopped. All that remained of the once proud Arlong Park was a large pile of broken stones. Izuku! Ochako shouted while running to the rubble pile, ignoring the warnings from the townsfolk and even her sister. Izuku! The rubble shook, inciting fear in the townsfolk that Arlong survived. But instead of the fishman, the one who emerged from the rubble was a heavily injured Izuku who had Arlong's torn-off nose clutched in his hand. The ripped-off organ dripping blood. Arlong himself could be seen at the boy's feet, his eyes open and staring emptily into nothing, and his stomach slashed open and spilling onto the rubble. Arlong was dead. Rheaweya! Izuku shouted to the sky in victory. Momo and Yui shared smirks at that. Tenya and Taian slumped in relief while Ibra shed tears of joy at Izuku being safe. Noah was also very relieved that Izuku was okay, letting out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Izuku! Ochako found herself standing at the base of the remains of the tower with Izuku standing at the top. Ochako! Izuku shouted, still looking up at the sky. You're my friend. Ochako felt her eyes fill up with tears. A smile came to her face. Yeah. Izuku suddenly lost his strength, his feet buckling under their own weight, causing him to fall. Ochako rushed in quickly to catch him, managing to reach him in time. Izuku grinned tiredly up at the girl. Are you okay? I should be the one skin. Ochako shook her head as tears flowed freely down her cheeks. Don't cry. Izuku reached a hand up to wipe away the girl's tears. You don't have to cry anymore. This isn't like before. Ochako denied. I'm crying, 'cause I'm so happy. Well, that's good. I'd never forgive myself otherwise. Izuku groaned. Why is that? Ochako asked. Make a girl cry? That's not gonna fly. Make a smile? You passed the trial. Izuku said with a bit of difficulty. That's Rule 3 of the Salvager's Code. You stupid dork. Ochako smiled tearfully. Izuku chuckled painfully before raising his other hand, showing Ochako Arlong's blood-stained nose. For you? Ochako froze for a moment before she started laughing loudly. That your idea of a gift? You bring a girl a bloody nose? Despite her words, Ochako still took it from Izuku. Figured I'd give you something. Izuku grinned despite his pain. When I ask you to join my crew for real. Ochako's heart began to beat quicker. Ochako! Izuku tried to sit up, but Ochako kept him from moving. Will you come out to sea with us? To sail the Grand Line and go on adventures? Will you be my navigator? Of course. Ochako closed her eyes, her heart was beating so loud and her head was getting fuzzy, her face was feeling so warm. I'm with you till death do us part, ya snuffin' us. Ochako punctuated her statement by leaning down and pressing her lips to Izuku's, surprising all those present. Genzo felt his soul leave his body while Nijire gasped happily, jumping up and down with excitement. Tenya and Taion stared slack-jawed, Noah blushed and looked away, and Ibra squeaked and threw her hands over her eyes, but opened her fingers to peek. Yui and Momo looked at the sight of their captain and shared object of their affection being kissed by someone else with blank expressions. She beat us to it. Yui frowned. Honestly, our fault for not making a move sooner. Momo conceded. But all is not lost. It's not like you and I have a problem with sharing him. I guess not. Yui shrugged. It's not like I'd complain about having her as well as Izuku. Momo shook her head in exasperation. Ochako pulled back, feeling her whole body just became lighter than air. It was such an incredible feeling. Izuku stared up at the girl with a lost expression on his scarlet face. Ochako felt the panic set in at that moment. Is that too much? You were just saying all those things. And before I knew it, you just dash. Izuku, with some effort, raised his hand and placed it on the back of Ochako's head, drawing her back in for another kiss. This is the best day of my life. Ochako thought as she let herself melt into the kiss. This is the worst day of my life. Genzo said. Seriously? Nijire deadpanned at Genzo. Arlong and his lot are dead and Ochako is happy. But at what cost? Genzo whispered and sank to his knees. The doctor kneeled beside him to pat him on the back. At what cost? You know what they say, old friend. The doctor actually chuckled. It's a saying well known throughout the entire East Blue and beyond. Oh, I know the one. Nijire perked up with a giggle. Love is like a hurricane. The moment of levity was ruined by the marching of boots accompanied by distinct squeaky laughter. What a happy moment. Nezumi sneered as he walked between the townsfolk into the ruins of Arlong Park, followed by his subordinates. You. Ochako disconnected her lips from Izuku's as soon as she heard the slimy voice of the BE who stole her money. The fearsome Arlong was defeated. Nezumi observed. Impressive work, truly. And here are the Marines, showing up after the fight's over. Momo glared at the rat-like Marine while being kept on her feet by Yui. Typical. It's just how the Marines are. Taion crossed his arms with a huff. So quick to get to things after the fact. Nezumi glared at the two of them before composing himself. Never mind that, the credit to defeating Arlong now belongs to me. Captain Nezumi of Branch 16. On top of that, we will be confiscating any and all valuables found here in the name of the world government. Anyone who resists will be branded a criminal and executed on the spot. Izuku glared at the rat-like man, but his glare lessened when Ochako placed his hat back on his head, gently put him down, and marched to the Marine. That's not gonna happen. Ochako growled at the corrupt Marine. If it isn't the little thief. Nezumi snickered. Why won't it happen? Do ya have any idea who that is? Ochako pointed her thumb at Izuku. Nezumi scoffed. He knew that it was the boy who defeated Arlong. He saw the whole fight, including when the boy rode on that golden cloud of his. That's the guy who beat the stuffin' outta Buggy, the clown. Ochako revealed. He's also the one who took down Axe-Hand Morgan. Tenya added. He defeated Kuro of 100 Plans, single-handed. Taion continued. As well as the man who killed Foul Play, Don Krieg. Yui finished. Nezumi and his men grew pale as they stared at the boy laying on the rocks with horror in their eyes. "He's my captain," Ochako stated. "And you're the one who stole all my money and shot my sister." "He shot Nijire?" Momo asked in faux surprise. "Why, that's unforgivable." "Very much so," Ibra agreed as her vines began to writhe. "I say we teach him what happens when he messes with our crew." Noah crossed his arms. "Izuku!" Izuku forced himself to sit up and sent a grin to his crew. "Go wild." Nezumi and his men were laying on top of each other in a pile. All of them received the beating of a lifetime. "I'll get you for this." Nezumi whined, his face swollen and bruised. "Will ya?" Ochako asked before punching the Marine in the face, knocking a tooth out. "I fail to see how." Nezumi groaned in pain. "Sis." Ochako called out to Nijire. "Come here. You can punch him too." Nijire happily skipped over and delivered a brutal punch to the corrupt Marine's face. "That's for shootin' me, asshat." Nezumi spit out another tooth. "Here's what's gonna happen." Ochako grabbed Nezumi by the shirt. "Any money? Here goes to the islanders. And you're going to give back the money you stole from me." "I will." Nezumi nodded frantically. "Every last belly." "Good." Ochako grinned before punching Nezumi again, sending him flying into the sea. The rest of the townsfolk threw the corrupt Marine's men into the water as well. "This isn't over." Nezumi shouted as he raised his head above the water. He pointed a finger at Izuku. "You're their captain." "Izuku, right?" "Midoriya D, Izuku." Izuku nodded. "That's me. Don't think that this is over, Golden Cloud." Nezumi shook his fists at Izuku before swimming away as fast as he could. "This is the beginning. You'll regret making an enemy of me." "Pfdash." Izuku snorted. "Yeah, right." It was then that Izuku found himself picked up and tossed high into the air. Looking around, he saw the rest of his crew were getting the same treatment. The townsfolk were carrying them over their heads and throwing them in the air while cheering. "Our heroes. Our saviors." Izuku shook his head. He wasn't a hero, he was a pirate, but for some reason being called a hero felt really nice. "Hello? Hello?" Nezumi shouted into his transponder snail. "This is Marine Captain Nezumi of Branch 16. The corrupt Marine had ran for the transponder snail as soon as he made it back to base. "What seems to be the issue?" the responder asked. "I have a report to make." Nezumi shouted. "About a dangerous pirate who is causing chaos in the East Blue. He defeated Axehand, Morgan, Buggy, the Clown, Kuro, of 100 Plans, Foul Play, Don Krieg, and most recently, he defeated the fishman pirate known as Arlong, the Saw. He is the most dangerous threat the East Blue has faced since Gold Roger himself. A bounty must be placed on his head." "Wait, are you serious?" the responder asked. "Deadly!" Nezumi screamed. "The pirate, Golden Cloud, Midoriya Izuku is a threat unlike any other. I want posters of him all over the world. Do you understand?" "Yeah, I get you," the responder said calmly. "Send over a photo of him and I'll have the right people on the job." Nezumi printed out a photo taken by one of his men. It was a photo of Izuku sitting on the remains of Arlong Park with a grin on his face. A photo taken the moment where Izuku commanded his crew to attack Nezumi and his men. One could even see Arlong's corpse behind the boy if they looked. "Get on this quickly," Nezumi ordered. "Spread the word. Midoriya Izuku is wanted by the world government. Dead or alive." Word of Arlong's defeat spread throughout the islands, and what followed was celebration. Every single citizen of Konomi Islands allowed themselves to feel happy for the first time in nigh a decade. The monster who tormented them was dead. The people in Kokoyashi village celebrated the hardest. They were the ones to witness the whole thing and knew they had to party accordingly. Not to mention, with the heroes who saved the islands present, they had to party hard. Whoa, if you really can turn into paper. A few people gathered around Taian, staring in awe as the boy played around with his powers. "I think I'm getting the hang of this." Taian frowned in concentration. gathering up a bunch of mondo together and making them form a large paper bird. Ooh! The townsfolk cheered. And then there was Noah. This kid's amazing. Someone cheered as Noah played along with the cheery music on his flute, adding a whole new feel to the melody. His flute sounds so beautiful. Another stated happily. Tenya was being pulled along by different people to dance. He complained loudly, but the smile on his face gave him away. Ibra was sitting off to the side, watching over Noah playing his flute while sampling the food made by the townsfolk. Nijire watched it all with a grin, a true genuine smile, the likes of which she thought she'd never have a chance to experience again. You have a really nice smile. Izuku complimented, sipping the drink in his hand. The two were sitting together and watching the festivities. Careful there, Buster. Nijire sent a teasing smirk at the boy. You're my sister's man, can't be callin' other ladies beautiful. I guess so. Izuku conceded with a small frown. What's wrong? Nijire tilted her head. You better not be havin' second thoughts now of all times. No. Izuku shook his head wildly. Ochako is wonderful. Really, it's just, I guess it happened a bit fast and I'm kind of reeling. And it has nothing to do with the other girls in your crew? Nijire raised an eyebrow. Izuku's face turned red and he looked away from Nijire. One hell of a guy you chose to fall for, Chaco. Nijire shook her head. It's decided then. What is? Izuku looked at her curiously, his blush calming down. I'll be joining your crew as well. Nijire grinned. Gotta keep an eye on my little sister after all. I'm not saying no, but is that your only reason for wanting to join? Izuku asked. Well, maybe one more reason. Nijire admitted. Ochako has a dream, you know? She wants to make a map of the whole world someday. That's amazing. Izuku thought. I don't think anyone's managed to completely map out the world before. Right. Nijire grinned, feeling proud of her little sister, but then her face turned a bit more somber. But I have a dream too. Izuku gave her his full attention. I want to see incredible things. Nijire said. Learn more and more and more. There's a whole world out there to see, and I want to see it. Welcome aboard then, Nijire. Izuku grinned at her. I'll be happy to have you on my crew. Nijire gave Izuku a salute. Much obliged, Captain Golden Cloud. Golden Cloud. Izuku tilted his head with a frown. That's what that marine dickbag called ya. Nijire reminded him. I think it sounds pretty awesome. Golden Cloud. Huh. Izuku leaned back and started to chuckle. My epithet, guess I'm the first to get one. Yui's gonna be said. Ooh. Nijire's eyes sparkled. Will I get a cool nickname too? But, guess once our crew becomes really famous. Izuku shrugged. Nijire let out an excited squeak. Izuku chuckled at her enthusiasm, he knew she'd fit right in. Everything hurts. Momo groaned on the bed she was given at the doctor's clinic. No snuffin' wonder. The doctor shouted at her. He had just finished stitching up all of her wounds and he was baffled. How the hell was this girl still alive? Guess that'll teach me not to listen to Ibra. Momo chuckled. That or not charge hawk eyes like a dumbass. Yui said while poking her sister in the stomach, specifically a spot that had sticks. Ah! Momo screamed in pain. Stop that! The doctor shouted and smacked Yui on the back of the head. Yui rubbed the back of her head and stared blankly at the doctor. I'm her sister, it's my right. The doctor sighed. At the very least they managed to get Izuku out of there. He was fretting over Momo and not letting the doctor do his work, so they had to kick him out. Geez. Momo groaned as the pain subsided. You know I'm going to get you back for that, Yui. Promises. Yui shook her head before someone else walked into the clinic. Am I interruptin' something? Chaco asked. No. The doctor shook his head. But do you need something? Momo and Yui stared at Ochako, making her uncomfortable. Ah. Ochako chuckled. Maybe later dash. Yui blurred out of her seat next to Momo's bed and reappeared behind Ochako, using her devil fruit to boost her speed. Oh no, you snuffing don't. Ochako saw she was not getting away and just sighed. I want you to get rid of the hour-long tattoo on my shoulder, well, what's left of it after I stabbed it to sheet. I can do that, but it's gonna leave a scar. The doctor told her. I don't mind. Ochako shook her head. As long as that BSDRD symbol is off my body, I don't care. The doctor gestured to a bed. It took a while, but Ochako's shoulder was left free of ink, but there was very noticeable scarring on it. Are you sure you don't want to cover it with something else? Yui asked the girl. Not the scar, but I do want a new tattoo. Ochako revealed. Momo and Yui looked at her curiously. I want the same one y'all got. Ochako told them. The cloud on the back. We can arrange that. Yui told her before turning to the doctor. Mind leaving for a minute? We got girl talk to do. The doctor was out of the door before she finished talking. Smart man. Momo chuckled before wincing. Hurts to laugh. So, Ochako. Yui stared holes into the girl, causing her to sweat nervously. You and Izuku, huh? Look. Ochako tried to say something to defend herself. Do you know what it feels like? Momo asked with a frown on her face. To see the love of your life swapping spit with another girl? We do. Yui said while sitting on Ochako's bed next to her, making the girl yelp in fear. We went through it. Not apologizing. Ochako decided to be defiant. I like him. And I won't apologize for that. Yui and Momo looked at each other before they started to laugh. What's so funny? Ochako asked. We're not actually upset. Momo smiled at the girl. I'm kind of upset, I wanted to be Izuku's first kiss. Yui pouted. But the point is. Momo ignored her sister. The two of us love Izuku, but our love for him isn't so shallow that we'd get angry if he was with someone else. All we want is for him to be happy, and to always be by his side. I see. Ochako mumbled. So you're not gonna kill me to have him to yourself? No. Momo shook her head before looking a bit uncomfortable. But while we have you here, how would you feel about? Share. Yui said bluntly. Excuse me? Ochako deadpanned. Yui! Momo shouted at her sister before groaning. Oh! You were rambling. Yui told her sister before turning to Ochako. Share Izuku with us. Ochako didn't know how to take that. What my sister is trying to say with her limited intelligence. Momo started. Get sparked. Yui glared at her. Is that we would appreciate if you would allow Izuku to be with us as well. Momo explained. You're perfectly within your rights to say no, but dash. No, I get it. Ochako held up her hand to stop Momo. Look, this whole thing with Izuku, it's pretty new to me. But I do know that I'd hate making the two of you miserable. Can we just give this some time? I'm not saying no, I'm just. We'll wait. The two sisters said simultaneously. Thanks. Ochako sighed. This is gonna be a thing, ain't it? More girls are gonna fall for Izuku and want me to share him. And as his first girl, you get to decide which beach gets axed. Yui pointed out. Snuff that. Ochako scowled. We're gonna be together with Izuku and we're gonna be equals, none of that. First girl, second girl, guff, clear? Crystal. Momo smiled. Since you just agreed to letting us be with him as well. Ochako seemed to realize that, she groaned and buried her face in the pillow. I hate you both. Love you too, babe. Yui said with her usual deadpan. Ochako let out another annoyed groan before lifting her head to look at Momo. By the way, thanks for letting Hachi live. I might hate the rest of those scumbags, but he was the only one of them to treat me like a person and not a chart factory. Momo nodded in acknowledgement. Not long after the battle, Hachi woke up from the thrashing Momo had given him. With the rest of Arlong's crew, including the big fish himself, dead, Hachi was given the option to either run away or join them in hell. He wisely chose to book it. Momo figured that the next time they'd meet, he'd be after revenge. But she hoped otherwise, she didn't want to kill him. Yeah, Octopus was a good guy. Yui said uncaringly. Back to the important stuff, Ochako gave us permission and that means we're free to make a move on Izuku again. Ochako grumbled, but didn't refute the silent girl's words. I brought this on myself. Izuku wandered around for a while, wanting to get away from the partying for a bit. He ended up finding himself at a grave that Genzo was pouring a bottle of booze over. Who's buried there? Izuku asked. Ochako and Nijire's mother. Genzo answered. Izuku took off his hat and placed it on his chest before bowing his head in respect. So they're both going with you. Genzo spoke with a noticeable edge to his voice. Izuku nodded before returning his hat to his head. First Ochako falls for you and now you take Nijire out to sea. Genzo sighed irritably. I'll make Ochako happy, I promise. Izuku said seriously. And I'll keep Nijire safe. Genzo walked up to Izuku and punched the boy in the chest lightly. You better, Brett. If you hurt my daughters, I don't care how strong you are, I'll kill you myself. I understand. Izuku nodded. I promise, I won't let anything happen to them. Thanks for that. Genzo loosened up a bit. I guess that does it for the shovel talk. What now? Wanna go get wasted? Izuku offered while pointing back at the village. Sure. Genzo shrugged. It was the day of departure. Izuku's crew was leaving Kokoyashi village and heading out to sea once more. Your ship is so cool. Nijire hopped happily around the Mary, giggling at actually getting to go out and see the world. They also planted a few trees from the tangerine orchard on the ship, so that Nijire and Ochako would always have a piece of home with them. Mary is indeed a wonderful ship. Taian said with pride. Is everything ready? Momo asked Tenya and Ibra, who were looking over the supplies. We're restocked on food. Ibra informed her. And the ship is ready to sail whenever Izuku gives the word. Tenya nodded. That's good. Momo muttered, looking over to the Mary's head where Izuku was sitting. All that's left is to wait for Ochako to get here. Yui said while walking up to them. I suppose that means we're officially joining the crew? Noah asked Ibra. It does. Ibra smiled at her bodyguard. I feel pretty content with the idea of being this crew's cook. And we're all happy to have you, Momo told her. And make sure you two take care of each other. Genzo shouted at Nijire from the pier. We'll be fine. Don't worry. Nijire shouted back. That makes me worry even more. Genzo stomped his foot. If I had my way, neither of you would be leaving. We'll miss you too, Dad. Nijire grinned at Genzo, causing him to sputter. You two better be safe out there. Genzo tried to hide the tears in his eyes. Where the hell is your sister anyway? Izuku looked into the island from Mary's head before smirking. Start setting sail. The crew was a bit confused by his command, but followed it regardless, getting Mary ready to start sailing. Izuku hopped off of Mary's head and went to the stern of the ship as they sailed away from the island. Wait! Nijire jumped on Izuku and started shaking him. What about Ochako? Izuku just pointed at the island. Nijire let go of Izuku and followed where his finger was pointing before. Grinning when she saw her sister running towards them. The townsfolk panicked about Ochako leaving without properly saying goodbye and tried to stop her, but the girl evaded every last one of them as she ran through the gathered crowd of people who came to see off the island's heroes. Ochako! Genzo shouted as the girl ran past him and jumped off of the pier towards the ship. Ochako managed to make the jump, reaching the stern of the ship where she was caught in Izuku's arms. The two shared a smile before Ochako leaned up to kiss him. Give me a sec. Ochako told him before pulling away from the embrace. Izuku nodded and stepped back. Ochako looked back to the island and raised her shirt, letting a bunch of wallets fall out of it. It was then that the townsfolk realized that each and every one of them had been pickpocketed by the girl. Thanks for everything, guys. Ochako waved to them as Mary sailed away. I'll be sure to put the money to good use. You rotten little thief. Genzo shouted, followed by the raging screams of the rest of Kokoyashi village. We're gonna miss you both. Ochako and Nijire smiled at each other. They knew they'd miss them as well. Are you ready? Izuku asked Ochako, walking closer to her. Ochako responded by wrapping her arms around the boy in a hug. With you here? I'm ready for anything. Izuku smiled and hugged her back. Then let's get going. Yeah. Ochako nodded. And so the crew went, sailing to their next adventure. In an unknown island covered in sand so white it resembled snow, there was a collection of ruins that were used as the base of operations to a certain group. Inside of one such ruin, a few people were intercepting information from their sworn enemy. A new bounty in the East Blue? One of the people asked. That doesn't seem all too important. Maybe not, but this is the highest starting bounty in the East Blue in recorded history. Another said while looking at the poster they intercepted using a transponder snail. This kid must be really something. Which kid? A kind voice spoke out. All people in the room stood at attention at the sound of that voice, all of them turning around to face its owner and saluting respectfully. A pirate in the East Blue who just received his first bounty, ma'am. One of the people responded. He has the highest starting bounty in the East Blue's history, despite his young age. East Blue, huh? The woman sighed sadly, causing the whole room to wince. They knew that she was from the East Blue, and she associated a lot of pain with that sea. Well, maybe he can be a potential ally. The woman shook her head free of the thought and tried to focus on her duty. Let's see his bounty. Here you go, ma'am. Someone handed her the poster. The woman looked at the poster for a moment before she started shaking. Ma'am? One of the woman's subordinates asked worriedly. What's wrong? They can't believe it. The woman muttered as she stared at the photo on the poster. Green-haired child with a straw hat, diamond pattern freckles on his cheeks, and the kind of grin that no one could replicate. The woman's emerald green eyes welled up with tears that started to fall on the poster. The name listed on the poster only served to destroy whatever doubts the woman had of who the boy in the poster was. Wanted. Dead or alive. Midoriya D. Izuku. 40 million B chapter text. In an unknown island, somewhere in the world. The world's strongest swordsman stepped off of his vessel and made his way, ignoring the various pirates who looked at him with panic. After a bit of walking, he reached his destination. Mihawk. A man with red hair and a scar over one of his eyes looked at Mihawk with a scowl. Come to kill me? Not today, no. Mihawk shook his head. Good. The redhead nodded. Because I'll be real, I'm kinda hung over an herb. Mihawk shook his head in distaste of the man's habits. You'll drink yourself into an early grave one of these days, red hair. The man chuckled. So what brings you to this island if not to kill me? Remember that hat you used to have? Mihawk asked. The one you said was more valuable to you than any treasure? The red-headed man scowled. The one that you lost after getting so blackout drunk that you couldn't remember your own name for 2 days afterwards? Mihawk reminded the man. There a point to this? The man asked threateningly. The ground below him cracked. Mihawk smirked and reached into his jacket. I was passing by in the East Blue and ran into some rather interesting individuals. Among them was a boy with a straw hat. Mihawk pulled a furled-up poster from his jacket and opened it up to show it to the redhead. The redhead's eyes widened at the photo on the wanted poster, a grinning green-haired boy wearing his hat. Soft chuckles began to escape the red-haired man's lips before he and his crew just started outright laughing. Ha ha ha. So that's where it went. I figured you'd be more upset. Mihawk frowned. Oh, I'm livid, Hawkie. The redhead grinned. But now I know where it is, and if I ever run into that kid, I'll teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Hey, doesn't the kid look kind of familiar? One member of the crew asked. His hair does, at least. The redhead blinked before looking back at the poster and squinting, finally taking note of the boy's name. Midoriya, no way, he's her kid? I thought he was dead. DMN, if she found out we're going after her son, she'll wipe us out. One crew member shuddered. The wrath of a mother is no joke. Mihawk said wisely before furling up the poster and placing it back in his jacket. Now, if you'll excuse me. Mihawk turned to leave. Sorry, Mihawk. The redhead said. But I can't let you leave. Mihawk turned to the redhead with a dangerous look in his eyes only to see the man holding a bottle out to him with a wide smile. Not before we have a drink together. The red-haired man cheered. Let's get wasted. Red-haired Shanks. Raised your prices, huh? Ochako looked at the news crew who stood at the railing of the ship. News coup were seagulls that were used by the World Economic Journal to deliver their papers all over the world. The news coup lowered its head. Ochako smiled and gave the bird an affectionate pat. "Don't worry about it, buddy. It's not your fault." The news coup cooed happily before Ochako placed a payment in its pouch. "Off you go, okay?" Ochako told the bird that saluted her and cooed happily before flying off. "You're really nice to the news coups." Izuku observed his girlfriend, and boy, that felt kind of strange, as she walked over to a chair that she had placed there earlier. "They're good birds that are doing their job." Ochako smiled and sat down in the chair before opening the newspaper. "It's not their fault if the price gets raised, so why should I take it out on them?" Izuku shrugged. "Anything interesting?" "Let's see." Ochako started leafing through the pages. "Arrests here, insurrections there, you're bound." "Ochako." Izuku looked at her worriedly. The rest of the crew came to check on the girl as well, led by a concerned Nijire. "Chako, what's wrong?" Nijire asked, looking at her sister holding the newspaper with shaky hands. Ochako slowly took a page out of the newspaper. It wasn't attached to the rest of the pages, so she didn't have to tear it out. The brown-haired girl turned the page around to show it off to the rest of the crew. "Wanted. Dead or alive. Midoriya D. Izuku. 40 million, B. I have a bounty?" Izuku stared at the poster before he was tackled into a hug by Momo and Yui. "You have a bounty?" Momo cheered. "We're real pirates now." Yui smiled. Izuku grinned and hugged the two back. "We're real pirates." Tenya looked at the bounty poster with a wince. "This starting bounty is unheard of for the East Blue. Spark, I don't think I've ever seen an East Blue pirate with this high of a bounty. You're worth twice as much as Arlong used to." Nijire cheered. "I bet that fish beaky is steaming over that in hell." That statement lessened Ochako's shock and brought a smirk to her face. "That's all well and good, but our captain having a bounty is no laughing matter," Taian said while adjusting his glasses. "With this amount on your head, we'll likely be dealing with bounty hunters, and probably other pirate crews trying to make a name for themselves. Not to mention, you are now considered an official threat to the Marines." Tenya added seriously. "Let the BSers come." Momo scoffed and raised her sword. "I'll cut down anyone who threatens my Izuku." "Ochako's Izuku." Nijire corrected with a pout. "We can share." Yui said simply. "I'm sorry, what?" Izuku asked flatly. "Don't worry about that for now, babe." Ochako muttered out with a blush. Izuku's face turned red as well. The boy started stammering. Tenya shook his head. "I'm serious. Headquarters might get involved, and they've been much more ruthless since the defection." "The what?" Nijire looked at him curiously. "I think I read about it somewhere, but I can't recall where." Taian frowned. "It's..." Tenya grimaced. "Look, it doesn't matter right now. What matters is that the Marines we'll encounter from here on will be on a completely different level from what we've been dealing with. Forget Mike, we might get Eraser sent after us." "Eraser?" Izuku frowned, his blush dying down. "Never heard of anyone like that." Ochako crossed her arms. "I haven't either." Ibra tilted her head. "For good reason." Tenya explained. "Eraser doesn't like people knowing he exists, but he's as ruthless as he is brutally efficient and horrifyingly competent when it comes to combat, especially against devil fruit users. So, he specializes in fighting opponents like Captain Izuku, Yui, and myself?" Taian asked. Tenya nodded. "He has a special weapon, one meant to combat devil fruit users. The weapon's unique appearance as well as Eraser's eccentricities have earned him the name, the Mummy." "Man has a thing for corpses?" Yui asked. "I wouldn't make fun of him," Tenya advised. "Nor would I take him lightly. Believe me when I say that running into him unprepared will spell the end of our journey, and he will not hesitate to execute us, despite our young ages." "He sounds scary," Noah admitted. "To think that there is someone who specializes in combating people like Captain Izuku. Just sitting around here and getting scared out of wits does us no good." Momo spoke reasonably. "Thank you for letting us know about him, Tenya. It would have been bad if we had run into him unprepared." "Of course." Tenya nodded stiffly. I am a member of this crew. Your safety is my top priority. Good man. Izuku grinned at Tenya, who smiled back at him. But all of this made me hungry. Ibra, mind cooking something for us? I'd be delighted to, Izuku. Ibra beamed at her captain before rushing off to the kitchen. That girl is a godsend. Momo said seriously. Every member of the crew, including Noah, nodded in agreement. After a while, Ibra called them all to eat and they all sat together at the table. So what's our next move, Captain? Taian asked the green-haired boy. Well, we're heading to the Grand Line. Izuku said. We have a ship, a navigator, a cook, and a musician. Musician? Noah wondered. When did we? He noticed everyone looking at him. Noah blushed. Oh, you meant me. I guess it's as good a time as any to head there. Ochako conceded. But we should probably stop by Town for supplies beforehand. If you say so. Izuku grinned at her. I'll trust your judgment. Ochako blushed at the grin Izuku was giving her. Her heart felt so warm whenever she saw the smile on his face. Town? Tenya grimaced. What's wrong? Nijire asked. Well, I'm not saying we shouldn't go there. Tenya started. But we need to be extremely careful. Town is under the jurisdiction of probably the most powerful marine in the East Blue. The White Hunter. So we'll avoid him like the plague. You shrugged. Town, huh? Taian mused. Isn't that the place where Gold Roger was both born and executed? It is. Ochako confirmed. It's known as the town of the origin and the end, for that very reason. And it's our final stop here in the East Blue before we finally head for the Grand Line. How long till we reach it? Ibra asked. Not long, maybe 3 days. Ochako frowned in thought. Give or take a day. Get comfy, guys. We've got a bit of a voyage ahead. I'll be retiring to my bunk then. Noah nodded respectfully to all of them. Thank you for the meal, Ibra. It was delicious as usual. Thank you, Noah. Ibra smiled at Noah and waved him off. Do any of you notice that Noah seems a bit closed off? Nijire asked. He's not closed off, just a bit shy. Ibra explained. I'm basically the only constant interaction he had before we joined this crew, so he's not used to other people. Izuku frowned. I guess we'll just have to help him break out of his shell. You've already started. Ibra smiled at the captain. By listening to his music and saying that you liked it, you made Noah open up a bit. He has a dream. The entire crew listened with rapt attention. Noah wants to learn all different types of music and develop his own melodies. Ibra explained. He wants to make a song that is all his own. And you? Izuku asked. What's your dream, Ibra? Promise you won't laugh? Ibra blushed. Yes. Tenya and Taian answered. No. Yui gave her own answer. I want to find the All Blue. Ibra revealed. The All Blue. Nijire wondered. Isn't that the legendary sea that is supposed to have fish from all over the world? Ochako recalled reading about it. Indeed. Ibra nodded. I read about it and I fell in love with the idea. A place in the world not burdened by separation or segregation, a place where all is one. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Absolutely. Izuku nodded enthusiastically. You and Noah have wonderful dreams. I concur. Momo smiled. Yui agreed as well. Tenya, Taian, Ochako, and Nijire all voiced their support of Ibra and Noah's dreams, much to the cook's happiness. Noah was standing in a field of flowers. The world around him was somewhat hazy. He knew this place and he knew what was going on. He was dreaming. The sound of a flute made Noah perk up with a smile before he ran in the direction of the sound. Eventually he found it. Sitting on a toppled tree was a girl around a year older than Noah who playing a flute similar to his own. The girl had silver hair, the top of her head adorned with a pair of cat ears. She was dressed in a white sundress, leaving the blue and red crystal embedded in her chest, right under her collarbone, exposed. The girl's ears twitched in a way that Noah found adorable before she stopped playing and opened her golden eyes to see Noah in front of her. It's you. Hey. Noah greeted her like he did so many times before. Do you want to play with me? The girl held up her flute. Noah nodded enthusiastically and pulled out his own flute before sitting next to the girl on the toppled tree. The blue-haired boy's heart was beating like crazy at being close to this girl. The two kids brought their flutes to their lips and started playing together, their music coming together in a sound much more beautiful than either could produce individually. Noah loved it. He loved hearing how his flute sounded together with this girl's. He never got tired of playing with her. He just hoped that one day he'd be able to play with her for real. And maybe on that day when they truly met, Noah would finally know her name. I see it on the horizon. Taeyeon called out from the crow's nest. The rest of the crew looked out towards the horizon to see that there was in fact an island approaching. Finally! Yui shook her head. We get what we need here, and we'll finally be able to go to the Grand Line. Yeah. Izuku grinned. We'll be one step closer to our dreams. Taeyeon looked down at the crew from the crow's nest, narrowing his eyes in concentration before breaking apart into a large cluster of mondo that flew down to the deck before reforming into the boy. Gah! Taeyeon exclaimed with a shudder. Still feels so strange to do that. Takes a bit to get used to powers. Yui said sympathetically. You'll get it eventually. I'll have to do it rather quickly if I want to be of any use to the crew. Taeyeon lowered his eyes. Well, you're doing better than when you first used it. Izuku smiled encouragingly. Keep at it and you'll be golden. Taeyeon nodded. As you say, Captain. Soon enough, the crew made it to Logetown. They lowered the anchor and tied the ship to the pier. The crew gathered up together, deciding what they'd be doing on the island. I'll be going to find some new swords, Momo said while raising her white sword. I need 2 more swords, so I'll be going to find some. Take Noah with you, Ibra requested, earning a surprised look from Noah. He needs a proper sword too. All right. Momo agreed as Noah walked up to her. Guess we're having a day out together, Noah? Seems so. Noah nodded. Here, Ochako said while tossing a stack of cash to Momo. Momo looked at it in confusion. There's about 1 million there. Ochako explained. Think that should buy you and Noah the swords you need? No clue. I was planning on stealing them. Momo admitted. We'll make do with this money. Noah decided before narrowing his eyes at Momo. And we're not stealing swords. Yeah. Momo rolled her eyes before looking at Ochako. Thanks. Don't mention it. Just get some good swords so you can protect him. Ochako told her. Momo nodded before she and Noah left the ship. I'll go get food. Ibra said. I'll go with you. Yui offered. I'll help carry stuff. Thank you, Yui. Ibra smiled at her. Ochako handed them money for shopping. But think I'll go stock up on art supplies as well as writing implements. Taeyeon decided. I am the crew's chronicler after all. I'll escort you. Tenya offered. That'll be greatly appreciated, thank you, Tenya. Taeyeon thanked the older boy. Ochako gave them some money and the two left, leaving Izuku, Ochako, and Nijire on the ship. Anything you want to do? Ochako asked her boyfriend and captain. I want to see where they executed Gold Roger. Izuku said thoughtfully. Ooh, I want to see it too. Nijire cheered. Then you guys go ahead. Ochako nodded. I'll stay here and guard the dash. 3 clones of Izuku appeared in a puff of smoke. Ah, Ochako nodded sheepishly. Or these guys can do it. Let's all see the platform together. Nijire cheered and dragged the 2 off. The clones on the ship waved them off happily. In Logetown's marine base, a tired-looking man with a strange scarf was walking with a particular destination in mind. He was followed by his best friend, not that he'll ever admit it, who was just as loud as ever. I can't believe it, Mike complained to his scruffy friend as they walked. That devil fruit is in the hands of a pirate. So we just have to kill him and retrieve it. The scruffy man said gruffly. Marine Commander, Eraser, the mummy. Kill. Mike looked a bit uncomfortable. He's pretty young, Eraser. I don't think Dash. You don't get paid to think, Mike. Eraser drawled. Besides, the kid's a pirate, it'd be irrational to leave him alive. You are so lucky Namuri isn't here to hear you say that. Mike muttered. Their friend had a soft spot for children and would likely attack Eraser for so much as uttering that he was planning to kill a child. Namuri is irrational. Eraser rolled his eyes. Let's just get going and find the brat. Shouldn't we let the captain know? Mike asked. That's what the lower ranks are for. Eraser scoffed. Now come on. Mike shook his head and followed after his friend. I haven't even had the chance to tell him about Tenya. In another part of the base, a low-ranked Marine frantically opened the door to the captain's office. He was hit with a massive waft of smoke as soon as the door opened. I thought I told you to knock. A gruff voice spoke out from the smoke. Apologies, sir. The Marine saluted, not that he could see through the smoke. But a new bounty arrived from HQ. And according to some intel, we believe that the pirate in question is here in town. His name is Midoriya D, Izuku and Dash. So? The gruff voice asked. Well? The Marine tried to ignore the smoke, suppressing a cough. This is the highest bounty in the East Blue, sir. Worth 40 million belly. Oh. The gruff voice hummed. Might be worth checking out. Are you not at all concerned, sir? The Marine asked. The sound of footsteps came from the smoke before the Marine heard a window opening. The smoke drained out of the window, revealing the owner of the guff voice, a tall, muscular man with white hair and a ruff. He had 2 lit cigars in his mouth. Not at all. The man answered. Marine Captain, White Hunter, Smoker. Tell me, in all the time that I have been captain here in Logetown, has any pirate been a problem? Smoker asked. No, sir. The Marine recalled. Exactly. Smoker walked away from the window to grab his coat. So, there's no need to panic. The Marine nodded hesitantly before looking at the table at the center of the room where a bunch of rocks were balanced on each other. New record, sir? Yes, actually. Smoker answered. Eraser hasn't been around to annoy me all day, and it's making me productive. Another Marine barged into the room to inform the captain of a group of pirates that were reportedly causing trouble. Deducing that those were Midoriya, Izuku's pirate crew, Smoker left with the second Marine. The first Marine realized that his captain left without taking a look at the bounty poster. Smoker walked through town with a few of his men, looking for the pirate known as Midoriya Izuku. During the walk, a little girl with a large ice cream cone ran into Smoker, smashing her ice cream into his pants. Both the girl and her father looked at the massive Marine in horror. Smoker placed his large hand on the girl's head, the small child flinching in fear before realizing that she wasn't being hurt. Smoker squatted down in front of the girl. Sorry, it seems my stupid pants have eaten all of your ice cream. The Marine captain took out some money and placed it in the girl's hands. Here, go buy yourself 5 scoops. Smoker told the girl before standing up and walking off, throwing a wave over his shoulder when the girl and her father thanked him. He ignored one of his men, muttering how much worse this would have been if the girl had run into Eraser instead. Smoker didn't react outwardly, but he knew that if he heard that Eraser was harassing civilians, let alone children, he'd have the BSTRD court-martialed in the blink of an eye. Soon enough, Smoker made it to the docks where a bunch of rowdy pirates were causing trouble. The Marine captain beat them to a bloody pulp. Well, it seems that Midoriya D, Izuku and his lot won't be an issue anymore. One Marine said. Moron. Smoker told him. There's no way that this pathetic bunch are Midoriya, Izuku and his crew. The higher-ups would not give out a 40 mil bounty to a weakling like this. It's bound to be here somewhere. Nijire, this is the docks. Smoker and his men paused at the young voices before noticing 3 teens were there on the docks. One was a girl with periwinkle hair who oozed curiosity. Another was a girl with brown hair and pink cheeks who was holding onto the third person, a boy with green hair and a straw hat. The Marines had wondered for a moment if those kids were part of that weakling pirate crew before dismissing it. The periwinkle-haired girl noticed them before dragging her 2 companions over there, much to the 2 younger teens' dismay. Excuse me. The periwinkle girl called out with a smile. Can you tell us where they execute people here? And why are you smoking 2 cigars? Isn't that bad for your lungs? Do you crave nicotine that much? Isn't it difficult to talk with 2 cigars in your mouth? The platform. Smoker answered the first question. My sister meant if you could give us directions to the platform. The brown-haired girl clarified before gesturing to the boy she was holding hands with. Both of their faces were pretty red. My boyfriend wants to see it. Smoker raised an eyebrow at the boy. Why? The boy was so nervous and looked ready to pass out from just holding his girlfriend's hand. What would he want with the platform? To Smoker's surprise, the boy's nervousness died down. His posture straightened and his eyes had a shine that made Smoker feel pause. I want to see it. The boy said with surprising force. He didn't raise his voice, but there was a weight to his words. Where the king of the pirates died. Smoker was taken aback by this. You can't tell us? The periwinkle girl asked in disappointment. Smoker took a drag of his cigars before the smoke coming from them started to move. Follow the smoke, it'll take you there. The periwinkle girl's eyes shined with excitement, but she was stopped from asking questions by the 2 younger teens who thanked the marine captain and ran off while dragging her along. Smoker took another drag of his cigars. Nice kids. None of these places really strike me, you know? Momo told Noah as they looked around for a shop where they can get themselves some swords. I get what you mean. Noah nodded with a small frown. None of the shops we passed by had swords that really spoke to me. At least you've got an eye for swords, Noah? Momo teased with a smile. Not really. Noah denied. As the 2 continued to walk, they ended up coming across a crowd that gathered around 2 pirates harassing a lady. Momo and Noah both stood quietly and watched while the people around them looked scared for the girl. These idiots stand no chance. Both Momo and Noah thought. And sure enough, the blue-haired lady cut down the pirates with no effort. She's not bad. Momo thought with a smirk. Ah geez. And then the woman tripped over her own feet and fell on her face. I spoke too soon. Momo amended. My glasses. The lady started reaching around blindly. I can't see anything without my glasses. Noah noticed the glasses on the ground next to him. He crouched down and picked them up before handing them to the lady. Here you go. The lady smiled gratefully and took them. Thank you, such a little gentleman. That's our Noah, all right. Momo chuckled and ruffled Noah's hair, much to his embarrassment. Sweet as can be. Stop. Noah blushed. The lady chuckled as she put on her glasses before she noticed the sword on Momo's hip. Ah. Ah. Momo screamed as well, less out of fear or being startled, and more because she felt like playing along. Whoa, a dash. The lady looked ready to pass out at the sight of Momo's sword. Ma'am, are you well? Noah asked in concern. Wado ikimanji. The lady cried out in shock while pointing at Momo's sword. Momo looked at her sword in confusion. Is that the name of the sword? Noah wondered. Is it famous? Famous. The woman sounded almost hysterical. It's an Owazamono. There are only 21 blades of its caliber in existence. Momo looked at her sword with a frown. She knew it was amazing, but she had no idea it was some famous, world-renowned sword. I've always wanted to lay my eyes on it. The lady said excitedly before grabbing Momo by the shoulders. May I please observe it? Momo couldn't help but find the blue-haired lady's enthusiasm endearing. She was sort of reminded of Izuku. The beautiful swordsman smiled and held her sword out to the older lady. Just be careful with it, it means a lot to me. Why you're letting me hold it too? The lady began to tear up, taking the sword with shaky hands. Oh, it's magnificent. The woman drew the sword from its sheath and began inspecting it. Such masterful craftsmanship. Such a wonderful temper. The lady gushed. And Owazamono is just as incredible as I've always dreamed. You sure feel strongly about the subject. Noah observed. The woman seemed to remember she was among people. Her face turned red and she quietly resheathed Momo's katana before handing it back to the girl. Sorry, I'm a bit of a sword buff. I could tell. Momo said with a smile, further embarrassing the woman. Don't worry about it, though, it's actually quite endearing. The woman chuckled bashfully. But since you clearly have an eye for swords. Momo came up with an idea. Would you mind helping Noah and I with finding a proper weapons shop and picking out some swords? We're in dire need of them. Of course. The lady nodded enthusiastically. You've granted me the chance of a lifetime by allowing me to observe your sword. How can I not return the favor? Momo smiled pleasantly. Thank you so much, Miza. Tashiji. The lady introduced herself. Marine Master Chief Petty Officer, Tashiji. I'm Momo and this is Noah. Momo introduced herself and her younger crewmate. And thank you once again for your help. It's my pleasure, really. Tashiji waved off Momo's thanks with an embarrassed smile. Now come on, I'll take you to the shop I frequent. The two pirates nodded and followed after the lady. And we're lost again. Ochako muttered as she, Nijire, and Izuku were walking through some back alley. This is the last time we take directions from a blind guy. Nijire pouted. Izuku shook his head in exasperation before noticing something, a sign for a bar that read, Bar Gold Roger. The green-haired boy felt himself drawn in by the sign. Izuku. Ochako looked at her boyfriend curiously. Let's go in here. Izuku decided and walked into the bar. Ochako and Nijire followed behind. Toast, future king of the pirates. Izuku, Ochako, and Nijire grinned and picked up their glasses, raising a toast to Izuku's dream. The old man felt alive for the first time in over 20 years. He might not close down his bar. After all, who else could say that two pirate kings once drank at their establishment? The old man sat quietly at his bar after pointing those three kids in the right direction to the platform where Gold Roger was executed. He had a hopeful smile on his face. Someone entered the bar, and the old man's smile died an ugly death when he saw who it was. What the hell do you want? The old man demanded. Now that's no way to treat a customer. Smoker chided. Especially you're only one. Go screw yourself. The old man muttered at the Marine. You're only here to see me close this place down. Smoker snorted before sitting down at the bar. Come on, it isn't my fault that all of the pirates here turned to cowards. It's a decision they made after they got to know me, that's all. The old man scoffed. Smoker noticed the 4 empty glasses on the bar counter. Had visitors? How nice. Piss us off. The old man said uncaringly. I think I'd like a taste of rum, old man. Smoker said. I don't have any for you. The old man snapped. Don't be such a bastard. Smoker chuckled. The smoke from his cigars extended and wrapped around a bottle of rum from one of the shelves before bringing it back to the Marine. Today's a special day, don't you think? Smoker popped the bottle open with his thumb before taking a few deep gulps from it. Good stuff. The Marine captain sighed contently before looking at the chair next to him. I remember it like yesterday, the day he was executed. It was a lot like today. It was hot, sticky. The oppressive heat of the sun pushed down on all of Logue Town, but no one was staying indoors to beat the heat. No one would miss what was happening for the whole world. Play music, One Piece OST, to the Grand Line. A young smoker was running through the streets in hopes of catching a glimpse of what was happening. He pushed himself through the crowds and managed to find himself right before the main event himself. A man in a red coat, his very presence was larger than life itself. He was shackled and being led through the streets, but he acted like it was a victory parade. Young smoker looked at the man, catching his eye for a moment. The larger-than-life man grinned at the young boy, no fear in his eyes despite what he knew was coming. Smoker was shaken by this. His whole body was filled with awe. Of fame, power. Gold Roger attained this and everything else life had to offer. When he was led through the streets of Logue Town to his death, the man acted as if the whole thing was his coronation. The whole world stood silent as the king of the pirates climbed the stairs to his execution platform. Destiny. Dreams. As long as there are people who seek freedom in this life, these things shall not vanish from the earth. The king of the pirates made it to the top of the platform where his executioners were waiting for him, the two men sweating bullets and not because of the oppressive heat around them. The two executioners gulped as the great man walked up to them and raised his shackled hands. You mind taking these off? They're beginning to chafe me quite a bit. I can't do that. One executioner said, swallowing his fear for the sake of his duty. Seriously? The Pirate King asked in disappointment. Where am I even going to run? He didn't receive an answer. Guess I'm on my own for this one. He chuckled and spun around to face the crowd while sitting down. Let's get this over with, shall we? And then it happened. Hey, Pirate King, tell us where you've hidden your treasure. Is it in the Grand Line or someplace else? Whoever just shouted that. Shut your mouth. One of the executioners called out. You found it, didn't you? The legendary treasure. Everyone stood silent. The One Piece. The king of the pirates began to laugh. The whole world listened carefully to his next words. You want my treasure? You can have it. I left everything I gathered together in one place. Now you just have to find it. It was then that the executioners killed him, but his death was the spark. The great pirate era began with those words. And Smoker was there when it happened. Music end. I was there too, you brat. The old man spat. I don't need you expo-citing it to me. Apparently a lot of people were there. Smoker hummed before taking another swig of rum. Lots of people who became big names in the world. The old man scoffed. A Marine suddenly walked in. Hey, there's a new bounty poster. Hang it, Captain Smoker. The Marine dropped the poster he was holding out of shock of seeing his superior. Smoker shook his head at the lack of professionalism from his subordinate before picking up the poster he dropped. The Marine captain's eyes widened in shock at the image on the poster. A green-haired boy in a straw hat, the name Midoriya D stamped on the bottom of the page. That kid? Smoker thought in shock at the recollection of the nervous-looking boy. He was Midoriya D. Izuku? We made it. Izuku said hoarsely as he stared up at the platform. It's just a platform, but it feels like... Ochako said uncertainly. There's something unreal about it. It's where he died. Nijire was also struck with awe. The greatest pirate who ever lived was executed right here. The three, stuck in their awe, were unaware of Smoker rapidly approaching them with the intent to capture Izuku. This is where... Izuku swallowed. The great pirate era began. Wanna climb on top of it? Nijire asked with a grin. Izuku grinned back. Get out of my head. Can't we just fly on Kintoan? Ochako asked. Not as fun. Izuku and Nijire answered simultaneously. I figured as much. Ochako shook her head fondly at her boyfriend and sister. Let's make a race out of it. Nijire decided as she ran to the platform. Challenging a monkey to a climbing contest? Izuku chuckled and ran as well. This is my life now. Ochako sighed and ran after the two. The three began to climb the platform, earning cries of concern from the townsfolk. Hey! No fair, Izuku. You have a tail. Nijire pouted when Izuku got ahead of her and Ochako by using his tail to help his climbing. I'm a monkey, remember? Izuku asked while hanging upside down from his tail, using a hand to keep his hat in place. Oh no! What? Ochako asked, seeing that Izuku was looking at something. You three! The three flinched. Ochako and Nijire turned their heads to see the Marine that had given them directions earlier was glaring at them from the ground. Hello! Nijire greeted cheerfully. Smoker regarded the two girls for less than a moment, his eyes zeroing in on Izuku. Phew. He noticed the boy was hanging upside down by a tail. That meant that the boy was a devil fruit user, a Zoan type at that, not a threat to him. You're the guy with the East Blue's biggest bounty? Smoker asked. Midoriya D. Izuku? Ochako looked up at Izuku. Don't say ye dash. Yeah. Izuku nodded. Dumbass. Ochako shouted in her head. I'm Marine Captain Smoker. Smoker introduced himself curtly. You're under arrest for piracy, come quietly. As opposed to loudly? Izuku questioned. Smoker took a drag of his cigars. Besides, can't do that. Izuku shook his head. I'm heading for the Grand Line so I can become king of the pirates. King of the pirates? Smoker repeated, once more seeing that look in the boy's eyes. No pirate leaves this town without defeating me. Are you sure about that? Izuku asked. Of course I'm sure. Smoker snapped. Then how did I just get away from you? The boy's voice came from right behind the Marine. Smoker whipped around to see the pirate standing behind him with a grin on his face. Made you look, the boy said before vanishing in a puff of smoke. What the hell? Smoker uttered before spinning back around to see that the three teens were no longer on the platform. What in the absolute hell? The boy was a Zoan. How the hell did he make a clone? Or was it one of the girls with him? Could they have some type of devil fruit that could replicate things? Maybe one that created illusions? Regardless, he had to find those brats and arrest them. Pfdash. Nijire only managed to hold her laughter for a short bit before she broke into a fit of uncontrollable giggles. I can just imagine the look on that guy's face. The three were flying above Logue Town on Kintoan. Naihiha. Izuku laughed as well. Never gets old. Izuku, you big stupid. Ochako chastised him. Now every DM Marine in town is gonna be after us. Weren't they going to be anyway? Izuku pointed out. My bounty poster ought to be plastered everywhere here, right? Fair point. Ochako sighed before throwing a look behind her. That guy, he was the white hunter Tenya mentioned, wasn't? Likely. Izuku agreed. Seemed to fit the description. So, we should avoid fighting him? Nijire asked. Don't you think you can beat him, Izuku? No clue. Izuku admitted honestly. He's strong, I can tell. Way stronger than Arlong. That statement was scary to the two sisters. Was that guy that much of a monster? While they were flying, they unknowingly flew above Bar Gold Roger, where another Marine was trying to interrogate the old man there. Tell me where you've seen this kid, or you'll regret it. Eraser growled at the old man while holding up Izuku's poster. You think you scare me? The old man asked. Sonny, I've been getting hammered with men scarier than you while you were still at 'em in your daddy's nutsack. You think this is a game? Eraser demanded while putting a hand on his scarf. The old man scoffed. If your captain doesn't intimidate me, what makes you think that you do? Crotchety old BS did he? Eraser prepared to attack the old man when Mike rushed inside. Eraser! I saw Kintoan flying above us. Mike called out. Eraser and Mike were out of the bar in an instant. What a prick! The old man shook his head in disgust. Momo and Noah followed Toshiji into a weapons shop. And we're here. Toshiji told them. The shop owner, a middle-aged man with a weird hairdo, was leaning on the counter of the shop with a bored expression. Hello, sir. Toshiji greeted. I came to pick up my Shigure, and I brought some customers. The owner yawned with his eyes still closed. Yeah, your sword is ready. Rika, get it for her. Right away, owner Ippenmatsu. A deep voice called from the back room of the store. Momo and Noah watched curiously as something emerged from the back room holding a wrapped-up sword. A Nopon? Noah exclaimed in surprise. The one carrying the sword was a blue, egg-shaped furball with stubby arms, two large wings on its head, a brown mass of spikes atop its head. Greetings, new customers. The furball greeted. Riku is Riku, welcome to store. I've never seen a Nopon before. Noah uttered. Not surprising. Momo crossed her arms. Nopon are native to the Grand Line. It's extremely rare to see them in the blues. Thanks a lot, Riku. Toshiji took her sword from the Nopon. You always do such good work. It Riku's pleasure. Riku answered boastfully. Riku is best weaponsmithpin in all East Blue. The owner scoffed. Not that it does us any good, with that little wench's monster of a boss driving away all of our customers. I brought you 2 customers. Toshiji gestured to Momo and Noah. The owner half opened his eyes to look at the two. He was about to scoff when his eyes locked onto Momo's sword. Is that Dash? Momo noticed where the owner's eyes were directed. You recognize my sword as well? It's apparently some famous blade, yes? The owner grimaced that the girl apparently knew that her blade was valuable, there went scamming her. Yes, I recognize it. Well, Momo got herself on track. Friend and I require swords. 3 of them, what can you get us for 1,000,000 belly? The owner straightened up a bit. At the very least, they had some money. What swords are friends looking for? Riku asked. I'm looking for 2 katanas for myself and a sword for Noah. Momo explained before looking at Noah. Which would you like? I'm not quite sure. Noah muttered. I suppose we'll think of something while we look. Momo decided before looking around. She noticed the barrels full of swords in the corner of the shop. Momo walked over to the barrels. Something about them drew her in. For the money you have, you can get much better swords than what we have in those barrels. The owner pointed out irritably. I doubt it. Momo thought with a frown. She felt something from one of the barrels. Her hand reached out, almost on its own, and grasped a sword before pulling it out of the barrel. The sword Momo pulled out was a red sword. Its guard was shaped like a rounded cross. The owner felt his breath leave him while Tashigi gasped in excitement. No way! Tashigi pulled out a small booklet and began leafing through it. The Sandai Kitetsu. Sandai Kitetsu? Momo tilted her head at the sword in her hand. A Wazamono sword, like my Shigure. Tashigi held up her wrapped-up sword. The swords in this barrel are being sold for only 50,000 belly. I'd take it if I were Dash. It's not for sale. The owner yelled in a panic. Tashigi wilted. Should have figured, a sword like that can't be sold cheap. It not that. Riku denied. Tashigi looked confused, but Momo and Noah spoke at the same time. The sword is cursed. Everyone else in the store looked at the two in surprise. How friends know? Riku asked, sending a curious look to Noah. I just know. Momo said while holding the sword. It seems rather obvious. Noah added. Well, the two of you are exactly right. The owner agreed. The Kitetsu series are some of the best of their grades. That fact is undeniable. But the swords are cursed. Every swordsman who has ever wielded a Kitetsu sword has met a most gruesome end. I can't, in good conscience, allow anyone to take up a Kitetsu. As a swordsmith, I could not allow it. Momo, rather than be scared, looked at the sword with a glint in her eyes. Is that so? You have plenty of money for quality swords. The owner told the girl. Don't bother with this one. I know that look in her eye. Noah said with a shake of his head. She wants this sword even more now. Did you not hear a word I said? The owner snapped. Girl, that sword has killed more men than you can possibly imagine. If you take it, the curse will fall on you. In that case, Riku proposed challenge. Riku spoke up. Challenge? Momo looked at the Nopon. What's stronger? Riku asked. Curse of sword? Or swordsman resolve? Why not test? Momo smirked at the Nopon before drawing the sword. I like the way you think, Riku. Tashigi looked at the younger girl in confusion. What are you Dash? Momo tossed the sword in the air and held her arm out, closing her eyes. What the hell are you doing? The owner shouted. That sword will take your arm. Momo didn't listen. She could hear nothing but the sound of Sandai Kitetsu cutting the air as it spun. She felt no fear because she knew. Her resolve, her dreams, those were stronger than any curse. Not only that, her love for Izuku, her desire to protect him, there was no way some cursed sword could overcome that. Sandai Kitetsu reached Momo's arm, but instead of slicing it off, the blade missed the girl's arm by a hair before it hit the floor and sunk all the way to the guard, showing how sharp the sword was. Momo opened her eyes and smirked. I'll take it. The owner looked at the girl in awe, his throat felt dry. How long has it been since he's seen someone like her? A true swordsman.